Greetings, programs. Greetings, programs. Welcome to Why Rey is Not a Mary Sue, the Not My Star Wars live review. Okay, so yesterday, September 20th, a young man called The Gold Man he released a video, Why Rey is Not a Mary Sue. I watched about an hour of it just out of curiosity, and saw all kinds of problems with his video. So just a moment. So I saw a bunch of problems with his video. Before I begin, I want to be clear that I'm not here to attack him. I'm not here to shame him, cancel him, any of that nonsense. I'm strictly focusing on his video. There are problems with his video. If you know this channel, I don't attack people. I'm not here for that. But I do, however, call out bullshit and misinformation, which this video is full of both. So I'm going to break down this video, sort of a watch party. We'll watch it together. I did watch about 45-50 minutes of it. So that's what sparked me to make the video, because I saw the inconsistencies of what he was saying and that he's being very subjective and not objective. With that said, the second part of watching this will be somewhat of a live reaction because I haven't watched the entire video. Okay. So before we begin, again, I am not attacking him personally, but we're going to get some context as to who he is and why he created this video. All right. Just a moment. The Gold Man. His tag is the Gold Man 25. My assumption from seeing him in the video and his name, he's 25 years old or right around there. I can't believe that he's 30 or older. He's a young man. Fine. First thing you see is Rey, specifically Rey Skywalker. So we already know where his mind is at. Star Wars YouTuber. The sequel trilogy needs its fans now more than ever, so join me in supporting this trilogy that so many people love. No, many people do not love this, but you do, and that's fine, but that's not a correct statement. The Collab Squad. All right. His YouTube is his Twitter is fairly new, but it's neither here nor there. Okay, so let's look at a few things he's got here. Rey, of course. Here's his video. It was put up just yesterday. He's getting a lot of shares. He's doing pretty good. I'm pretty sure he picked up like 1,000 subscribers in the past couple hours. Okay. This is how I rate one of my favorite trilogies ever. TFA, 8 of 10. No, it's not. TLJ, 9 of 10. And then Tross, 5.5 out of 10. Tross is more like a 3 out of 10, but we can already see where his mentality is. TLJ, 9 out of 10. Oh boy. We see who he's affiliated with. See, he's got to be 25-ish, which is fine. I'll get to that in a moment. I know that he worked very hard on this video. I think he said like 20 days. For what it's worth, the video itself is pretty well done. The problem is the context and the information in the video is completely wrong. Top 5 Star Wars movies. Empire. Okay. The Last Jedi. Here's something I found interesting. If you're a sequel fan, you're still a fan, but you're not as smart as me, and they're still not real Star Wars. And people wonder why I don't like Star Wars Theory. I'm not a fan of Star Wars Theory. I'm the first one to call him out. But I do not recall him ever, and I haven't watched all his videos, but I've never heard him say, I'm smarter than you or better than you. On the contrary, the kid is pretty humble. He's a really nice kid. He's a little bit misinformed. He pretty much is shilling for Disney. He rode the fence and played it safe. That's why his channel is so big. And, you know, he was a big supporter, whether he denies it or says it or whatever now. He liked Solo. He liked The Rise of Skywalker. He did denounce The Last Jedi. But just to be fair to Star Wars Theory, I don't think the Star Wars Theory has a malicious intent. He just is one of those Star Wars fans that's a little bit blind, that if it says Star Wars, he just loves it. Later, it hit him. It dawned on him. I don't know why it took Daisy Ridley saying something for that to happen, but it dawned on him that the sequel trilogy is not good at all. But anyways, just thought that was interesting. All right, a couple more things here. Why does the movies are objective crowd hate opinion so much? Like, yeah, my Mary Sue video is opinion-based, so what? Why can I not express my opinion? Okay. No one says that you can't express your opinion. No one says that. No one says that you cannot like the sequel trilogy. No one says that. You are more than welcome to enjoy them, love them, talk about them, make opinions about them. No one is going to criticize you for that. The problem occurs is when you say they are good movies. You are contradicting yourself in your own statement. If you watch these movies objectively, then you would say that these are a mess. You could also say, but I happen to love them. That's fine. But you are literally contradicting yourself because, yes, you can have your opinion. Nobody's arguing that. But we're saying you must be objective, not subjective. And your video is subjective. Which, if you look at the title of his video, it's Why Rey is Not a Mary Sue, the official guide. This is the same problem with Star Wars Theory. He says, you know, Darth Vader comic canon. It's not canon. It's Disney. Disney is not canon. So it's the same problem. If you're going to make a statement, the official guide, as if you're the authority or that you're saying that this is truly a factual statement, then you're not being objective. You're being subjective. So that's the problem with why people say that. Again, you're allowed to love these movies. Nobody, and it's not that I'm giving you permission. I'm just saying as a statement that anybody can like the sequel trilogy or Clone Wars or Mandalorian or whatever. That's fine. But being objective is a different thing from saying my opinion is, or my opinion is that I like them. It's very different. So you see, he just had 600 subs on the 12th, and now he's over 2,000, I believe. So good for him. I want him, like any YouTuber, to be successful. I'm not here to trash him, but I am going to destroy his video. The negativity around the sequel sucks, but that won't stop me from talking about why I love it. Fine. Perfect. We are all perfectly fine with that. The only way it's going to be beloved in 15 years is if we stick with it now and bring other people in. So you're going to try to convince people to love them when you know, and we all know, that most people can't stand them. I'm ready to partake in this journey, and I hope you are too. Be honest, Goldman. Be honest, anybody. 5 years from now, Disney doesn't even talk about the sequel trilogy now. Rise of Skywalker came out like 6 months ago. You think in 5 years, 10 years, anybody's going to be talking about this nonsense? Get real. The Collide Squad. I love this trilogy so much. Again, that's fine, but I'm just showing you the context of where he's coming from. My girl, okay, key here, my girl, Daisy, confirmed there was no plan for the ST. Like we all didn't know this already, but yet you are defending these films. Do I still love this trilogy? Yep. Okay, you can love it. But to sit here and say that you're making an official guide of why she's not a Mary Sue, is it flawed? Yep. Okay, well, we can love flawed things. That's fine. But you can't say that it's great or that she's not a Mary Sue if you're acknowledging that it's flawed. Have I accepted the fact it wasn't planned and learned to appreciate what I got? Yep, that's fine too. No problem, dude. But you're yourself saying it wasn't planned, that it's flawed, and yet you're defending Mary Sue. Ray, come on. In 20 years, will people still care? Probably not. No, they won't, because these films won't even be remembered a year from now. Never mind 20 years from now. Now, I know what you were probably trying to say is that will people care that it wasn't planned in 20 years? Well, again, no, they won't, because no one's going to remember or be talking about these movies. Anyone today, tomorrow, 30 years from now, if they watch all 9 movies in a row, I don't care who you are, you're immediately going to start watching 7, 8, and 9 and start asking questions and say, what the hell is this? It doesn't take a genius. Now, if you've never seen the originals, if you saw them when you were a kid, if you saw them 20 years ago once and you just going off of a vague memory, and then you freshly saw the sequel trilogy, well, sure. But if you know Star Wars, if you have paid attention to this saga, anyone with a brain can see the difference between 1 through 6 and 7 through 9. It's not rocket science. Haha, Palpatine didn't win. Rey is a Skywalker too, and she'll continue to honor that legacy. That was somebody else. But he did retweet that, which is just ridiculous. Palpatine literally won because his granddaughter is the only one left. My friend just told me his professor was teaching the class how The Last Jedi is a racist movie. I think that's kind of funny too. It's not racist in the literal sense, but it is a bit in the sense of how they treated Rose and Finn and Poe. So from the outside, yeah, it kind of is. But know that there are people that teach classes on how not to make a movie, and The Last Jedi is the example they use. That's a fact. Okay, and then one more here. Sequel haters love to say how Finn had so much potential, but after TFA came out, they never praised his character. That's the farthest thing from the truth, because I can tell you that sequel trilogy lovers, that fandom menace, that everyone I see, except for maybe some nutball like Scott Mendelson, and even I think he said it, everyone literally loves Finn and says that he was a lost opportunity, wasted, and that he should have been used in the sequel trilogy. So that statement, I don't know where you're getting that from, but that's just wrong, or a lie, or you're naive. I don't know what's going on with that statement, but that's the farthest thing from the truth, because everyone, literally everyone, pro or anti-Disney, wanted to see Finn become a Jedi and have a story arc and be something. The poster literally sold us this. So, okay. Anyways, I want to stress again, I'm not here to attack him. I'm not here to make him look stupid. I'm not criticizing him because he likes the sequel trilogy. That is all fine. You are more than welcome to love these movies. But when you make a video that says the official guide, and you're trying to make points in the video, which I'm going to break down, then you have to be prepared, because you're just giving out pure misinformation. All right. Let's see, is that going to switch? Hello there, D. I see you on my other screen. Glad you're here. I will be breaking this down, but of course I want it to be an interactive experience. So if you guys have questions, you want to make a comment, a counterpoint, whatever, please by all means do so. Okay, I have to reshare this in a different way, so just a moment. Okay. The Gold Man. As you can see in his banner, he's got Claude, the dildo. I don't know. I'm assuming Rey is his favorite character, but this is his quote-unquote co-host, the dildo, the mechanic that has no arms. It's a little bit strange. Ambassadorial Wayne, got a hot minute? I'm working on a fan fiction based around the sequel trilogy for one specific reason. I hated the end of Tross. It will take time, but I'm willing to try. Yes, I caught a video a couple weeks ago that you were doing a Rey fan fiction with a different ending or something like that. So keep at it. At the end of the day, it's a fan fiction, and you're acknowledging that. You're not saying it's canon. So you have the ability to create whatever you want. Honestly, a 3-year-old can create something better than what Disney did. So don't be shy. Put out your thoughts. What's the word I'm looking for? Flesh out your idea. What I would suggest is you write it all out, at least the main points, the bulk of it, and then reread it and re-edit it and break it down and make any fixes, shorten it, lengthen it, whatever you have to do. But I did see that you're working on that, Ambassador, and you should do it by all means. I don't know that I'll agree with it or like it. I'm not saying I won't. I'm just saying. And some people might not like it, but it doesn't matter. Have fun, create it, go with it. Go full force with it. Have fun with it. Okay. So he's not new, 2014, although his Star Wars videos are pretty new. I'm just a simple man. I love Star Wars, especially the sequel trilogy. Never be afraid of who you are, and I'm someone who loves Star Wars. Claude is my co-host, and together we make video essays regarding many aspects of Star Wars. Okay. Again, you can love Star Wars all you want. Enjoy the sequel trilogy. But I'm just showing you the context of where this kid's mentality is and where he's coming from. Especially the sequel trilogy. So he's already biased. We saw Rey on his Twitter. We saw this. We see Claude. So he's already going to be subjectively biased towards the sequel trilogy. Okay? Now, some people are going to say, but not my Star Wars. You hate Disney, so you're going to be biased. No, I don't hate Disney. Bambi is one of my favorite movies of all time. Tron, The Black Hole, I love those movies. Many Disney movies I love. I went to Disney World as a teenager. I brought home a Figment. If you don't know what Figment is, then do you know what Disney is? Because I do. And I have been a Disney fan since I was a child. So, Not My Star Wars is not about hating Disney. It's about calling out bullshit. If Disney were to do Star Wars correctly, I would certainly praise them. They choose to make nonsense, and I'm going to call them out on it. Not because it's Disney. It could be Joe Blow, Netflix, whoever. But if you're going to disrespect Star Wars, I'm going to call you out on it. So I don't have a bias towards Disney or Lucasfilm or anything. If I have any bias, it's to proper, correct, and real Star Wars. That is the only bias. So understand something, that okay, who love Star Wars. This is a mistake that younger people and fans of the sequel trilogy make. Just because the title says Star Wars doesn't mean it's Star Wars. What you love is this new rendition that has the label Star Wars, but it's not Star Wars. It inherently cannot be Star Wars because there is pre-established stories and lore. And everything Disney has made, literally everything, Mandalorian, Clone Wars, Rebels, Resistance, Solo, all of it goes against pre-established lore. So by default, it is not canon. It is not Star Wars. It is Disney's version, slapped label Star Wars. And if that's what you love, by all means, love it to death. But you don't truly love Star Wars, because if you loved Star Wars, you would not be accepting that Luke Skywalker is an asshole. And you would not be accepting that Rey completely destroys Anakin's arc and story. You, by definition, cannot be say you love Star Wars if you're supporting movies that destroy the previous movies. It's very simple. It's not an opinion. It's not me hating. It's not me trying to gatekeep. It's quite literally, if you love Burger King and you love burgers and you went to Burger King for 35 years, I buy Burger King. The next day, I change the entire menu and there are no burgers. It's all ramen noodles. So you say, well, man, I want a burger. And you go to Burger King and it says Burger King. And then you go to the menu and you say, I want a double Whopper. And the guy in the drive-thru says, well, we only sell ramen noodles. So then are you just going to say, well, I love Burger King because it says Burger King? No, you're going to be like, well, wait a minute. I want the burgers. The burgers can change. The burgers can evolve and grow and expand. But you can't go from burgers to ramen noodles and pretend that you love Burger King. Now, if you love the ramen noodles, hey, enjoy them. But you can't say that you love Burger King when Burger King is no longer Burger King. And it's the same exact thing. You cannot say that you love Star Wars when you are supporting something that breaks, disrespects, and disregards Star Wars. Anyways, let's take a little look here at his videos. Okay, so 1 year ago is when he really started. Luke changed my life. Luke in The Last Jedi changed my life. Okay, so you're ready to see the mentality that if this is having an effect on your life, this nonsense asshole hermit who hates everything, that wants nothing to do with the Force or saving the galaxy, this already shows us your mentality, that you're biased. Because Luke Skywalker was a hero to millions of people around the world for 35 plus years. Why George Lucas wanted sequel trilogy Luke, what is it? Why George Lucas wanted sequel trilogy Luke Skywalker? No, it was about the Wills. And Luke Skywalker, this is his child. The last thing he would want to see is the character that he built up to be the hero of the galaxy, to be this hermit. You're not being honest with yourself, Goldman. Or you just don't know the old movies. How the sequel trilogy recontextualized the Star Wars saga, I think it is. Yes. Okay, you don't get to recontextualize. You must respect the story and the lore of Star Wars. You can grow, you can expand, you can evolve, but you cannot reinvent Star Wars, and that is exactly what Disney has done. Let's see, ambassadorial wing. That's the game plan. I know some might not dig it and others might, but as you said, go all out. Again, that is the plan. Thanks for the support. Yeah, absolutely, ambassadorial. You know, I make videos that People hate, but you can't you can't worry about that. You have to do the stuff that you love and that you believe in. Just be honest, just and also use logic. Like I'm going to do in this breakdown of this video, this kid is not using logic. He's using emotion, and he's being subjective, and he very much loves Rey. So we already know that he's going to defend her, but he's not being realistic. Anyways, yeah, just, absolutely do it. All right. Clone Wars ranked. I don't agree with that, but that's okay if you like it. Clone Wars ending is beautiful. I don't agree with that. Darth Maul's resurrection is perfect. Why Rey's introduction is perfect in The Force Awakens. Again, that's not being objective. Why is this the best episode of Force of Destiny? Because it's got Rey. Why Rey's power levels don't matter in the sequel trilogy. You see what I'm saying? I mean, how can you even make that statement? Absolutely it matters. Why Palpatine did not win in The Rise of Skywalker? Well, actually he did, young man. He literally tells Rey, kill me so that I can go into your body and you'll be the Empress. She kills him. So either Disney can't keep their own scripts straight from 3 minutes before, or he literally took her body when she killed him. And regardless of what name she wants to give herself, she's a Palpatine. Why Rey defeated Kylo in The Force Awakens? I haven't watched it, but because she's a Mary Sue. And I'll get back to that later. Why is the Revenge of the Sith best scene? Why the bomber scene in The Last Jedi is unfairly criticized. And you yourself say, gravity doesn't matter. I mean, really? Prequel. Why The Force Awakens is not a remake of A New Hope. Okay? So kind of what I'm showing you here is he's very biased to Disney and Daisy. He mentions the prequels a little bit, and he's making ridiculous statements like why this is not a... It's literally a rehash of A New Hope. So analyzing this kid's profiles, he does not know the original trilogy. Did he watch them once or twice? Sure. But he's 25 years old, guys. In 1999, he would have been about 4 years old. So he didn't really grow up with the prequels. He grew up with Disney Star Wars. So does he have a true understanding of the prequels and the OT? Well, you could be 25 and have watched these movies hundreds of times, and sure, you could know them very well. But as I'm showing you here in his videos, and also when I break down his video, you're going to see that no, he does not know the OT. So you have no context to be saying that it's not A New Hope when you don't even understand A New Hope. How The Last Jedi effectively uses nostalgia. Right. All Claude scenes plus screen time. He for some reason has something with this dildo. I don't understand it. The worst, arguably the worst character in all of Star Wars. This ridiculous spike-headed, non-armed mechanic. The Rise of Skywalker did not ruin Luke from The Last Jedi. You see, I don't think you're understanding film, because the Rise of Skywalker literally trashes The Last Jedi. Everything, it retcons everything in The Last Jedi. So how can you say it did not ruin Luke? when it's literally, if anything, it helped Luke, but in The Rise of Skywalker. But as far as not ruining Luke from The Last Jedi, it literally contradicts everything in The Last Jedi. It is amazing that people watch the same movies and are just get a totally different message or totally clueless on what they just saw. It's amazing. Okay. Okay. So I once again state that I'm not hating on this kid. I don't want to destroy his channel or him. I wasn't aware of him until even yesterday. By all means, if he watches this or anybody watches this, you love the sequel trilogy, go for it. Not me and not anybody I know cares. Never mind says you can't. By all means. But when you're going to make a video and start making claims and call it the official guide, that's where you're going to run into problems. All right. So without further ado, if no one else has a question or comment, I'm going to do a live review of his video. As I said before, I saw about 50 minutes of it, so the second half of his video will be somewhat of a live reaction, but I'm going to point out very obvious things that he says in this video that are just completely off. All right, so let's get started. It's going to take a while. I'll be doing this. I don't think there'll be any copyright issues, but it will be somewhat of an EFAP style because I'll have plenty to say about his video. I wish this kid the best. I don't want anyone to attack him, say anything negative. I'm not telling you to dislike his video. Furthermore, the link for his video is in the description if you want to go watch it, although I'm going to watch the whole thing here. I just simply am going to point out the error in his ways, that he doesn't know exactly what he's talking about. And if you're going to make a video that says the official guide, you need to be careful with that because, you know, why I think Rey is not a Mary Sue would have been a great title. But to say why, basically what he's saying in parentheses, in fact, Rey is not a Mary Sue, the official guide, that's a problem. Okay, let's get to it. And I will comment along the way. I'll be looking at your comments. If anybody wants to comment, ask something, interject, by all means. This is meant to be interactive, so let's go. Wait a minute, just a moment. I'm not sure that the audio is on, so let me just double check that. And if someone can confirm that when the video starts, it should be playing now.
Rey is not a Mary Sue, and I'm going to prove this in 6 main parts. The first being an introduction to what a Mary Sue is, the second being an analysis of The Force Awakens, the third being an analysis of The Last Jedi, the fourth being an analysis of The Rise of Skywalker, the fifth being an analysis of external material, and the sixth being a conclusion. Now, before people freak out at there being a section about external material, please let me explain. I know external material should not need to be consumed to better.
Okay, he's a young guy, probably 25. Obviously, he's a big fan of Claude, which I don't understand that, but okay, to each his own. And I want to reiterate, it's not a problem that he's young. It's just that realistically, he would have been about 4 years old in Phantom Menace. He does not know the original trilogy. He barely knows the prequels. He is basing his opinions off of the Disney Star Wars stuff. And you're going to see, as he talks about this, it's very apparent.
Understand a movie. That's why it's its own section. This section is not meant as a defense for the movies, but a defense for the canon. To some people, the canon matters more than the actual films, so this section is really for you guys. So when I actually do cover the three...
Okay, first of all, D, thanks for confirming you can hear. All right, he just said that for some people, the canon is more important than the films. No, the films are important to us. We've supported them for 40 years, 43 years. But absolutely, canon is, without a doubt, a must. It's absolutely critical. Breaking canon destroys the films. It's not that we only care about canon, it's that you must maintain canon. There's not an option there. This is something that I don't think he gets, and a lot of people don't get. It's not an option. You must respect canon. Won't the films and the series function within canon? Yes. It must have canon. The old man, if you watch this, or anyone that watches this, let me explain canon to you. Canon means movie history. So if you have hundreds of authors that have written books about World War II, you have hundreds of historians around the country, or even the world, that are experts on the history of World War II, then you come along today and write a book with your perspective of World War II. Oh, and I forgot to mention, thousands of soldiers that are still alive. Well, I don't know. Not too many are probably still alive, if any. But there have been thousands of veterans from all the wars that will tell you what really happened in World War II. Then you come along as a 25-year-old and you write a book saying, this is what happened in World War II. Well, number one, we can read your book and see that if you're full of it or not. We can check your sources and see if you're full of it or not. And no matter how smart you are, if you're a prodigy, you study, you are not going to have a perspective of what World War II was. And certainly not compared to a historian that has been studying it for 30 years or someone that actually fought in the war. So you cannot speak upon canon and say that Disney is canon, or that canon can change, or that canon is, some people think that canon is more important. It's an absolute, has to be. It's not an option. History is history. Just because you write a book today about World War II doesn't negate what is factual history. And if you have 6 movies that for 35 years people have been watching, loving, supporting, and have established rules, lore, how the Force works, canon, continuity, characters, then no, you cannot break that. Now, Disney owns Star Wars and Lucasfilm. They can do whatever they want. But by default, the second that you break anything that is pre-established, you are creating something that is non-canon. I've said it before many times. Disney decanonized themselves because you do not have the option of rewriting history. You can do it all you want, but real historians are going to laugh at you. So it's not an option. Canon is stone. You can't change it. That is the problem with all of the Disney stuff. Mandalorian, Clone Wars, sequel trilogy, Rogue One, Solo, all of them break canon. It's not an argument or a subjective or an opinion. It's fact. So you can, again, like the Disney stuff that says Star Wars, but you cannot claim to love Star Wars because it breaks canon. And if you loved Star Wars, you would not be accepting the fact that everything has changed. You can, again, expand and create something new, but you cannot disrespect and change factual history.
Films, I'm not going to reference any other external material other than the films and the shows. I do feel this.
Okay. I'm going to do the same. I'm not going to reference the EU, but also know that the Rise of Skywalker novelization and the art books and all this stuff that they are putting out. Okay. When Lucas made Star Wars, the novels came out at the same time or just before the films. It wasn't months later where everyone at Lucasfilm is scrambling, trying to figure out ways to explain the nonsense they just put on the big screen, because that, we all know, is exactly what they did. Okay, them scrambling later to explain Palpatine's clone, who was his son, so then raised his granddaughter, but really she's his daughter, because if he's a clone, he's the same person. But yet, all clones, like Jango, all the clones look like Jango. But yet, Palpatine's clone looks nothing like him. What a mess. So, remember that he said he's not going to reference anything outside of the movies. Now, and he said the shows. But as I just said, the Clone Wars cartoon, Dave Filoni has retconned and changed lore throughout. So the Clone Wars, all of the Clone Wars cartoons is irrelevant. It is non-canon. Mandalorians always took off their helmets. Boba Fett and Jango were always Mandalorians. That's Dave Filoni's nonsense. Ahsoka dies at Order 66. Regardless of what Dave wants to say, regardless of what they want to put on StarWars.com, George Lucas made it specifically clear that she dies. If you understand Star Wars, Luke Skywalker is the only Jedi. Ahsoka cannot be alive. Okay? She would have sought out Ben, she would have sought out Yoda, she would have sought out Luke. But she didn't, because she didn't exist. She was not alive. So her being in The Mandalorian is a huge problem. But in any event, by you referencing the Clone Wars cartoon, you're already making a mistake, because that's not canon.
The shows are fair game, but if you disagree, then oh well. Also, since the
oh well, facts are facts, but oh well. You're a historian of 30 years and you have, proven sources and you spoke to World War II vets, but oh well, I'm just going to rewrite a new story that Hitler was a hero and not a freaking world terror. Because, oh well, like Lucasfilm says, whatever. It's all fake anyway.
The trilogy is complete, I will be making references all across the trilogy when discussing each film. So when I'm talking about The Force Awakens, for example, I may reference The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker.
D, thanks for the warning. Yeah, there's not a whole lot I can do. It's the live stream, it's StreamYard. Hopefully it will continue to be okay. And again, I'll give him credit. If you're going to reference the 3 movies, cool. Great.
One last thing before I begin. If this video makes it on any sort of podcast where people are watching my video and analyzing my points, I would really appreciate it if you at least let me know on Twitter that a video exists of people watching my video. My Twitter handle is thegoldman25. I don't really care if anyone streams this video. I'd just like to know so I can watch people reacting to my video. So anyway, that's enough with the intro. Let's begin with what is a Mary Sue?
Okay, I don't think that I'm going to tweet him because I have no interest. But I'm pretty sure he's going to get word of this live stream, whether he may be in it right now or he'll see the replay or whatever. I'm pretty sure he's going to hear about this one. So, and it's not me trying to be divisive or sneaky or anything like that. It's just
So what is a Mary Sue? And according to Wikipedia.com, and yes, Wikipedia is usually reliable, so don't...
Okay. Number 1, according to Wikipedia. Number 2, is usually reliable. Is this how someone that understands a topic speaks? No. Now listen, I'm a researcher of many things. I am a historian of various things. Wikipedia is a good source. I'm not saying that you can't use it or that it's not. And in particular, the articles that have a ton of sources to them. So yes, it is a good source, but Wikipedia more so is the way to pick up a scent and then, get a synopsis. And then from there, you start digging into the sources and cross-referencing and checking and making sure that it's factual. It's not just, I read a paragraph on Wikipedia and I'm going to say that that's true. That's a very rookie mistake. And I hope if you do listen to this, Goldman, and maybe you go to college, or maybe you're studying something, whatever interest, be careful. Don't just go on Wikipedia and think, well, that's what it is. No. Follow the sources on the Wikipedia. Do Google searches. Read a book. Ask an adult. Okay? Don't just say, well, Wikipedia, you know. So with that said, he's going by the definition of Wikipedia, what a Mary Sue is. So let's go there. Mary Sue. A Mary Sue is a generic name for any fictional character who is so competent or perfect that this appears unrealistic for the world's settings, even in the context of the fictional setting. Mary Sues are often an author's idealized or flawless self-insertion. They may excel at tasks that should not be possible for them, or they may upstage the protagonist of a fictional setting, such as by saving them. They may disregard previously established aspects of the fiction, such as characterization and natural laws. They may also be praised by every other character in the work, especially by the antagonist of the work, regardless of whoever the Mary Sue characters are. The Mary Sue is a type of stock character. Okay. There's a delay on my other screen, so I hope that you guys are seeing the Wikipedia. I'll keep talking, and hopefully I see that it updates. So, because I want you guys to see it. I want you to see, just because that's what I do. I prove and show my sources. With that said, this definition is pretty good. I'm not saying that it's incorrect, but there are flaws here. So competent or perfect that this appears unrealistic for the world's setting, even in the context of the fictional setting. And that is the main problem with this definition, because it is not specific to that world setting. It doesn't look like it's... I guess I'm going to have to manually... It should... Well, I guess, okay. Just to be safe. Okay, so the true definition of a Mary Sue is not that it only breaks or she's rules or is perfect in that world. It more so means that she is just perfect. And there is Gary Stew for he. Same thing. So regardless of the world, the definition is that this person is perfect at everything and knows everything and can do everything. In just a moment, he's going to break his own example with a reference to Superman. Okay, but just so you see, that's Mary Sue on Wikipedia. The main problem I have with this definition, as I said, is that they're saying for the world setting, but it's not that specific world setting. It's period setting. It's that this character is just perfect, regardless of what world it's in or what pre-established rules there are. Yes, breaking previous rules is a big indication, but regardless of breaking rules or not, which Rey breaks all kinds of rules, the point of a Mary Sue is that this person is perfect, doesn't have struggles, doesn't have flaws, doesn't make mistakes, doesn't go through difficult times or problems. Okay, so if you want to really establish something, then you must follow the sources of this article. Now, again, this is a good definition. It's not that it's a bad one, but if you want a correct definition of a word, what do? You go to a dictionary. Something that youth, I don't know, do you guys still read? Do you know what a dictionary is? Mary Sue is a term to describe a fictional character, usually female, who is seen as too perfect and almost boring for lack of flaws. Originally written as an idealized version of an author in fan fiction. Okay? That's a much better and solid definition of Mary Sue, which Rey is literally the idealized version of Kathleen Kennedy, who she thinks and wants to be, who claims to have been a quarterback in the 70s or 80s on an all-boys team. They wouldn't even allow that in 2020. And you think in the 70s or 80s she was on an all-boys team? That woman who can't do anything more than make a cup of coffee was the quarterback? Which, by the way, I have extensively researched that, and there is no reference anywhere. She also claims just her claims that she was at a football game, working at a professional football game, and something like a pass went out of bounds, and a player was diving for it, and she got knocked over because she was working on the field as like an audio person or something. Again, there's no video, there's no fact to it. There's just her saying this. Anyways, Mary Sue Rey is literally Kathleen Kennedy's idealized vision of herself. That is where Rey comes from. And this is the true definition of a Mary Sue. That regardless of the environment, world, rules, whatever, she's just perfect. She does not have any kind of flaws. As we're going to see in his own examples, this girl does not have flaws. All right. So back to his video. Okay, wiki is up. Good one at NotMyStarWars. Oh, I don't know which part, but yeah. So let's continue with his video. Okay, so again, in the context of a fictional setting, it doesn't have to be a fictional setting, which he himself is going to disprove right now in his own video. I'll give him that because Ahsoka Tano is way overpowered, but to be fair, I wouldn't say she's a Mary Sue. Ahsoka Tano, although she's supposed to be dead and she's a major problem right now, up until Order 66, she was fine. She was one of my favorite characters. She learned from Obi-Wan. She learned from Yoda. She learned from Anakin specifically. She was part of the Jedi for several years. She fought in the Clone Wars. She also had interactions with Mace and several other Jedi masters. So Ahsoka certainly earned her stripes. She was a great Jedi. Well, I don't know if great, but a very good Jedi. Still very young, still had much to learn. Not just the Force, but being a Jedi, but just being a being. I mean, she's a kid. She's like 13 years old or 16 years old by the end. So she's just a child. She is very overpowered. You cannot survive Darth Maul and Darth Vader. I'm sorry, that's bullshit. And you did not survive Order 66. That's bullshit. But she's not a Mary Sue. She did have her failures. She did have her problems. She was fortunate enough to not lose any limbs, but she certainly did fail. So that's fine. Now, Superman. Okay. Number one, Superman is not overpowered. Being overpowered is you have a baseline and he is breaking the rules of that baseline to then be overpowered. He's not overpowered. That is his characteristic, that he comes to our Earth and the sun is different, and the sun from his sun, from Krypton, I believe, right? He's from So our son gives him these powers. He's not overpowered. It's just that's the way that our son affects him. From the beginning, he was written that way. He is not overpowered. Is he more powerful than all the other superheroes? Okay, but that's how he was written. I don't even like Superman. I'm not defending him. I think he's lame. But fair is fair and correct is correct. And he's not overpowered. He's just, that's what he is. Because again, you don't have a baseline of him just overpowering everyone. Your baseline is that that's who he is. That's how our son reacts to, or he reacts to our son. There's nothing overpowered about that. He's just more powerful. And also, he's not a Gary Stu because Superman had plenty of failures. Not only as a child growing up, but as Superman, as Clark Kent. It's not that he was perfect. He made mistakes. He screwed things up. If you actually watched the Superman movies and read the comics and, watched the cartoons and knew about Superman, which I am no Superman expert, but he's kind of perfect in his appearance. But if you know Superman, you know that he's not perfect at all. Hell, he's a freaking mess around Lois Lane. And he does make several mistakes throughout all his stories and history. He is not a Gary Stu, and he's not overpowered. Now, he said within his own universe, son, this isn't Superman's universe. This is Earth. So what are you talking about? Your own arguments are already starting to break down. Superman lives on Earth with us. So, again, that breaks the definition of Wikipedia's Mary Sue, because fictional characters aren't limited to their universe. Pretty much all superheroes are right here on Earth with us. Spider-Man is New York City. Yes, Metropolis is a made-up city. Yes, Gotham is a made-up city. But we all know that Gotham is New York City. I mean, come on. So, regardless of Gotham being a fake city, it's still on Earth. He's still a human. So, that rule of being within his own universe is incorrect. Because most superheroes, like 99.9% of them, are on Earth. Star Wars is different, fine, but it's the same context that within that galaxy, it has its own rules, and it's not that Rey's world, it's within the entire Star Wars galaxy. She's a Mary Sue. Let's keep moving. No audio. Oh, shoot. Okay, let me go back. Man, StreamYards is a real pain because it doesn't automatically. My fault. Anyways, it was just a few seconds. I'll replay what he said so you can hear what I was talking about. And we'll keep going.
It's absurd, even in the context of the fictional setting. Now, it's important to note that just because a character is overpowered, that doesn't necessarily mean they're a Mary Sue automatically. Superman is a character that is definitely overpowered. The reason Superman is not a Gary Stu, the male version of a Mary Sue, is because in his universe his powers are explained and they make sense. Superman is not human. He is...
Okay, so just to go back, one, because if it froze, but also to give context. As he said, Superman is overpowered. No, he's not. I just explained why. He also said that within his universe, it's not his universe. He's on Earth. Here's a wild idea that I've put in my fanfic. Rey makes the statement, I failed. Also in a fight, she held her own for a bit, but eventually she gets disarmed and others have to come in and back her up. Yeah, see, that's a good basis, a good foundation. Here's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand also. We call her Mary Sue because she literally is flawless and a Mary Sue. Not because she can't succeed at things. It's fine if she figures things out. It's fine if she holds her own for 3 minutes against Kylo Ren. But at the end of the day, Kylo Ren is twice her size. twice her weight, has like 10 years of Jedi training. No way are you just picking up a lightsaber and even understanding how to swing the thing, and you're going against a trained sword fighter? Come on. That's being a Mary Sue. So by all means, she can succeed at some things. She can hold her own in some things, but she can't win all the time. She can't make the right decision all the time. She can't be perfect all the time. So anyways, you see how he was calling Superman overpowered. Hopefully what I said earlier could be heard, because that's a false statement. He's not overpowered. On the basis of his world, or our Earth, the sun makes him what he is. He's not overpowered. He is what he is. And that's how he was written, how the story was established from day one. Not that it's a totally different story, and then they just throw in Superman and he's better than everybody. No. And Superman has many, many flaws. That's one thing I will give him, especially as Clark Kent. He's a doofus. And by the way, I don't think that he's acting. That was always my perception. Yeah, somewhat he plays it off, but a lot of that was just him being himself. You know, he's not all great and perfect, guys. He doesn't know how to talk to women. He doesn't know how to deal with everyday things. Yeah, he's got powers, so he can do things that other people can't do, but he was never perfect. All right, let's keep going.
Kryptonian, an alien race from the planet Krypton. The reason why Superman is so strong is because since he grew up on Earth, he's exposed to our sun rather than the sun near Krypton. When exposed to a young yellow star like Earth's sun...
Okay, so like I just said, he's already contradicting himself. He was saying that Superman's OP, but then he proceeds to, in the next sentence, say, well, but the reason he's so powerful is because of our sun, and he's explaining away his own argument that he'd made just a second ago. This video is decently made, but he did not think it through. He did not read his own script and rationalize, because he literally contradicts himself throughout this video.
Which is much smaller than their own sun, and with a vastly higher energy output, their bodies are able to absorb and process so much energy that it eventually manifests as vast superhuman powers, like super strength or flight, for example. Obviously, none of this makes sense in real-life science, but it doesn't have to. Superman lives in a fictional universe with its own fictional rules, and given those sets of rules, his powers make sense. So that's why Superman is not a Gary Stu. Now back to the definition. Mary Sues may excel at tasks that should not be possible for them, or they may upstage the protagonist of a fictional setting, such as saving them. They may disregard previously established aspects of the fiction, such as characterization and natural laws. So going back to the Superman example...
Okay. When does Rey fail? When does Rey lose any battle? She beats Kylo like 3 times. She outdoes Luke Skywalker. She roasts Palpatine. I will agree that in The Rise of Skywalker, on the Death Star, in their last main sword fight, he pretty much shows that he dominates her, as he should have, the entire sequel trilogy. And all he really had to do was chop off her head at that point, because she was on her knees, panting. She was beaten. But yet she still manages to beat him, puts his own lightsaber through his gut. So Rey never loses a limb, never fails at anything. When does she fail? Tell me, when does she make a mistake or fail? Well, she does make 1 or 2 little mistakes, but she doesn't ultimately fail. She knows just instinctively how to do everything. So
if he all of a sudden could shapeshift into other characters, that would be a trait of a Mary Sue character.
No, it wouldn't. There are shape-shifting characters. And in fact, there are characters, right? I'm not a huge comic book guy, so I'm not the authority or source, but I know for a fact, and I don't remember if it's DC or Marvel, is probably actually, I'm going to argue in both. There have been characters that can shapeshift and inherit the powers of other superheroes. This has been in cartoons, this has been in comic books, and it's probably been in a movie or two. And furthermore, can't Thanos, I never watched Endgame, and I'm not much on the new MCU, but can't Thanos kind of inherit anything or anybody? So that's an incorrect statement. Just because if you are established from the beginning as someone that can shapeshift and inherit other characters' powers, then that's fine. That's what you are. There's no problem with it. This is what Disney and the Mickey Mouseketeers don't understand. It's okay if Rey ultimately learns new things. But it's not okay that she just knows how to do everything without learning anything, without being taught anything, without making any mistakes. Again, I don't think he understands what a Mary Sue is. Now, of course, there are some pre-established rules that you have to abide by. But if someone especially superheroes, can inherit the powers and look of other superheroes, then that's fine because it doesn't destroy the story. Superheroes don't have like one main story. They all have little individual stories. And they always end up beating that villain anyways. The difference is that Star Wars has pre-established rules of 35 years. So if Master Yoda of all people, never mind Qui-Gon, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Luke, Leia, all these people, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Mace Windu, all these people, if none of them can force heal, then God damn it, Rey cannot force heal. Hello. Because that's a rule. There's a difference between an established fact and rule and just putting in a new character in a superhero world that has different powers. It's very different. And some people don't seem to understand that difference or subtlety. It's very different. And that villain who can do that ultimately gets beaten every time. It's not like he kills off all the superheroes. It's not how it works. So that is a completely different thing from Rey, who can just do everything and is just better than everybody with no kind of help, training, studying, anything, and breaking pre-established rules in one universe that has continuity. That's the problem. That's the difference. Robert Phillips, the problem I have is the new Star Wars felt and is unrealistic. The enemies feel like a parody of a bad guy. They aren't just bad guys, they're comedic bad guys. I agree. Kylo Ren is an emo little bitch. She fixes the Falcon very fast. Exactly. She has no engineering, no mechanical skills. I don't care. He's going to go on and say that she's an engineer. No, she's not. She's a scavenger, dude. It took me out of the movie. Same with the pilot. Being a comedic pilot. I didn't feel real. It didn't feel real. It felt like it was a movie, not a picture from a long time ago. Absolutely. I agree with you. And thank you, Robert Phillips, for not only joining us, but for chiming in. Again, guys, please comment. I want to interact with you. I do want to keep going and get through this, but by all means, I want us to interact. Yes, it is very different. And again, this kid, without, I guess, realizing, is going to prove all the things that I'm saying. He himself contradicts himself. You're going to see in his own video. It's ironic because he actually proves why she is a Mary Sue, and he doesn't even realize it. So let's keep going.
Because he would now have another very beneficial ability that doesn't match up with the rules established in the universe. But I do...
Again, superheroes don't really have rules in that universe. It's on Earth, but from the beginning, Superman could fly around the Earth and make it spin and Or I don't know if he made it spin, but he could fly so quickly around the Earth that he could turn back time. I don't remember specifically if he made the Earth spin or he was just, I think it was just him flying so fast. But that's okay because he's a superhero. He's not a regular hero. This is another confusion that people make. People think because you have the Force, you're a superhero. No, you're not. You're just a person. Anakin had a million flaws. People think just because he's the chosen one that he was supposed to be perfect. On the contrary, that's why he becomes Darth Vader, because he is so imperfect. People don't get this. It makes me nuts. Why don't you understand this? Comic books don't really have rules or an established universe. They're just going around Earth and doing what they do. They are superheroes, so therefore they can do things that the regular human being can't do. That's not being OP. That's not being a Mary Sue. That means that you're a mutant of some sorts or highly trained like Black Widow, and you can do things that the average person cannot do. Michael Jordan was the only one that could do what he could do. He wasn't a Mary Sue or Gary Stu or OP. He just worked harder and was just genetically given a gift of being better than everyone. It is what it is. But that doesn't make him breaking rules or being unrealistic. The same thing with superheroes. They can bend rules because they are superheroes. They're not us. And you can't try to argue that, well, Star Wars isn't us. Well, no, it's not. But within the context of Star Wars, within that galaxy, they're just people. It's just that some of them have the Force. And to use the Force, you need years of training and understanding. But it also doesn't make you superhuman. Qui-Gon got one shot in the chest and he's dead. Anakin says, oh, nobody can kill a Jedi. And Qui-Gon says, well, I wish that was true, because it's not true. Obviously, Jedi can die. Anyone can die. Master Yoda fades off and dies. So it's a totally different comparison that he's trying to justify one thing with the other, and it's not even a realistic comparison. As to shapeshifting, characters in the Marvel, there is the Mimic from X-Men and Morph. Yeah. And DC, Martian Man, right? Hunter can shapeshift, but not inherit powers. Okay. Again, I'm not a comic book expert. I do love superhero. Spider-Man's my guy, really. I love Batman, too. Those were always my two guys. Batman, he doesn't have any powers. He's just super smart and super trained and super focused, and, you know. But Spidey was always my guy. I love Spidey. As for Thanos, he couldn't inherit powers. The gauntlet gives him advanced powers and abilities. Okay. But so then you see, kind of though, if he has enhanced powers and abilities, he can almost, because if I remember, he was kind of somewhat mimicking or counteracting, right, what the Avengers were trying to do against him. So maybe not directly mimicking, but he had like a solution to the problem. Jordan missed over 8,000 shots. Good writing shows people with flaws with the extraordinary. Exactly. Very well said, Hans Strong. Thank you for being here, and very well said. Absolutely. This is, you know, and this again goes back to what a Mary Sue is. Michael Jordan had so many failures. We all remember those game-winning buzzer shots, but you're not remembering how many of those he missed. You're not remembering that he didn't make the playoffs his second year because he had a broken, well, that doesn't totally count. He had a broken foot, but he didn't just step in and win. Yes, he dominated the league. He was a scoring champion, but that was individually working harder than everyone else and having some God-given talent. But he didn't just walk into the league and start winning everything and take over. No, he was the best individual player. But he didn't just change his universe because he stepped in. It took a lot of hard work. And guess what? He had a team of really good people around him because he didn't win that shit by himself. Okay? Whereas Rey doesn't need anybody. She just does it all herself. Jedi and superheroes, villains, are not a good parallel. No, they're not. They're two totally different rules and worlds. And, you know, and again, they're superheroes. They are meant to not be like us. They were written from the beginning that way. So that's okay. That's fine. That has been established that they are otherworldly from us. Even though they are from Earth, most of them, and they're on Earth, they are you already perceive them as being otherworldly. Whereas in the Star Wars universe, we're all equal there, right? We all live in that galaxy, and you're not otherworldly because the world is like interconnected. Maybe not, well, yeah, I guess in the same sense as Star Trek, yeah. You know, it's like you're one galaxy. You're not like different planets. I am a superhero fan. I don't know everything, but know enough, and I study to bone up when necessary. Yeah. Okay, so continuing on.
I do feel there needs to be something said about rules of a universe, because I do think there is a stark difference between whether or not something breaks the rules of a universe or it expands upon the rules of a universe. In the case of Star Wars.
Okay, so as I've said several times now, you can by all means expand, evolve, grow, but we all know that the sequel trilogy is not an expansion or growth or acceleration. It is literally smacking in the face 1 through 6. It is literally breaking all the rules, disrespecting and disregarding everything that has been pre-established. You cannot argue that, period. It is fact. Rey's actions, Ahsoka being alive, all this nonsense that Disney does directly contradicts the OT, which is the foundation. It also contradicts the PT. Rey being all the Jedi and healing and beating Palpatine literally negates Anakin Skywalker, the chosen one. It's not an opinion. It's not subjective. It's fact, the gold man.
Star Wars, the source of power comes from the Force. However, in each movie of the Skywalker saga, a new Force power is introduced. In The Empire Strikes
Okay, that's fine. But not Force powers that desecrate and diminish previous events. If Obi-Wan could heal, we would still have Qui-Gon. If Luke could heal, we would still have Ben Kenobi. He could have saved Darth Vader. I mean, are you watching the same film that we are? There's not, a room for argument there. It's fact. You can. Okay, number one, George Lucas can do whatever the hell he wants. It's his universe. He created it. So if he wants to introduce a new Force power, well, then absolutely, he's the creator. Number two, George Lucas never contradicted himself. What he did behind the scenes is irrelevant. On screen, the movies have continuity. They do not contradict themselves. So he wouldn't have introduced Force healing because it would have changed the entire story. Yet Disney did exactly that. And speaking of Force healing, she's kind enough to Force heal some random worm, but she doesn't Force heal Poe, who the entire rest of the movie is like this with his arm banded up. Force users are superhuman, but they have to train for years to get to that point. Well, yes and no. I wouldn't say they're superhuman. They are just like us. It's just some of them have a greater amount of the Force. You can somewhat perceive them as superhuman, but they're not superheroes. They're not superhuman. They just have the Force. It's kind of like magicians. You can perceive them as the sorcerer that does all the stuff, but when you really understand what magic is behind the scenes, you see that it's not all quite what you think it is. It's a lot of show. Now, I'm not saying the Jedi aren't legitimately using the Force. They are. I'm not trying to make that argument, but I'm just saying that things aren't always how you perceive them. So I wouldn't quite say they're superhuman. They are like us. They just have the Force. Hey, mostly safe. Good to see you. But still mortal. Same could be said with superheroes. Yes, but on the same token, superheroes don't tend to die. They tend to be more resilient towards dying. And that's one of the biggest differences in Star Wars, is that while these guys have amazing powers, they can very easily die. That's what made the stakes. That's what made Qui-Gon and all the Jedi special. And if you like the dark side, well, same thing. Darth Maul, he gets chopped in half. He's not like he can't be killed. I mean, he literally got chopped in half. So, I don't see the Force as a superpower, but that is my perspective. You see it differently. I respect that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say you're totally wrong, Hans. Don't get me wrong, but I think maybe think that through a little bit more, because they're not really superheroes or a superpower. It's just like an enhancement, an attunement to nature, if you will. And the way to equate it to us is to like Mother Nature, to the ether. So being more in tune with it allows you to do things that the average human or being or alien wouldn't be able to do. Introducing abilities that break previous canon by introducing plot holes is poor writing. Detractors rely on straw man. Yes, that's the difference. And this is what this kid is not addressing. He's justifying by saying, you know, you can just introduce new things. Well, sure you can. We're not saying you can't. But you can't introduce things that break everything before. That's what you're not understanding.
Back, you could levitate objects with the Force. In Return of the Jedi, you can now shoot lightning from your hands. In The Phantom Menace, you can run at super speed.
Okay. Number one, if you know Star Wars lore, and again, I'm going to be fair and not to try to bring in the EU, but if you know Star Wars lore, the Force lightning is not a new thing. Number two, Force lightning wasn't something that just any dark side user could use. Darth Maul couldn't do it. You have to be very highly advanced. In fact, the only two that we see on screen that can do it are Sidious and Dooku, which is a testament to Dooku. He was much more powerful than he lets on or that you see in the movies. He would shred Darth Maul. Okay? And he shredded Asajj Ventress in the cartoons. So, one, lore-wise, it's not new, but we'll be fair and say, okay, within the context of the movies, fine. But you're just introducing a Sith power. You're showing that, okay, from the beginning, the original movies, that Sidious could do that, that he's the supreme leader somewhat of the dark side. Fine. That doesn't break anything pre-established. That's the point, that the things that Rey does, it's not just force healing. Many things that we're going to see and discuss, she breaks pre-established rules. Force run, by the way, okay, so they can get a little sprint, a little boost of speed. Wow, what an amazing power. So unrealistic. I mean, come on, big deal.
And boy, would that have been convenient at the end. In Attack of the Clones, you can absorb lightning in your hand.
Master Yoda can. Not anybody. Grand Master 900-year-old Jedi, the greatest Jedi in the galaxy before Luke Skywalker. Yeah, he could, especially against his own student.
And in Revenge of the Sith, you can literally save yourself from dying by using the dark side.
No, you can't. Anakin did not save himself. Did you really watch Revenge of the Sith? Because just minutes later, Sidious comes with 2 clones and says, bring the, I forget what he called it, you know, the, whatever. They bring a stretcher, they get Anakin, and immediately, you know, start giving him life support, and they have to put him in the suit. They don't even, like, wait and try to heal him or give him time to heal. He immediately has to be in the suit or he's going to die. Like, he was minutes away from being dead. Now, could the average person survive this, being on fire and lava? No. But it's Star Wars, so we can stretch a little bit. And he is the chosen one. For Christ's sake. But he didn't save himself. Anakin doesn't save a damn person. In the entire Star Wars, does he really save anybody? I mean, I guess he does save Padme. He probably does save Ahsoka in the cartoons. You could argue, yeah, he helped save Obi-Wan. But he doesn't save himself. Palpatine literally has to come and save him. And by the way, Darth Maul, the same exact thing. The reason Darth Maul survives is because of Sidious.
In The Force Awakens, you can just stop blaster bullets with the Force. In the last
bingo, I agree. Okay, I'm not sure which point, but okay, cool. The thing about the force healing issue really makes me frustrated. It breaks so much lore. Is force healing part of EU canon in games? Yes, but it doesn't work the way shown in Trust. Yes, there's several problems, a multitude of problems, even just force stuff. But that one thing, force healing, more than anything, just completely dismantles the previous 6 movies. It completely destroys them. It completely destroys Anakin Skywalker. And this kid doesn't understand that. Kyle Ron not beating Rey in TFA proves that point. Mary Sue. Yeah, absolutely. And in many ways, EU stories, it was an ability Dark Lord of the Sith and Dark Jedi could use Force Lightning. Yeah. And again, we're going to try to stay away from lore just so that we're on equal playing field with his video because I want to be fair. But yes, absolutely. But also, as I pointed out, it's not just a dark side power. You have to be like a top studied, insanely powerful Sith to do it. Not all Sith could just shoot lightning, which Rey does. All right, so then he mentioned like stopping blaster bolts. Okay, again, breaking lore. How many times would Jedi or Sith just stop blaster bolts? Okay, Order 66. All the Jedi are getting cut down by freaking clones. So if you could stop blaster bolts, and we're not talking about scrub Jedi, we're talking about masters and grand masters. Ki-Adi, Ayla Secura, Plo Koon. I mean, if this is a force ability, we wouldn't have lost all the Jedi in Order 66. Use your brain, the gold man.
Last Jedi, you can force project yourself across.
No, you can't. That's fan fiction. That's Disney fan fiction. You cannot do that. Because once again, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, all these powerful Jedi would have been doing so. Qui-Gon, who was so wise that he figured out force ghosting, would have done so. That is not a thing. That is a Disney fan fiction, nonsensical thing.
Across the galaxy, and in the Rise of Skywalker, you can use the.
Okay, so why didn't Obi-Wan save Qui-Gon? Because he was a dick?
Force to heal people. So what I'm trying to say is that if a new power is introduced.
If it isn't clear, he is desperately trying to justify and defend his girl, Daisy Ridley. Okay, it should be very obvious. Again, if you like Daisy, if you like the character Rey, by all means, dude, I got no problem with that. But you sitting here trying to justify the things that she does because she's your favorite character just makes you look foolish. You have to be realistic. She has to be the best because she earned it and because she truly is the best. And when she's doing things that Grand Master Yoda could not even pretend to do, then it's foolish.
There's an unclear line between
medical capsule, yes. Thank you, D.
Whether or not it's an expansion of the mythos or if it's a contradiction of the lore.
Okay, and you're sitting here again trying to justify, and as I just said, and as anybody watching this stream knows, it is going against the lore. Come on. Have you watched 1 through 6? I'm curious, Goldman, because I don't see reviews on those films. I don't see you defending the prequels, never mind the OT. So, has he seen them? Yeah, I'm sure he's watched Empire twice. Does he understand it? Has he really watched it? Let me tell you something. I've watched all the Star Wars movies easily. All of them. Not the new bullshit. But Star Wars, all of them, over 100 times each. Easy. Easy. So, I don't pretend that I have every line memorized or everything memorized or that I know every last little thing. But I know these movies very well. You could have watched them 5 times and understand what Rey is doing is inconsistent. So it makes me think, like so many people that talk this way, that you have not watched these movies, or you watched them once like 7 years ago and you're going off what you kind of remember. If you're going to make this type of video, then you should have sat down, done a Star Wars marathon, and really thought about what you're about to say.
So if a new power is introduced, the question may arise as to whether or not it contradicts the lore or expands the mythos, which is very important.
It's not a question. It's fact. It's in front of your eyes. If Rey can heal, you've just broken down the entire Star Wars. You just broke it all. Stop trying to justify Rey, dude.
But the bigger question that may arise is, why was this power never used before? Now, I'm going to continue on with this point when I talk about Rey's
Because it doesn't exist. That's why.
force healing, so I'm not done with this yet. But I just wanted to make the point that there's a difference between expansion and contradiction. Back to what a Mary Sue is. The term Mary Sue originated all the way back in 1973. A woman named Paula Smith wrote a Star Trek fanfiction named A Trekkie's Tale, and in it created a character named Lieutenant Mary Sue. She was the youngest lieutenant in the fleet, and she was only 15 years old. Mary Sue was pretty much the perfect person. Everyone loved her, she was very smart, very talented.
Okay, I want to point something out here. I saw a tweet that, for example, said, if you have to spend 2.5 hours justifying why Rey is not a Mary Sue, well, that really says it all. She's obviously a Mary Sue. And yes, absolutely. Now, I have some long videos. Mauler has some insanely long videos. It's not that just because your video is long that it's wrong or incoherent or not making a solid point. That's not like an inherent rule. But one, if you have to go through this much justification, that already tells you something. But two, as you can see, he's like going on not about really proving why Rey is not a Mary Sue. He's going on about, well, Superman was overpowered, and that this is where the thing Mary Sue comes from, the Trekkie thing, and nobody cares. It doesn't matter. You are defending Rey and trying to say she's not a Mary Sue. And here we are. Well, it's only been 5 minutes in the video, but I think you guys get my point here.
So talented that she won a Nobel Peace Prize for her ability to fly the Enterprise. Even though she eventually died from an illness, everyone loved her so much that they decided to make a single day per year devoted to her. So now that we know what a Mary Sue is and where it originated from, why are Mary Sue characters bad and why should they be avoided? For one, characters are at their best when they are flawed. No human beings are perfect, and if you want to make your characters as relatable as possible, then you should want to make them as flawed as possible as well. Since Mary Sue characters are essentially...
Okay. Once again, you're going on about what a Mary Sue is and why it's this and why that. You should be getting to the point of your argument, the official guide of why Rey is not a Mary Sue. I mean, come on, dude. He is desperately trying to establish and justify why it's okay for Rey. This is what his video really, it should be one of two titles. Why I think Rey is not a Mary Sue, or my opinion that Rey is not a Mary Sue, or why it's okay that Rey is a Mary Sue, because that's really what this video is him justifying why it is okay that she is indeed a Mary Sue. So we're going through all this extra.
Actually perfect human beings, they don't have any flaws that the audience can relate with.
D, gotta run. Great stream so far. I'll be certain to catch a replay. Thanks, D. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you do catch the replay. As always, thank you for coming. And I'm probably going to be here about 5 hours, so maybe you'll come back. See you later, buddy.
Also, dynamic characters are the ones that spark change, whether it be within themselves or within other people. There is usually an essential flaw that a character possesses. The struggle to overcome that flaw is what makes a good story. So again, since...
Okay, you just said that the struggle to overcome that flaw is a good story. Rey doesn't have to overcome anything. So why is she your favorite character and why is she not a Mary Sue?
Mary Sues don't have any flaws, there's nothing for them to overcome. Thus, there is no story. And lastly, in stories...
And that's the sequel trilogy. There is no story because there's nothing to overcome.
It's like Star Wars where there are many fights. The main character can lose or lose something. Since Mary Sues are extremely overpowered, there are no stakes because it's pretty much impossible for them to lose. Let's look at Iron Man 1 and Captain...
So here we go again, making excuses and referencing other things, not even Star Wars things. Now we're going back to superheroes, and Captain Marvel is your example. Oh, Lord. The point is, Rey has no flaws. Rey does not have any downfalls or failures. So what are we talking about here?
Marvel. By the way, I don't think Captain Marvel is a Mary Sue, but I don't think she's a good character either. In a one-on-one fight, Captain Marvel would easily beat Iron Man, but Iron Man is a much more beloved character because he is far more relatable, and he struggles to achieve his goals. Captain Marvel doesn't struggle at all in her film, really, and the climactic battle has no tension because she is way more overpowered than everyone else. So that is why you want flawed and relatable characters.
Okay, wait a minute. I haven't seen Captain Marvel, so I can't truly comment. But literally, you just said that she doesn't have any struggles or problems or flaws, that she could just beat anybody. So you're defeating your own argument. You just said that she's not a Mary Sue, but then you proceed in your next sentence to say that she has no flaws. I don't know. I'm assuming that this kid wrote a script. Did he proofread it?
Not Mary Sue's. Now, there's one last thing I want to talk about in this opening section, and it's kind of a tough topic to address. Many people claim that the Mary Sue label is sexist. I don't believe that if someone calls a character a Mary Sue that it automatically makes them sexist, but I do believe there is a double standard. Now, I could be wrong.
Two quick things. The only association with sex is Mary Sue means a female, and Gary Sue means a male, because it has nothing to do with sexism, which is another huge flawed argument that SJWs and Mickey Mouseketeers want to make, that you're just a anti-feminist, you're just a misogynist, you just don't like Rey because she's a girl. No. Incorrect. 10,000%. We all loved Leia, we all loved Padme, we all loved many female characters, Shakti, Luminara and Unduli, Barriss Offee. Up until recently, Ahsoka was an awesome character. It has nothing to do with feminism or female or any of that. The only connection to sex is that Mary Sue means a female, Gary Sue means a male. Other than that, it has to do with his or her attributes. And second, I'm going to munch on some crackers while we watch this, so just thought I'd throw that out there. Force healing has been around since 1993 in the expanded universe. Most Jedi have rudimentary understanding of force healing. That's why Obi-Wan didn't heal Qui-Gon, and certain Jedi can essentially perform surgery. She is a Mary Sue. Yes. Okay. Barriss Offee is known as a Jedi healer. In fact, she has a book that I'm pretty sure is called Jedi Healer. But here's the thing. One thing is being like a nurse, and you can give positive energy, and through the Force, you can kind of accelerate healing and give a person a feeling of well-being. Another thing is Mary Sue Rey literally saying, oh, there's this big gaping hole in your body. Let me put my hand on you, and the hole just totally disappears. All your internal organs are just healed. That's a whole other level of nonsense. Furthermore, there's bacta tanks. You know, Luke was in a bacta tank. That's what that is in The Empire Strikes Back. So it's not like healing is an outrageous or new thing in Star Wars, but to just physically within seconds put your hand over a gaping wound and it just not only heals it, but makes it brand new and internal organs. It's ridiculous. Which, by the way, it's been a long time since I've read a lot of the EU, but I don't recall bacta spray. I think in some games there was some. My point is in The Mandalorian, where IG-11 does the little, here, let me just spray you in the head, and 5 minutes later, you're fine. That's not realistic either. You can soak in a bacta tank. I even remember how they would stress, if you got badly injured, you had to be inside of a bacta tank sometimes for weeks. It was serious. It wasn't like you just dip your toe in and you're fine. It helps you heal, yes, but it's not like some instantaneous thing. So they didn't understand force healing. Yeah, no, they didn't understand a lot of things. All right. Okay, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Captain Marvel does have flaws. She does have restrictions. She overcomes those flaws and gets access to her full powers, and that is why she can kick ass. Okay, again, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't comment. I don't want to come off as I'm judging her, because the only understanding I have is what everybody says, that she's just an asshole, especially Brie, and that she's way OP. So that's, and again, I'm going off of what everybody says. But you do see the point that I made, is that this kid himself says, well, but she doesn't have flaws. So it's like, is he even understanding his own argument and his own, like the things he's using as a source or argument, he doesn't even understand. I don't hate Captain Marvel myself, and the missus enjoyed the film, but it's not the greatest thing ever. Yeah, I know people that liked it. So, again, I can't comment. I have to be totally fair. I haven't seen it. So it doesn't look interesting to me. There's nothing that I saw that I'm like, oh, wow, I want to check that out. And then that's worse by Bree's attitude and everything I've heard. Armstrong, yep, you got it. They don't understand the Force. Yeah, they don't understand Star Wars, literally. Because it's not just Force problems. It's just like everything problems. All right. Again, I'm going to munch on some crackers, so let's keep going. I hope you guys see my point, though, is that this kid, his own arguments are defeating themselves. Like, he's using his own arguments against himself.
Wrong in saying this, but this is just my own observation from my own personal experiences. I see female characters called Mary Sues all the time, such as Rey, Captain Marvel, Arya Stark, and Korra, just to name a few. But
okay, I haven't seen Captain Marvel. I have heard tons of negative things, but I don't remember people calling her Mary Sue, honestly. Arya Stark, Mary Sue? What? She does do some cool stuff, but remember, she trains with assassins, and she's brought up in a rough world, and I don't think she does anything outrageous. The story fell apart, the show fell apart, and it was terrible writing, but Arya? I watched all of Game of Thrones. I don't remember her doing anything flying or floating or healing or doing any kind of insane shit. As far as this last character, I don't know her, so I cannot comment. But Arya Stark or Mary Sue, sorry, I can't agree with that. And I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. And same thing with Captain Marvel. People just don't like her because she's an asshole, not because she's a Mary Sue. So your argument is pretty weak.
Almost never do I hear a male character called a Gary Stu. If you're someone who believes that any of those characters I listed above are Mary Sues or some other characters, can you also name any men who are Gary Stews?
Okay, it's a light side force ability. Jedi and Sith can both use dark and light side abilities interchangeably, but typically draw from their respective sides of the force. In the immortal words of Han Solo, that's not how the force works. Yes. Okay. Yes and no. Force lightning is a dark side ability. Force healing is a light side ability. But it's not so simple to say as they can just interchangeably, because Obi-Wan, one of the best Jedi of all time, could never even begin to pretend to use Force lightning. If Obi-Wan, like Qui-Gon, and there is no such thing as a great Jedi, but if you, Dooku is a good example. Dooku was a good guy, a Jedi. He then becomes a dark Jedi, because he's not technically a Sith. He's a dark Jedi. But he's highly trained, trained by Yoda himself, many years. He's older. Remember, this guy has a lot of wisdom and experience, and he's a very powerful dark side user. So therefore, he could use Force Lightning. But again, not anybody could, because Maul would have been shocking the shit out of people. And Jedi and Sith would be interchangeably doing things. There are basic powers like Force Jump, Force Run, grabbing things and moving them with the Force, sure. But Force Lightning and Force Healing are two very specific, like highly powerful on either side could use. Could Obi-Wan spend time studying the dark side, and could he have learned Force Lightning? By all means, I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying, Obi-Wan being a good guy on the path that he was, who he is, he wouldn't even want to, and he wouldn't know how to use Force Lightning. So that statement, you got to be a little careful, because it's not just so interchangeable. Could they take the time to study it and spend time on the other side? Sure. But it's not just like, Qui-Gon or Yoda or whoever could just all of a sudden do. Stark is not a Mary Sue. What the hell? Yeah, exactly. She was a little badass, but that girl went through freaking hell. She got stabbed and fell into the canal. She got killed almost like 1,000 times. She trained with assassins. How is she Mary Sue? Korra's from The Last Airbender. Okay, yeah, I was never into The Last Airbender, so I don't know her. Plo Koon used Force Lightning. Mace Windu used Vapid, technically a dark side style. Ahsoka. Okay. There are no great Jedi. This is confirmed by George Lucas. Also, Rinzler, when I interviewed him, there's no such thing. That's a fan thing. Your Plo Koon and Window examples are EU. The only thing that is truly canon is the movies. The EU is not canon. I love the EU. I'm not trashing the EU. And if anything should become canon and be inherited into canon, it is the EU. But at the end of the day, it's EU, expanded universe, not canon. We are going off of the movies. The movies do not show Plo Koon using lightning. The anime show, not the dreadful movie. Yeah, I got you. Remember, we're only using the movies here. So
I feel like I could make the argument that many of the superheroes we see are Gary Stews, but I don't want to because I don't believe that they are. The only man who I've ever heard been called a Mary Sue was Starkiller, but besides that, I've never heard it used before. So again, this
Starkiller's video game. In the video game world, things bend a lot. He's expanded universe. And by the way, Starkiller was Darth Vader's apprentice. Okay? Not Kylo emo bitch who worships Darth Vader's helmet and has, yeah, he trained with Luke a little bit, but most of his development, he learned the basics, but most of his development was off doing his own thing or under Snoke. So, and Snoke, as we see, is nobody. He's a bitch too. So, that's invalid.
This is just my own observation, but I do feel there's a double standard between a Mary Sue and a Gary Stew. But anyway, that is my introduction to the term Mary Sue, and
I don't believe that. There is no contradiction or preference. If you're a Gary Stew, you're a Gary Stew. You're Mary Sue, you're Mary Sue. The problem is that, one, you don't understand the definition of Mary Sue, as you've shown us several times in this video. And two, most stories are thought out, planned, and written well. Unfortunately, your beloved sequel trilogy is a fucking trash fire. And that's why Rey is a Mary Sue. Not because inherently in other movies and other things, that has nothing to do. We're talking about the sequel trilogy and Rey being a Mary Sue. So in this universe, this galaxy, within these rules, within this story, Rey is a Mary Sue. It's irrelevant what Superman or anybody else does, because that's not Star Wars.
Now it is time to discuss the films. Up first, we have The Force Awakens. Now, basically what I will be doing is going through each scene that I feel helps flesh out Rey's character and disprove the Mary Sue argument. Obviously, there are some scenes that I will spend a lot of time on, and there will be others that I don't spend that much time on. Now, in preparation for this video, I did watch many videos on why Rey is a Mary Sue, so I will try to address these points as much as I can. But without further ado, let's begin.
Okay. I admit myself, in some of my videos, I do take a little bit of time to pre-establish certain things. I myself do that. But I give different points of source or proof or standing, not just kind of recycling the same thing over. And we are now 10 minutes into this video. And now he's going to actually make his real argument of why she's not a Mary Sue. Just saying.
The first scene with Rey is her daily life on Jakku. Now, for the sake of clarification, I'm going to classify Rey's introduction as everything up until the point where she meets Finn. So this includes her first...
Hans, George Lucas changed his mind all the time, and I don't think he cares anymore, especially after all the hate he received. The EU will always be canon to me, but people like what they like, to each his own. Okay, first, please know that I'm not attacking you. I very much appreciate you being here and your comments and your input, okay? So don't take it wrong. I'm not trying to, like, prove you wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying. Second, yes, he changed their I don't know if you'll see them, but like cheese squares. Yes, this is the difference though. Lucas changed his mind all the time. Lucas changed things all the time. The Star Wars saga is not 100% the original thing that he wrote, but that is irrelevant. That is us being fortunate enough to become privy to behind the scenes stuff that we never should have seen, but because we're such crazy fans, we dig around and we question and we ask, and things get released and we find out. But none of that matters, dude. What matters is what's in the movies, what we see. That's the only thing that matters. What he did behind the scenes, whether he changed the story 80,000 times, it's irrelevant. The final product on the movie screen is what matters. So George, whatever he did, it doesn't matter, because what matters is what we have, that story of continuity. Disney, on the other hand, not only has like all this stuff to work off of, but they can't keep their own canon straight. Never mind Star Wars canon. They contradict themselves throughout these movies. And that's the difference. Behind the scenes, it doesn't mean two shits what JJ wrote. He could have wrote the script over 20 times. At the end of the day, that doesn't matter. What matters is that on screen, Rey is it's a Kenobi. Then she's sold off to junk traders. Then she's nobody. And then she's a Palpatine. On screen, the story that's supposed to have continuity does not have continuity. That's the problem. So behind the scenes, while we're all crazy fans and we like to see and know that stuff, I get it. But it's irrelevant. What matters is what's in the movies. And George Lucas, for all his flaws and mistakes and whatever you want to say, his movies don't have continuity problems. You can argue that, was the execution great? Were the effects? Were this, that, the other? You can argue whatever you want, but you cannot argue canon or continuity. George Lucas had it all straight. Everything has an explanation. In the Disney trilogy, it's like, first of all, we don't even understand half the shit. Even in The Mandalorian, like, what's the tracking fob? How does that shit work? But never mind the movies. We don't even have answers to half the shit. And the shit that we do have answers to, it all contradicts pre-established stuff. The Rise of Skywalker literally retcons entirely The Last Jedi. So I'm just saying that, yes, George did his things, but at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything. What matters is the movies. What kind of chips? I don't know if you saw them. Hopefully you did. You're a good man. I like debates, not just arguments. Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying none of us are perfect. Absolutely. We all make mistakes, and I do too. All right. So we're finally going to get to Rey's introduction. Let's go.
First trip to Nema Outpost, rescuing BB-8, her second trip to Nema Outpost, and her fighting those thugs. Sound good? Good. So let's look at this scene. Now, if I were to do a moment-by-moment breakdown, there's nothing in this opening scene that depicts Rey as a Mary Sue. But this scene is essential in providing reasons why Rey is so good at the things that many people see her as being a Mary Sue. So I'm going to spend a fair amount of time on this to highlight what is shown to us in this scene. And to do that, I'm going to compare Rey's opening to Luke's opening from A New Hope. Because for one, both openings
Oh, shit. You know, you already done fucked up now.
are very similar. And two,
No,
many
they're not.
people love to make the argument that Luke isn't a Mary Sue, but Rey is, and use this opening scene as an example as to why. So let's compare what we learn about these two in this scene. First, we learn that Luke is a farmer and Rey is a scavenger, both with a similar skill set. Both
Incorrect. You presume that Luke is a farmer, but the truth of the matter is, what you see is a guy in the desert. We don't know about the moisture evaporators till later. So we don't even know what he's doing. He's just some kid that lives in the desert. Rey, on the other hand, from the beginning, we see her scavenging. So, no, you do not know Luke is a farmer until later. And furthermore, I don't remember if in the movies they actually say it. I don't think that Luke actually says, I am a farmer. Or Uncle Owen says, you are a farmer. They do later say, well, you know, I need you for next season, for the harvest, so you can, you know, put two and two together. But the words that he is an actual farmer, no. The most important part is from the beginning. No, you do not know he's a farmer. It's a guy that's a young man in some desert, not plantation, but, you know, a plot, a little desert plot. Rey is a scavenger. Okay. Both are engineers. You don't get that from either one in the beginning. Rey is a scavenger. Luke is a guy in the desert. Hopefully those who watch my fanfic will dig what I did with Snoke. I spend part of the story uncovering his history and tie it into the entire saga, and in my story, Snoke is alive. It does pull from you. That's cool. I think that most of us were anticipating and hoping Snoke was going to be cool. Why? Because the Emperor's dead. We all know that. So we were looking for a new big bad. We wanted a cool antagonist. At the end of the day, nobody really cared about Kylo. We wanted to see Snoke the badass. Ryan threw that out the window. Okay, so again, going off just the movies, and we're going to be 100% fair and accurate. No, you do not know Luke is a farmer. We do, in fact, know Rey is a scavenger. And we do not know that either one is an engineer. Furthermore, neither one is an engineer. I wonder if this kid knows the definition of engineer.
both are engineers of some kind, especially when it comes to droids, and both know how to drive a speeder.
Incorrect. When do you see Luke repairing, building? He has very little interaction with the droids other than, like, they're another character, another person next to him, and he interacts with them, yes. But as far as Luke isn't repairing droids or scavenging their parts or putting them together. Rey, same thing. She doesn't work on droids. You don't even meet BB-8 till later. And then she just meets a complete droid and interacts with him, and BB-8 follows her around. So neither one of them is an engineer or works on droids.
Where they differ slightly is in their use of weaponry.
Okay, they both pilot a speeder. Okay. Fair enough. And furthermore, Rey's is faster. Maybe more advanced. So I'll even give Rey a little bit of an advantage. Use of weapons. Rey doesn't have access to, nor really uses any weapons. She has her staff. And that's fine. You grow up with a staff, you're swinging it around, you could become proficient with it. No problem, no argument. But this goes later to something he shows in the video. Luke, as you can see, his rifle is right there on the side of the sand speeder. So from the beginning, without having to be told, we know that Luke rolls with the rifle and would know how to use it. We also learn about sand people and how vicious they are in just a moment, and how they have to be careful at night because of the sand people. So Luke, who is also around a lot of other guys his age, would have gone in the canyons and been shooting at stuff. Would have had experience and knowledge of his rifle. Rey does not. All she has is her staff. Now, you can become a very efficient fighter with just the staff, but as far as like blasters, rifles, Rey has no clue. Better said, I'm sure she's seen blasters, right? There's people coming around the junkyard, so I'm not saying she doesn't even know what a blaster looks like, but her having one, using one, no.
Luke can use a rifle, and Rey can use a staff. Now, their skill set was never the problem, but how these characters obtain this skill set is what seems to be up for debate. Both films never straight up tell us how these characters learn these skills, but based off of clues given to us in the film, we can logically infer how these characters obtained these skill sets.
Incorrect. Luke mentions the exhaust port isn't much larger than a swamp rat. I shot them in my T-16s. He also is friends with Biggs. Biggs is in the Rebel Academy. Luke's whole arc is about him wanting to leave Tatooine to join the Academy and be a pilot. You see him in his speeder, and there's several references and inferences of him having knowledge and skill of piloting. Also, inside of his home, we see another speeder, which is Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen's. And there's parts and there's all kinds of stuff. It's like a garage. So Luke having general knowledge of how to work with things, fix things, fly standard ships, absolutely. Furthermore, Luke is the Chosen One's son. The Chosen One built his own droid, could drive or could fly, pilot a pod racer, is arguably the best pilot of all time in the Star Wars galaxy. So, did Palpatine ever fly anything?
In films, the storytellers do not have the same luxuries that books do. They need to show us things for the audience to infer, while the books can straight up tell the audience.
And this is the difference between George Lucas and Jar Jar Abrams and Rian Johnson. Because while books are different, good story writing is good story writing. And you can, not only in the script and the words, but also in the proper inferences, totally justify what is going on in the movie. George Lucas was a master at that. Jar Jar and Ryan just leave you with more questions. So this argument is null, because good story writing is good story writing, regardless of the medium. A great painter, artist, can paint a still image on a wall and tell an entire story. So it's not about the medium. It's about understanding storytelling. I don't blame George Lucas for not caring anymore. I have my problems with the prequels, but people took it too far. It's just a movie, guys. Lol. The prequels were made with the EU in mind. I love the prequels. I don't pretend they're perfect. I've said it before. They're not great movies on their own, but they are great Star Wars movies. They have perfect continuity. They tell the story of not only Anakin, but the entire saga. Personally, I have always been a fan of the prequels. They're not the OT. They're not the greatest films I've ever seen. George Lucas, yeah, I mean, he's been through a lot. It was a lot of things. He didn't need the money. He was older. He has a new baby. He wants to spend time with his wife. He's, you think people are celebrities? Do you understand what it must have been like to be George Lucas? Like, you cannot go anywhere without 80 people asking you the same questions over and over for 30, 40 years. He unfortunately trusted in KK, and there's a lot of things there, but we can't blame him. It's his. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Personally, what I would have done is kept ownership. Put KK or whoever you want in charge. And then the second you see that KK's fucking up, you either fucking slap her wrist and say, what the fuck are you doing? Or just fire her. But you must maintain creative control. I don't know why he did that. That's the part that baffles me. If he didn't want to deal with it, have somebody else do it, fine. Put Filoni or whoever. I wouldn't appoint Filoni, but just saying. Put whoever in charge, but maintain control of the property. That's the part that baffles me. Oh, well. George Lucas really stopped caring about 2008 with the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars doesn't fit with the old EU. There's a lot of people that think and insist that George Lucas wrote all the Clone Wars and was involved in that. No, he was not. Absolutely not. He came up with the concept. His intention was for it to be canon. But you can watch the featurettes. You can see George Lucas interviews. Even Dave Filoni himself says it. George Lucas did not create all the stories. George Lucas would go into a room, also in my Rinzler interview. George Lucas would go into a room with some ideas and give it to the writers, and then the writers would go off and make their own thing. And he gave Dave Filoni full freedom to go ahead and create. Sadly, Dave Filoni, who bold-faced lies, says, I love George Lucas and I respect his galaxy, literally retcon shit all the time. So, Clone Wars cartoon is not canon. It's not George Lucas. That's phony Filoni's fan fiction. You do understand good storytelling. I agree. Thank you. Luke is an engineer, at the very best, a mechanic. Yes. Maybe a tinkerer. Yes. Is he a pilot? But he is a pilot, and we learn a good pilot. Absolutely. It is properly inferred and built up to where we know that he's a pilot. And again, like I said, I don't think this kid understands the definition of engineer. Number one, an engineer doesn't tend to work on things. They design things. They're the thinkers. That's a very advanced and specific thing. A mechanic is someone that tinkers and works with these things. So first of all, I don't think he understands really the definition of what he's trying to explain. But even if he had used the correct word of mechanic, neither one of them is truly a mechanic anyways. She is a freaking scavenger. Just because, listen, go walk into a junkyard. You don't have to know a damn thing about cars, but you can very easily go stripping pieces off of a car. That doesn't qualify you as an engineer, mechanic, or anything. You might not even know what the hell those parts are or what they're worth, but you can go scavenge all day long. Jawas were masters at scavenging. I bet they couldn't put a freaking tent together. So it's not inherent because you scavenge parts that you know what the shit is. You're just scavenging parts. And in Rey's case, because she's trying to find anything of value that she can eat. Excuse me.
In the case of Luke, we see that Luke works on his uncle's farm. Since a lot of these skills that he has here are skills that are useful when it comes to farming, it is a safe assumption to make that his aunt or uncle taught him how to use these things. Now, many people would point to Rey and say there is nothing that can help us logically.
Okay, Luke grows up with an aunt and uncle and friends. The cantina's not far. He would go to Mos Eisley often. He would have interacted with many beings, species, creatures, beasts, whatever. Jawas, sand people. Rey is a girl by herself in a desert, not interacting with people. The most interaction she has is her little slave owner that she tries to sell parts to. Did she ever speak to another alien? Yeah, I'm sure. Did she ever have a confrontation, bump in, witness something of other species? Yeah, she's not on a deserted island. But for the most part, Rey is off by herself, just trying to survive. Luke is literally interacting with other beings. So Luke is going to naturally bounce off ideas, learn things from other people, challenge and debate and learn and all these things by having interaction. Rey is a totally different circumstance. So it makes perfect sense that Luke is knowledgeable about things in the galaxy, but Rey is just some girl in the desert. She shouldn't know any of this shit.
Infer how Rey learned these skills, but I completely disagree. We are shown that
Well, of course you do. That's your girl.
Rey essentially works for Unkar Plutt on a commission type basis. She goes.
Okay, that's your first mistake. She doesn't work for him per se. She is his slave. This is something that people don't seem to connect. Rey was not given by her parents to this guy to like, hey, please take care of our daughter. You're our friend, or you owe us a favor. Please raise and take her. She was sold off for drinking money. The movie literally says that. She's a slave. So this guy wasn't treating her well, taking care of her, giving her advantages, teaching her too much, because how do you maintain a slave? You keep them ignorant. And he's going to go through this whole argument that this guy trained her to scavenge and all. Bullshit. Rey was on her own figuring shit out. And bless her heart for doing that. But that's what any normal person would do, is you got to adapt and survive, or you're just going to die. But Rey, literally, people do not connect the dots here. She's a slave. She was sold off to this guy.
To him twice in the opening scene to trade mechanical parts for food rations, and even makes a point about a part being a different price a week ago. And later on in the movie, when she has her Force vision, she is left with Unkar Plutt when she was like 9 years old. When Han asks her who had possession of the Falcon all this time, she's able to tell him a long list of people who stole the Falcon.
Okay, because she's directly this guy's slave. She's around him. She knows, maybe she was there during the transaction. Maybe she hears stories. But that doesn't mean that she's worldly or knows everything in the galaxy. She knows about a specific ship that is right there next to her, not some ship on the other side of the planet or other planet. The one big ship that's sitting right there in front of the guy's main outpost. So it's what? She heard a story about it. Doesn't mean she's knowledgeable and stuff. The movies by themselves should stand on their own without having to do homework beforehand with supplementary material. Supplementary material should connect as long as it can stand on its merit. Absolutely. And you said beforehand, yes, but also after the fact. I shouldn't have to read a book to understand why Palpatine is alive or why Rey is a clone or whatever this mess is. And that's, again, the difference with George Lucas Star Wars. It didn't answer every last question, but you didn't leave the theater like, well, I don't understand what I just saw. No, you understood enough. The difference was you loved it so much, you wanted more. Sequel trilogy, none of it makes sense. You don't understand a damn thing, so you have to go get a book just to figure out what the hell is going on. That's part stupidity. That's part phony Filoni. And that's part, oh, let's sell books and comics and extra shit. So Rey being directly connected to, I think, I never remember it. The character, the Disney stuff is so unimportant to me, so I don't know the details. Clungput or whatever his name is, is directly connected to him. She's a scavenger. She spends probably most of her days around that place. What else is she going to be doing? If she's not scavenging, she's going to go to the small, town and encampment, whatever, to be around people and learn something or see something. So what? She heard a story about the Millennium Falcon, and
who had it? You came?
I stole it.
which, by the way, over Han's dead freaking body, did someone steal the Millennium Falcon from him? Talking about understanding Star Wars.
From Uncle Plot. He stole it from the Irving boys who stole it from Duquesne.
Who stole it from me?
And when Rey
Bullshit.
and Finn first enter the Falcon, she knows that the ship had not flown in years.
Okay. She may have heard the story of the Millennium Falcon, how it ended up there, but she doesn't know that it's Han Solo's ship and it's the famous Millennium Falcon. Nor has she apparently been inside of it before. So for her to know where the cockpit is and where the guns are, and to just run in and sit in like everything, she just is at home. Here we go with the Mary Sue.
No! This ship hasn't flown in years!
Now, if you're an Air Force pilot of 35 years and I put you in any aircraft, are you going to right away, if you're a Navy admiral and I put you on any sea vessel and you've been an admiral for 40 years, are you going to be able to go into a sea vessel and right away know where the latrine is, the cannons? Sure, but not a desert girl that has no friends, no family, no training, no nothing. You're not just going to get in the Millennium Falcon and know where the hell anything is. Chris Nolan Batman trilogy was intricately planned out, meticulously, sorely lacking in the sequel trilogy. Yes. I love Dark Knight. Chris Nolan, that was the one with Bane, right? I think that movie was freaking stupid. Personally, I don't like that movie. I watched it once and I really don't remember, so I can't really say how much continuity is there. I thought it was really stupid, that Bane one. So, but it is certainly much better than the sequel trilogy. Absolutely.
There's also a deleted scene that highlights the relationship further, but deleted scenes do not count.
So then why are you bringing it up? Because you're trying desperately to justify this girl.
And they count as external material, so I am not going to count it here. The point I'm trying to make is that it can be logically inferred that Rey learned her skill set from Unkar Plutt.
No, that cannot be logically inferred. She is a slave. From what we see, his attitude, he just said, go on, girl, go. If you can find some parts, I'll give you some money and you can eat. That's about the extent of that contract. He's spending his day here getting money. He's not out here training her and feeding her and being good to her. Obviously, she has to scavenge to get money for food. She's not saving up to buy a starship. She's eating little rations. So this guy doesn't give two fucks about Rey. He's just sending her off, and if you bring me stuff, well, then you can eat today. It's literally, that's the arrangement. So him saying that she learned from him and it's inferred, no, it's not.
Plutt. Unkar Plutt wants his...
Now, Rey seems like an intelligent, semi-intelligent character, and she could learn stuff from observing. She could hear stuff from other people. So it's not to say that she didn't learn anything or pick things up, but to imply that that guy directly taught her how to scavenge. His argument is he taught her to scavenge so that she could be a better scavenger and bring him more parts. He doesn't care. He's not concerned with Rey eating. He puts her out there and it's like, okay, well, if you find stuff, you can eat today.
Scavengers to bring him parts, so it would make logical sense that he trains them to be...
No, it doesn't make logical sense. It's you wanting it to make sense.
able to scavenge certain things and to have a strong engineering background. If Unkar Plutt
and have a strong engineering background. I'm sending you out to scavenge parts, And that by default gives you a strong engineering background. Engineering, you must spend many years of study under tutelage to become an engineer, training and studying specifically that. You going out to a junkyard and collecting parts does not qualify you as an engineer. Have you read Darth Bane? Years ago. I don't remember it totally. Technically, yes. If I looked at the cover and skimmed through it, it would come back to me, but I don't remember specifics. My brain sometimes works like that too, like music. Like I can't remember lyrics to songs, but then I start to hear the music and all the lyrics come back. So kind of the same thing with EU stuff. Like right now, I couldn't quote a lot of stuff from EU, although I remember quite a bit of stuff. But if I actually held the book and looked at it, I would be like, oh yeah. Lol. I think you're lolling at her being automatically an engineer because she goes to the junkyard and picks up parts. I mean, this kid's arguments are shaky at best. But Darth Bane was a great book. And again, I want to stress the EU's I love the EU, dude. It's great. If I ran Lucasfilm, that's where all the canon would be coming from, is the EU. But it's just the fact that the movies are canon, not the EU. To further extend that, as long as something in the EU is not contradicting the movies, then you can by all means say, okay, that's canon. I'm totally okay with that. The only time it becomes a problem is there are contradicting stories within the EU. Like Boba Fett survives in like 3 different ways. So there can only be one true canon, right? And if something in the EU, or even if it was before the movies, if it's something against what is in the movies, then it's not canon. But there are stories out there, excuse me, EU, that are just expansion and they don't contradict. On the contrary, they fit very perfectly and nicely into the Star Wars galaxy and the movies. And sure, you can say they're canon, but it just honestly, truthfully, really, it's secondary canon. It's not canon. The movies are canon. Got to go. I will watch the rest when I get back. Thank you for your hard work. Absolutely, my pleasure. Mostly safe. Thank you. I'm going to be here for a while, so maybe you'll catch me later. Either way, yeah, I would appreciate it if you watch the replay. Good to see you, bud. Okay, so Ray's by default an engineer now.
Plutt doesn't have capable scavengers, then he doesn't have a business to run. If Unkar Plutt didn't have any interest in training scavengers, then why would he take on Rey when she was so young? I don't...
Okay. Why do you think that this guy is training scavengers? It's just people trying to survive on a desert planet. They find whatever scrap he can sell. That's like saying, you know, I'm a junk guy. I collect cans to recycle, and the recycling plant is going to train me how to collect these cans to recycle it. That's not how it works, dude. You're trying to survive on this desert planet, so you bring whatever. This guy happens to pay money for parts, so you collect whatever you can and you go. He's not training people. He's not training Rey. He's in a great position. He has a great business because you're in a planet that doesn't have much of anything on it but junk. You can get some money by collecting that junk. So therefore, all kinds of people are doing that activity. Not because they're trained, they're not his crew. They're just people trying to survive, like Rey.
I think he did it out of the kindness of his heart.
No, it's not about kindness of his heart. It's business. He's hustling everybody. Bring me some scrap. Bring me some scrap parts. I'll give you like 2 credits, and you can eat a wafer for dinner tonight. It has nothing to do with kindness. It's business.
Also, another thing about Rey's skill set, given the circumstances she lived in, she definitely had to adapt. I can easily imagine when she was like a 13-year-old girl that she would get beaten up a lot.
I'm the same way. True, they can do whatever they want. I would make the books a canon to see canon, especially the prequel books. Yeah, you know, again, I love the EU. If I had taken over instead of Disney, I would have been pulling on Mara Jade. I love Mara Jade. Jedi aren't supposed to get married, but boy, I love Mara Jade, and I sure would have liked to have given Luke a wife and have the, Ben Skywalker, all that. But, Disney's a bunch of airheads. Especially Dave Filoni, who's the keeper of all this, the guy that's supposed to maintain the canon. Okay, so that was something I was going to say on my own behalf is the story of Rey. She's a female by herself on a grungy desert planet with all kinds of surly beings and dudes. Not to be crude, but she would have been snatched up, raped, made someone's sex slave. This thing of Rey on her own, learning and surviving, and it's not even because she's a girl. Put a young boy out in the middle of the desert by himself. He would be a victim of child trafficking. He would have been somebody's slave. I mean, the only thing that would have saved Rey is the fact that she's Kerr Plunthead's slave. So then the other scavengers would have known that Rey was his property, and therefore they wouldn't mess with Rey. Further proving the point that she was a slave. Because outside of that, she would have been knocked over the head and taken off somewhere and been someone's little toy.
Because she wasn't strong enough to defend herself. Jakku is a type of world we have to adapt to survive. So if you're someone who lives on Jakku, then it is more than likely that you have some sort of combat experience.
What? You would learn to scavenge, you would learn to survive, you would maybe be a little bit scrappy, but just because you're in some desert and you have to survive doesn't mean you know anything about fighting. Not a damn thing. And I mean, there are some people that instinctively have a fighter in them and they learn, how to fight. But any great fighter, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Bruce Lee, Luke Skywalker, they all had teachers that taught them how to fight. They didn't just go out here and fight. It's not how it works.
Now, besides establishing skill sets and how those skill sets make sense, the opening scene sets up her essential flaw, and that is her insecurities about her parents. People who claim Rey is a Mary Sue love to say that she has no flaws and that she's perfect, but this opening scene does so much to establish her flaws.
Okay, we say that because that's true. She doesn't have any flaws. I don't think she's perfect, but her character is portrayed as perfect. Hollywood hates happy relationships in their stories, unfortunately. Yeah, well, maybe as a general, yes, but not always. There's some happy stories. Okay, so one of his first arguments here is that she's considered a Mary Sue, or that her main flaw is her insecurity about her parents. Okay, that's not a flaw, dude. Any one of us loses our parents and are left on some desert planet as a child is going to be emotional about it, is going to have issues, is going to want to find their parents. That's not a flaw. That's just normal human behavior. That's like having a heart and emotions and caring and wanting your parents, your family, some guidance. It's not a flaw. It's what anybody would do. So this argument is no.
I think the reason that people might look over this is because this scene shows us her flaws rather than telling us. Now, you could argue that this scene doesn't do a great job at that. Now, I would disagree with this for the reasons I'm about to mention. Rey's flaw in The Force Awakens is her inability to accept that her parents left her and aren't coming back.
That's not a flaw. Any one of us would feel the same way. Chewie, Han, Luke, Yoda, me, you, we would all feel the same if we were left as a child by ourselves on a desert planet to a grimy scavenger boss dude that barely feeds you. It's not a flaw.
One of the biggest weaknesses that Rey possesses is that she's always looking for external validation. She only thinks she is worthy or important if other people see her as worthy or important. We see this throughout The Last Jedi as she keeps on trying to get the validation from Luke.
Here's the crazy thing. I've worked with Goldman occasionally, and he is a cool guy. But geez, this is making my head hurt. I'll go back to the beginning of this video. I'm not trying to attack the kid. He does seem like a nice kid. But bro, if you're going to make a 2.5-hour video and say it's the official guide, this is the problem with youth, is sometimes you guys just over fucking talk. You get out of fucking line and you don't know what the hell you're talking about. There's people out here that have watched this shit for 40 fucking years. You cannot make a video that claims it's this official guide of why she's not a Mary Sue. It's ridiculous. I have nothing against the kid. I don't want to ruin his YouTube career. I think this video is well made. He has a ton of potential. But it's like anything. You could have the potential to do something, but if you don't have the proper context and understanding of the situation, you just make yourself look like an asshole. And that's what he's doing here. He's breaking his own arguments. I do wish the kid the best. I want to stress, I'm not here to attack him, but his video is going to get shredded. Darth Bane worked in those mines and was a muscle-bound behemoth. But my point is, it works within the story being told. Unlike Rey being good at stuff, at things she never experienced, makes no sense. Yes, and Darth Bane was sinister. He was older and more experienced. He understood the dark side. He had probably gone through a very rough childhood and learned all kinds of things on his own. I mean, it's just a totally different context and story, and it doesn't. Here's the main thing. This is all that matters, is that Darth Bane's story does not damage or contradict 1 through 6. Period. That's all that matters at the end of the day, because you can make 1,000 side stories and they could be great or not. What matters is breaking continuity in canon. Sequel trilogy breaks canon. Everything Disney made, Clone Wars, Rebels, Resistance, Mandalorian, break canon. By default, breaking canon makes it non-canon. Whether you like it or you don't, the shit is not canon. She is too a Mary Sue. I'm a moderator. Yeah, you have been for a while, Shaq. You're one of the few people that I totally trust. And yeah, she is. As I'm destroying this kid's video, she is a total Mary Sue. And here's the funny thing. I don't know how long you've been here, Shaq, but his own video, he's proving that she is a Mary Sue. That's what's killing me with this video. And I hope, Golden, if you see this, remember, I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just, I'm critiquing your video. Okay, I'm not calling you an asshole. I'm not calling you stupid. But you didn't think this through, dude. Okay, you really didn't think this through. There's those of us that know this shit much better than you do. You should have consulted. You should have read. You should have researched. And you should have thought about this shit. But also take it as positive criticism. All the shit that I'm saying, go back and make a new video. Learn from it. Learn to not make these mistakes later. Understand what the sequel trilogy really is. I'm not trying to destroy it for you. If you continue to love this shit, hey, go for it. But be careful with the statements you make, and be careful with the official guide type of shit, because this is what happens. Onwards. You're welcome, Shaq. You're my buddy. You've always been around, so let's keep going through the shredder. Okay, so his argument right now is that Rey's flaw, which is not a flaw, is that she is looking for acceptance. We all do, from our parents, from our mentors. That's not a flaw, dude. On the contrary, that's a strength. That's what you should be. You yourself, in creating this video, are the one that's flawed, because you didn't do what Rey is doing and trying to seek acceptance from the people that she respects. You see, You see how that works? You see how you just did to yourself, Goldman? Rey is not flawed for looking for help, acceptance, understanding. That's what she should be doing. That's why she is a Mary Sue, because she doesn't do it enough, because she just on her own goes off and does everything. But that's not a flaw, wanting to know who your parents are and find your way. That's what you're supposed to do.
See this in The Rise of Skywalker when she tells Leia she isn't worthy of wielding Luke's lightsaber.
She's not. Why would she be wielding the greatest lightsaber in the history of Star Wars? She's not worthy. She's nobody. She hasn't earned it.
And in The Force Awakens, Rey is searching for the approval of her parents. Her parents left her on a miserable planet with the most miserable people. If her parents return, then that...
I'm not saying that Jakku is very pleasant, but this is not the most miserable people or the most miserable. There's worse in Star Wars. And like I said a few minutes ago, if this was realistic, she would have been snatched up, made a sex slave, somebody's bitch. Rey does not have it that bad. Yes, she has to scavenge and survive and get food, but Rey is pretty much on her own and doing what she wants. She's not in that bad of a situation, because she could be in some cell. She could be, she could have a chain around her neck with Jabba the Hutt yanking on the chain.
That means that she is important to them in some way. Again, tying into Rey's need to feel important by other people. In the opening scene, we get many examples of this, most notably the scratches on her wall in her AT-AT. When she says later on, "I know all about waiting. For my family, they'll be back one day."
I know all about waiting. For my family, they'll be back one day.
We can logically infer that these are the days since her parents left.
Incorrect. A 9-year-old is not going to know the concept of scratching into the wall days, nor is a 9-year-old, look how tall this wall is. A little child isn't going to even be able to reach up here. This is not even that many marks. It looks like a lot, but this is probably a year or two of marks. She just started doing this shit because she got older, she's maturing, she's thinking about stuff, connecting dots, and now she can, instead of, worrying about the daily things of how am I going to eat and figure this shit out, now she's figured out her daily routine, and now she started to keep track of the days. This is not from her as a child thinking about her parents. This is her as a teenager thinking like, oh, fuck, I'm really stuck here. And now she's counting the days. Okay? A child wouldn't even be able to reach up here, dude. This is not her since she's been here. This wall would be much longer than this. It does look like a lot of stripes, but if you really sat here and counted them, what is it? Maybe 2,000 or 1,000? It's not that much. Probably 3 years, 5 years of scratching.
This is also something Kylo confirms in The Rise of Skywalker, but we'll get there much later.
No, that's not confirmed in The Rise of Skywalker, but okay.
Now, a lot of what's shown in this scene actually seems to contradict that. She looks at this old woman in fear that she might end up like her. She carries a toy of an X-Wing.
You're, again, assuming that. She just looked at the lady. She, if anything, maybe she was observing how she was cleaning the thing so she could learn how to clean parts. I don't think that Rey, bless Rey's heart, I don't think she's very judgmental. Well, yeah, no, I don't think she's very judgmental. She's not evil or vindictive. So I don't think that Rey was looking at her like, oh my God, I'm going to be her. On the contrary, the look I saw on her face was she was looking at how the lady was cleaning the parts, because then she can learn how to do it better. How she can, the cleaner the parts look, the more value she's going to get for them. This is obviously a Rebel pilot, which I don't know how she would even know that, but okay.
Pilot and wears an X-Wing helmet. When she looks at the ship flying away, we can infer that she does want to leave the planet and have some sort of exciting life.
What?
Well, highlighting these details, it emphasizes how badly Rey needs her parents, and this is her big flaw. And later on, when Maz has a talk with Rey, she gets exposed even more. Deep down, she already knows that her parents aren't coming back, but she needs them so ask yourself, much bigger flaw than anything Luke or Anakin possess.
Okay, sorry guys, I lost
Knows that her parents aren't coming back, but she needs them.
place here. Why does Rey stay on Jakku? Just a moment.
They'll be back.
Okay.
One day.
We can logically infer that these are the days since her parents left. This is also something Kylo confirms in The Rise of Skywalker, but we'll get there much later. Now, a lot of what's shown in this scene actually seems to contradict that. She looks at this old woman in fear that she might end up.
Okay, she didn't look at her like fearful or angst or animosity. She's literally looking at what she's doing so she can learn. That's one thing I will give Rey, is that she's observant and that she's trying to learn. She doesn't ask for help. She doesn't go about it the right way, but she does try to learn. I'll give her that.
Up like her. She carries a toy of an X-Wing pilot and wears an X-Wing helmet. When she looks at the ship flying away, we can infer that she does want to leave the planet and have some sort of exciting life.
Okay, that was the part I wanted to reseat. I haven't watched it in a while, so I don't remember if that's just some random ship flying off. I guess it is while she was eating. But again, I haven't watched it in a while. But I always kind of remembered that as her having a memory of her parents flying off. So I could be wrong, but I don't think she's thinking so much about leaving the planet. The whole sequel trilogy, she's talking about, I got to get back to Jakku. I got to find my parents. So there's not really any basis for you to be saying that she's dreaming of another life. Rey doesn't show ambition. Rey, the whole time, just wants to find her parents. That's like her goal. That's Rey's MO, is finding her parents. Not saving the galaxy, not learning anything, not doing anything, just finding her damn parents. Everything is a byproduct of that. She has to deal with Kylo Ren and fight the First Order and do all this and extra and the other. But at the end of the day, she just wants to find her parents. That's her goal. So your statement, regardless if that ship was her parents or not, doesn't hold weight. She's not looking to the future like Luke was. Luke was the one that couldn't focus on the moment. He wanted to go off. Rey just wants to find her parents to come back. That's why she's purposely not leaving Jakku, in case they come back.
So given these details, why does she stay on Jakku? Well, highlighting these details, it emphasizes how badly Rey needs her parents. And this is her big flaw. And later on when Maz has...
So you see, he, again, just contradicting himself. One sentence he says, she's looking up at the ship because she wants to go off and do bigger and better things. And then his next second says, well, why doesn't she leave? Because she wants her parents. He really did not think this video through.
Has a talk with Rey, she gets exposed even more. Deep down, she already knows that her parents aren't coming back, but she needs them so badly that she's willing to waste her life away just for the slightest possibility of her parents coming back. She is literally in denial when she tells BB-8 that her parents will
waste her life away. Rey doesn't know another life. Rey doesn't know about other, well, I'm sure she's heard that there's other planets, but it's not like she has a science class or a science book, or she doesn't know anything. She's just a girl on the desert. She doesn't have ambition, Goldman. She's just a girl in the desert. She doesn't want to go anywhere because she doesn't want to go anywhere. On the contrary, had Rey's parents come back, she would have been like, well, can we stay here? Because this is what I know and what I'm used to. She doesn't have ambition to, like Anakin, to see all the planets. She doesn't have ambition like Luke to become a great pilot and fight for the rebellion. She just wants to find some food for the night and hopes her parents come back.
Come back one day. If anything, this dependence on her parents and her insecurities about why she was left on Jakku are a much bigger flaw than anything Luke or Anakin possessed. So for those of you who say that Rey has no flaws, I would strongly ask you to reconsider.
Haha, you were read my mind, Shaq. I was literally talking about Anakin and I saw that. So again, he's like, well, I want you to reconsider that she has no flaws. Well, have we seen a single flaw out of Rey? Like any person, she misses her parents. That's not a flaw. She has managed to, by herself, on a desert planet, learn how to scavenge, survive, get shelter, cook food, salvage, scavenge and salvage parts to get food. She apparently, well, we're coming up to it, but she knows how to talk to droids. She knows how to fight with Finn. According to you, Goldman, she's an engineer. So I have yet to see a flaw. Hell, the girl's even pretty. What flaw does this girl have? She's not crippled or retarded or...
Anyway, one thing that is introduced that people criticize Rey for is her ability to speak to droids. Now, instead of just assuming this is a characteristic of a Mary Sue, ask yourself, does this make sense given what we are shown? Well, she is an engineer, and she is good with parts.
She is not an engineer, dude. And no, it does not make sense for a girl in the desert to know how to speak to droids. If you live in the capital or in the Republic and you're exposed to education and schooling and wealth and prosperity and there's droids everywhere and it's part of everyday life, then yes, it would make sense. Or if you're part of the rebellion, if you're a soldier, if you're, have a purpose to be communicating and interacting with droids, then it makes sense. But for a desert girl who, for all we know, has never even seen a droid, I would think she saw some sort of droid, but how many droids do you put in the sand? Not many, because sand gets in all their gears and they're not made for sand environments. R2 and 3PO were there because they had no choice, not because they're made for that environment. So it is a huge problem that she can talk to, understand, or have anything to do with droids. Yes. And she's not a freaking engineer.
Especially with droids, wouldn't it make sense that she would have learned to understand droids at some point?
No.
I feel like communicating with droids would be something pretty important to know how to do if you're going to be an engineer in the Star Wars universe.
She's not an engineer, dude. What is with this kid thinking she's an engineer? Seriously. And no, again, she lives in a freaking desert. There would be no reason for droids to be around or for her to have to know how to talk to them. You are trying to justify her not being a Mary Sue, and you are terribly failing and proving that she is indeed a Mary Sue.
Universe. So her understanding droids makes perfect sense to me. Now, I will say that her being able to understand Wookiees is a little ridiculous. For one,
it's the same exact thing. She wouldn't have interacted with droids, and she wouldn't have interacted with Wookiees. And yes, it is ridiculous that Rey can understand Chewie. Han can because he freaking grew up around, well, the solo story doesn't count, but he spends a lot of time with Chewie. Years. So it makes sense that he would learn freaking how to speak Chewie. How to speak Kashyyykian, I guess. Speak Kashyyyk. I can't remember their official language. I would think Kashyyyk. Or speak Wookiee. Duh. How does she have an ability to speak droids? She doesn't. It's made up. It's fan fiction. C-3PO can speak over 6 million forms of communication. Yeah, 3PO can, but Rey can't.
One, why would Wookiees be on Jakku for an extended period of time? They would die of heat exhaustion immediately. And even if they were there for a little bit, it would be pretty hard to learn an entire language just like that, especially like the ones Wookiees speak.
Especially since they're not speaking words. They're like grunting and growling, which is a whole other level of communication. Just like droids beeping and booping is a whole other. It's not like, you speak English and you hear Spanish and the root words are the same and you can make out certain things and over time you could figure it out. We're talking about grunts and growls compared to spoken words. It's ridiculous.
But isn't this just as ridiculous as
Yes, Wookiee. I went blank there for a second.
Han knowing how to speak Wookiee in Solo? So
honestly, this guy's video is frying my brain at how nonsense it is.
if it's ridiculous for Rey, then it's just as ridiculous for Han. But anyway, there you go. Here is your best argument for why Rey would be a Mary Sue. Now let's move on to Rey fighting
That's our best argument why she would be a Mary Sue? What?
some thugs. As I said earlier, given the situation that she lives in, I think it makes perfect sense that Rey would learn how to defend herself. However, some people would disagree with me, and that's okay. However, my biggest problem...
Instinctively, yes, you would think she would try to learn how to defend herself. But let me tell you something. Most people on this earth don't know how to even throw a punch, never mind defend themselves or fight or shoot a gun or do anything. And maybe you live in Wisconsin where it doesn't really matter, but plenty of people in New York City, LA, whatever, have no knowledge of nor any care to be involved in any kind of fighting or doing anything. Now, I understand living in New York City is not the same as living out in a desert, but it is the concrete jungle. It's the city that never sleeps, and people are getting murdered there all the damn time. People are getting robbed, beaten, fights, all kinds of shit happens in New York, LA, and any major city. And I'm not trying to put down New York or anywhere. All kinds of things can happen. So just implying that just because she lives in Jakku, she's going to know how to fight is absolutely ridiculous. Yes, you're going to learn how to survive, how to find food. That's instinctive. How to find water, to find shelter, to hide. But that's what most people would do, is find a way to hide or retreat, not fight. Now, it's okay that Rey fights, but you making the implication that she would automatically know how to fight, no, that is totally incorrect. And again, why she is a Mary Sue. Because along with all the things that we've discussed, and this, and all the things that we're going to discuss, she's a Mary Sue. Because she automatically knows how to freaking fight. It comes down to one simple thing. Show, don't tell. Don't tell us how Rey can do things. Show us how she can do things. All we have seen is that she's a scavenger. All we've seen is that she can swing a staff. But that doesn't equate to being a skilled fighter. Right. And don't get me wrong. You're being attacked. You know, just from even playing around with your staff, your survival instinct will kick in, and you might, hit a guy and knock him down with your staff or whatever. There's no problem with that. But he's literally saying that she's an engineer and a skilled fighter. There's no basis of that. There's no proof. There's no reason why she would be either. But yet Disney and him are insisting that this is what it is. This is why she's a Mary Sue.
That I have with people who questions Rey's ability to do certain things is the ridiculous double standard that she is held to. Rey is the only character that I see in fiction whose every trait is questioned. Literally no one else does this with any character in...
Wrong. You haven't been alive long enough to know what Star Wars is, young man. Because let me tell you something. When you were 4 years old, people were destroying the Phantom Menace. And have been for the past 21 years. The OT was pretty safe. Everybody pretty much loved that. But there was people that were critical. And Captain Marvel and all kinds of other characters get criticized all the time. So no, Rey is not any double standard. It has nothing to do with her being a female or any of that bullshit. It is because she is a Mary Sue. People criticize the fuck out of baby Anakin and Hayden Christensen, out of Padme, out of Jar Jar. Again, you do not know Star Wars. You obviously have proven to me several times over that you have not really watched those old films and understand them, because your statements alone prove that you do not. You are not old enough to know that Anakin got shredded by the fans.
Star Wars that was created before Disney bought the franchise. Princess Leia knows how to shoot a...
Excuse me, by haters, because true Star Wars fans, yes, we see the problems. But if you love Star Wars, you didn't say, well, Anakin's a piece of shit and it was terrible. Blah, blah, blah. You would objectively call out the problems, and I'm all for that. I'm okay with that. But people that like were really trashing weren't even fans. It was the media. So, but know that tons of people, even to this day, talk mad shit about Hayden and little man, I can't remember his name right now. Well, you know who I'm talking about. That played Anakin, played Annie. I don't want to hear that shit. And furthermore, you think that Mary Sue Ray gets criticism?
The blaster better than stormtroopers. How does this make sense? Well, she's in the original trilogy, so no one is going to criticize her. Padme Amidala knows how to use blasters better than battle droids.
Okay. First, truthfully, we know next to nothing about Rey the first 10-20 minutes she is on screen, and by the end of TFA, we don't know Rey. Yeah, at the end of The Rise of Skywalker, we know nothing about her, because she's still not even a real person. She's just Palpatine's clone. Exactly, yes. Okay, this is ironic, because the ambassador and I talked about this. Princess Leia and Queen Amidala were raised on prosperous planets with riches, with the best education, the best diet, the best teachers. They would have been taught hand-to-hand combat, weaponry. Padme was not just a queen, she was also a senator for her whole planet, not just a senator of the state of California, for Naboo. Yes, of course they would know how to fight and how to debate and talk and do math and the layout of the galaxy and different languages. These are royalty. They would have had the best of the best and been surrounded by hundreds, thousands, millions of people that they would have bounced off of, observed, watched. They would have been watching the HoloNet like TV. They would have been exposed to all kinds of things. But specifically, you are the daughter of Anakin Skywalker, Princess Leia, Queen Amidala. Your parents would have made sure that you can box, that you could swing a staff, that you could shoot a freaking blaster. But when you're a girl by yourself in the desert, no, you should not know how to do any of this. Again, this kid does not understand Star Wars. You don't even have to understand Star Wars. Just knowing that a girl grew up as a freaking queen, of course she would know how to do shit. Hello. Christ's sake. Leia gets it from her mother. Padme was really good with blasters. This video is upsetting me. Yeah, it's upsetting me too. Padme, of course, would have been. Her family was royalty, dude. She grew up on a prosperous planet of Naboo, who had high technology. She was very educated. She was one of the most respected senators and representatives in the Senate. Come the fuck on. And you're trying to compare. You see, this is always the defense that they want to use. They try to compare now Mary Sue Ray to Princess Leia. I mean, come on. That's like Michael Jordan against a 10-year-old kid at the park. Seriously. By the end of A New Hope, we knew who Luke's parents were, some of his parents' history. We learned that he's a pilot, his motivations, and by the end of A New Hope, he has a full arc. It's satisfying. If no other Star Wars movie was made, that still would have been the greatest, most brilliant film ever made. It still would have broken the box office and started a whole cultural phenomenon, and it still, most importantly, would have been a complete, great film. They didn't have to make more. But Lucas wanted to tell a story. Also, it's profitable, right, to make more movies. It's not that Lucas wasn't aware of the money or the toys. Nobody's saying he wasn't. But he generally loved Star Wars and wanted to tell his story. But if all that we had was A New Hope, we all would have still today loved Star Wars. This kid, man, I tell you.
How does she know how to do this? Well, she was created by George Lucas and not Disney, so it's okay. Rey knows how to fight.
You see, that's his argument. It's because George Lucas and not Disney, so that's okay. We just are, the experienced people that have been watching this shit since before you were born, are so ignorant that just because it's Disney, we say, no, it can't be. That's not being objective. That's not being real. That's you desperately grasping at straws to defend your girl, Daisy. Because Princess Leia and Queen Amidala absolutely would know how to do many things.
With the staff. How does she know how to do this? Well, she must be a Mary Sue. Luke knows how to be an expert pilot.
Rey has no mention, or we are not shown that she knows how to fight. All of a sudden, she's beating up all these people. Luke, from the beginning, is established that he is a pilot, that he understands his environment, that he works around mechanical objects, that he has an understanding of the galaxy. He knows about the Clone Wars. He knows about the Empire and the Rebellion. He wants to go to the Rebellion Academy. Two totally different situations.
How can he do this? Well, he says numerous times that he's a pilot, so it's
Oh, yeah. And he's the son of the Chosen One.
okay. So if Rey says many times in the film that she knows how to fight, would this solve everything? Have you
No, but it would at least given her some weight.
ever heard the phrase show don't tell? We are told many times in A New Hope that Luke is a great pilot, but we are never shown this until the ending battle. Rey
But several conversations confirm this, dude. Before he attacks the Death Star, he's talking about shooting womp rats in his T-16. His best buddy, who he hangs out with and pilots around with Biggs, is in the freaking Rebel Academy, dude. You're not paying attention to these movies. You're just wanting to justify Rey.
shows us she's a fighter on a few occasions, but when she can hold up her own against Kylo Ren, she's a Mary Sue? Now, don't worry, I have much more to say about the fight when we get there later. The point I'm trying to make is that not every skill set that a character has needs to be thoroughly explained. Sometimes in order to
He's more than reaching. This is go-go gadget, like spaghetti, long reach arms it's reaching. I mean, yikes.
make a more compelling and exciting film, characters will know how to do things that may not make sense given their backstory. Leia is a princess, but George Lucas wanted to make Leia not a usual damsel in distress, so he made her have some kind of skill with a blaster. Lucas wanted
She is the Princess of Alderaan, brought up by Bail Organa, who literally was friends with the Jedi. He was in the Jedi Temple. He knew Yoda as personal friendly basis, could call him on his freaking communicator, has probably been inside the freaking Jedi Council chamber at some point in his career, interacted with Mace Windu, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Ki-Adi. He saw what Anakin became. He knew he had to take one of the twins to protect her from Anakin, and he's not going to raise Leia to be able to shoot a fucking blaster?
Padme to have an active role in taking back Naboo, so he made her good with the blaster as well. Neither of these skills are explained, but they don't have to be. If you want to read something where every skill a character has is explained, then go to Wikipedia. Movies are there to tell a story, not to provide a bibliography of every character. Now, of course, this
Absolutely. We're not expecting to get all the details. But in the sequel trilogy, you have nothing but questions. They don't answer anything, and they furthermore create more questions. Nothing is answered. The Rise of Skywalker is the worst victim of this. It's literally everything is a dead end. All of it.
doesn't mean that a character can know how to do anything and it will make sense. But if there is reasonable doubt that the circumstance that a character is in lends them to probably having a certain skill, then it probably doesn't need to be explained. Leia is part of a galactic rebellion, so it would make sense that she can use a blaster. You
see, once again, he negates his own argument. A second ago, he's saying, well, but Rey can't be a Mary Sue because Princess Leia can shoot a blaster. And now he's flipping it his own thing and saying, well, of course Leia can shoot a blaster because she's a princess. I mean, seriously, it's the typical narrative. Whatever fits your narrative is where you're going to go. And he's trying to use both sides of the conversation to justify Rey. When what he's doing is he's using both sides of the conversation to justify that she is indeed a Mary Sue.
He doesn't need to say randomly that she had
I don't know the kid. I don't hate the kid, but he thinks he's clever and he's not.
training when she was younger. Rey lives on a planet filled with thugs, so it would make sense that she knows how to defend herself. So that is my point on people having a...
They aren't thugs. They are scavengers. Okay? Nothing is said that those are all thugs and mercenaries and all that. They are just scavengers like her, trying to survive. Plo Kunt or whatever that guy's name, Puckhead, whatever, is a businessman. He's smart. He's running the game there, and everybody's bringing him parts to survive. There's nothing about thugs or mercenaries or any of that shit going on there. It's just poor sand people trying to eat. Even if we didn't know Luke was Anakin's son, would it have been nice to see a scene of Luke flying? Sure, yeah, of course. But if he is good enough to go to the Imperial Academy, then we can infer he is a good pilot. Exactly. No, at no time does Uncle Owen say, "Come on, dude, you don't know how to fly." On the contrary, he's trying to keep him for two reasons. One, because he does need the help on the moisture farm. And two, because he knows that he's going to be a good pilot and then he's going to pursue the path that his father did. But again, this is... people watch the same movie and just don't get it. I mean, it's like he's watching a different movie. It's amazing.
certain skill set that is not explained. Not all, but certain skill sets do not need to be explained.
No, nobody expects that. We don't expect it from Luke, and we don't expect it from Daisy either. That's not the problem. We do not expect you to spell out everything with Rey. We do expect her to have some difficulties, to have to learn, to have to respect, to have to look to others, to have help. And she does not have any of that.
So after Rey...
They don't take the time to explain how she can do all this stuff, but they take a ton of time to show you that she is good at everything. So let's just say she's not actually a Mary Sue. Well, the writers, the way they present the film, makes her to be a Mary Sue. Let's say you could jump into the screen, right, and be on Jakku with her, and you could really observe how Rey is, and you're like, no, actually, she's not a Mary Sue. She goes through all kinds of shit. Well, the exposition of the movie shows you that she is a Mary Sue. So whether technically she is or not, she is. But even if you wanted to argue that, the movie, the exposition of the movie is showing you that she is a Mary Sue. Hello.
Rey beats up the thugs, she sees Finn and goes after him because he supposedly stole Poe's jacket. Now, there are a few things I want to mention during their first encounter with each other. The first is something really stupid, but I'm going to address it. I've actually seen people make the argument that Rey being able to knock Finn down is another example of her being a Mary Sue.
I've never heard anybody make that argument. I'm sure some asshole out here has made a video and said, well, she knocked him down. She shouldn't. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. She caught him off balance. He was not expecting it. She has a staff. Just nobody's arguing that she could knock him down. We're arguing that you're not going to beat Kylo freaking Ren, who has 3 years of dark side training, and the first time you pick up a lightsaber. That's different.
Because Finn is a trained soldier and she isn't. Like, bro, he is currently unarmed, and a girl who we just saw beat up a bunch of thugs a second
On the contrary, you're the one that's making this argument, because I don't know anybody that has made this argument
ago is running after him. Not to mention...
But this is, again, him reaching and trying to find any justification to try to say, see, she's not a Mary Sue because I gave you 86 reasons why. But if none of those reasons hold any weight, then it doesn't matter how many reasons. You could have made one solid argument, but you can't make any. You're just throwing all kinds of things in the air, hoping to, amass a bunch of reasons why she's not a Mary Sue.
She's also in possession of the droid he is looking for. It's not really in Finn's character to just beat her up and take BB-8 for himself. Also, when she hit him, it was completely by surprise. If Mike Tyson was casually walking down the street, I could walk up behind him and knock him in the head with a baseball bat and knock him down no problem. He would proceed to get up and beat the living daylight out of me, but that's not the point. So yeah, the fact that people see this as an example of a Mary Sue is baffling. Another thing I want to mention is...
First of all, the Mike Tyson thing you just said is probably the only truthful thing you said in this entire video. Second of all, it is so baffling that anybody would make that argument that I'm arguing you made up that argument to try to make a point of why she's not a Mary Sue, because I don't know anybody that has made that argument.
This scene also shows that Rey is too trusting. She believes that Finn is a resistance fighter without really even questioning him. Finn could have easily been a first...
Okay, I wanted to touch on that. He shows up. The droid... Okay, the main reason she trusts that Finn is in the resistance is because BB-8, who she can talk to, is saying that he's resistance because of the jacket. He recognizes Poe's jacket. So therefore, he's like vouching that he's a good guy. That's where Rey is getting it from. It's from BB-8. Plus, he's obviously not a stormtrooper. He's also somewhat clean, so he doesn't live on Jakku. She's never seen him around before, so he's a stranger. And you can see that he's like scared and surprised and overall nice guy aura. So, of course, she's going to maybe not trust him or know him, but, you know, have a good vibe and say, okay, well, I trust you enough that I think you're not a bad guy. But it's not like she just like out of nowhere says, oh, you're resistance. No, she has several indicators as to why she would believe that.
Order spy that would inevitably find out the location of the resistance base. You could argue that the First Order wouldn't be sending TIE fighters to kill their own spy, but it's not the first time a squadron of TIE fighters was sent out to give the impression that they were trying to destroy the Falcon. Now this is a small point, but the larger point I wanted to make is the line, Luke Skywalker, I thought he was a myth.
Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate. If Rey isn't a Mary Sue fan, then she is poorly written and conceived characters. The actress did her best to portray the character. But actors and actresses can only do so much with it. Okay, just to be clear, if anybody has it twisted, I'm not saying it's Daisy's fault. I'm not saying that Daisy portrayed her a certain way. Daisy was given a script and had to do what she had to do. Personally, I don't think she's a very good actress, but that's neither here nor there. She did what she was told. Okay, so it's not Daisy's fault. It's not John Boyega's. It's KK, JJ, Rianne, Bob Iger, Lucasfilm employees. They're the assholes, not the actors. Number one, to make that clear. Number two, it's like what I said a minute ago. Yes, Ambassador. Maybe if we could jump into that world, we would say, oh, well, she's not really Mary Sue because we see this, this, and this. But the way that the movie is presented to us, the exposition shows her as a Mary Sue. So whether she truly, Rey is a Mary Sue character, which that's what they show us, and that's what she is, or it is the fault of JJ for presenting her as that, well, either way, it's the same argument. She's a freaking Mary Sue. Because what we can take from this is that, not anything else. We can't infer or imply or assume. You have to go by what you were shown. And what we are shown is that she's a freaking Mary Sue. Now, she says, I thought Luke was a myth. Well, this is, you know, this freaking Mandalorian problem. How do all these people not know who the fuck Luke Skywalker was? This was only 30 years ago. A guy that took out the Emperor and Darth Vader that saved the entire galaxy, and nobody knows who or what Luke Skywalker was. I understand it's 30 years ago. It's on a different planet. The galaxy's big, but that would have been like the main headline around the galaxy. Luke Skywalker saved our asses. It's not like a little nothing piece of news. She knows about the Millennium Falcon, the lineage of how it got stolen, but she doesn't know that Luke Skywalker was a real thing. You see the inconsistency? Everybody would have known Luke. Now, I've even made the argument, if you're a nobody in the middle of nowhere, some backwater planet, then maybe you don't know the story of Luke. Okay. But it's very weird that nobody in this Disney Star Wars universe seems to understand or know who the fuck Luke Skywalker was. Her, of all people, that she's the real chosen one, and she's Palpatine's granddaughter, and she's so great, and she's an engineer, just because she scavenges parts, doesn't know that Luke Skywalker was a thing. She knows the details, the freaking title transfer of the Millennium Falcon, but she doesn't know that Luke Skywalker was a thing. Oh, fuck me. I'll be interested to see his argument for how she is so skilled with a lightsaber. Oh, it's coming. When we see it take a high level of skill and training to us.
Luke Skywalker. I thought he was a myth.
This line holds credence to the notion that Rey knows about the Jedi and the powers they possess. This is further
No, she doesn't. She literally says, I thought he was a myth. Not knowing the myth, but thinking it's a myth does not imply that she knows anything. She thinks she thought she heard a story. And just because she heard a story doesn't mean she knows the ins and outs of the Jedi. Now, in the real Star Wars universe, yes, she would have heard all about Luke's exploits, how he flew the X-Wing and fought with lightsabers against the mighty Darth Vader and struck him down, and he saved all of us. But as apparently no one in this universe seems to know what the hell happened, then no, Rey, you cannot imply that she knows what the Jedi are. On the contrary, she just said, I thought it was a myth. Oh, boy.
proved when Han talks to them about the Jedi later on in the Falcon. This will also tie into her using the Jedi mind trick, but we'll talk about that more when we get there. So after Rey and Finn meet, the First Order finds them and they're forced to leave Jakku. And now we get to Rey flying the Falcon. By the way, I
Oh boy, here we go.
already made a video on Rey flying the Falcon, so I'm basically going to be repeating the same points I made in that video. First, let's discuss her backstory again, because this argument that her backstory doesn't fit her skill set is, again, completely unfair. In her introduction, we learn
What? How's that unfair? She lives on a desert planet, has never flown a ship in her life. How is she going to know how to fly the Falcon? Look at her, she's on a freaking sand sled.
a few things. For one, she's a scavenger. She digs through the starter store looking for parts. Now, it appears that she is looking for specific parts, considering she remembers how many portions she got.
It appears that she's looking for... No, it doesn't appear as anything. She is scavenging for whatever the fuck she can find. She's not looking for specific parts. She doesn't even know what the hell this is. She doesn't have a book, what were those, were they Crutchfields or those mechanic books? I can't remember right now. She doesn't have a way to cross-reference this. She doesn't have blueprints or a schematic. It's just some parts on a freaking ship that's broken down, and she's scavenging. She's scavenging whatever she can. A piece of metal plate, a inline filter, or whatever it is. She's just grabbing whatever's loose and that she can hope to get some value for. She didn't go up to him knowing, like, this is worth 16.5 credits. No, she just was like, oh, this is loose. I can grab it, and hopefully it'll be worth something. She doesn't know what the hell this is.
For a specific part like a week ago.
1/2 portion.
Last week they were a half portion each.
What about
And later on, she does do a decent job fixing the Falcon. So as we said
By ripping out a piece of wiring. That's a decent job. That's what engineers do.
earlier, we can logically infer that she has a strong engineering background.
We can infer she has a strong engineering background. Dude, I'm really not trying to make you look bad, but you're doing it to yourself. She's not a freaking engineer. She does not have an engineering background. Never mind a strong engineering background. Come on, stop reaching. We get it. You have a crush on Daisy Ridley. We get it.
But as I said earlier, for whatever reason, Rey is the only character where every skill she has needs to be put into question. Remember how people were okay with Luke flying because many people said he was a good pilot?
Yeah, when everybody in town is saying that you're a good pilot, it's probably because they've seen you and know that you're a good pilot. If Obi-Wan has been watching over you for the past 19 years, your entire life, and has witnessed, and he's one of the greatest Jedi, and has witnessed you being a skilled pilot, then guess what? I trust Obi-Wan that he's a good freaking pilot. Scavenging doesn't make one a good pilot. Training and experience and maybe natural or genetic can make you a good or great pilot. Yeah. This is the thing. It's like he's equating because she's good at doing this. Well, then she must automatically be good at this. No, that's not how it works, dude.
Well, Rey herself says she's a pilot numerous times.
Numerous times. I don't remember Rey ever saying that she's a pilot. She says that she, on the contrary, he says, "How did you do that?" And she said, I don't know. So what are you talking about? Are we watching the same movie? I never remember Rey saying I'm a good pilot or any kind of pilot. Maybe I'm not remembering all the dialogue, but he literally says, "How did you do that?" And Rey says, "I don't know." So obviously Rey doesn't know, and JJ doesn't know because he couldn't think of anything to even write into the script. So what are you talking about, Goldman?
But she's a Mary Sue? Okay. And I've heard the argument that just because Rey knows how to dismantle parts, that doesn't automatically mean she's an engineer.
Right.
True, but when it comes
True, but my girl Daisy,
to a story, these are things that you can logically infer.
no, you cannot logically infer that. Just because she's stripping parts off of ships does not mean she knows what those parts are, how they work, what they're worth, where they go. No, no, no.
Because again, the movie shouldn't have to state every skill a character has.
No, but it should logically fit and make sense, not just infer and assumptions.
If there's a 15-year-old boy in a movie that has Call of Duty posters all over his room, and then there's a scene where he gets 30 straight kills playing Call of Duty, one can logically infer that he's been playing Call of Duty.
No, absolutely not. And that's where your mentality is wrong. That's where you want to justify that because a kid has posters on his wall, like you do in your room, you've got your little posters that you know about Star Wars. And it's the same thing. This little kid, just because he plays video games and has Call of Duty posters on his wall, does not mean that he's any good at Call of Duty. And I got news for you. 30 kill streak, I get 100 kill streaks constantly. So that doesn't mean you're good. That's pretty piss poor, actually.
For a very long time, and he's very good at it. If this was Rey, however, people would say she's a Mary Sue because having Call of Duty posters doesn't necessarily mean she is good at Call of Duty. Maybe she just likes to collect posters. See how ridiculous this is? Now, just
No, it's not ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as you having posters in the background of your little set and us believing that you know what the fuck you're talking about. Having, little signals doesn't mean you're an authority, dude. Just because a kid has posters on his wall doesn't mean he knows a damn thing. It's because he likes Call of Duty, because he thinks it's cool. Doesn't mean he's any good at it.
Because someone is an engineer doesn't automatically make them a pilot. That's fair. But I want to address something about the world building of Star Wars. This is just how...
There's absolutely no world building in the sequel trilogy. None. Zero. The only thing we see her pilot is a speeder. The controls in speeder and freighter are going to be different. Absolutely. And he's actually going to argue this in just a moment, Ambassador.
I always view the series, but flying doesn't seem like it's something that is that hard to learn.
Flying doesn't seem like it's something that hard to learn. Tell that to any pilot. And I'm not even talking about Top Gun. Tell that. You want to know something? Get a freaking RC plane and see how well you can fly it. Never mind getting inside the cockpit of a jet or a prop plane or anything. A hang glider. You don't just pick that shit up and go, dude. It's not how it works.
I always thought flying was just like driving in our world. Almost everyone drives in our world, so I always just assume that everyone flies in Star Wars. I mean,
Mahler has long ones, and this might turn into an 8-hour one because I'm barely, what am I, 25 minutes in? So I don't know how many you're going to stay or what you're going to see, but I'm going to break this down. So it's going to be long, yes.
look at Coruscant. If this was real life, I can guarantee there would be thousands of accidents a day. So the point I'm trying to make is that flying seems like something that is just as trivial as
We'll see how it goes. If it goes really long, I might do a part 1 and 2. I don't know. I'll see. But
driving is for us. So it's not.
Okay, did you hear that? He's like, well, flying, it really shouldn't be any different like it is driving for us. Oh my God. Again, this is a naive young boy who has never, he probably has his driver's license, but he's never driven a boat and flown a plane, and he doesn't understand that it's completely different. Boy. Just because you can drive a car does not mean that you can drive a boat or fly a plane. Got news for you? No, absolutely not. Also, if you've never driven a car before, we all know what it's like the first time you drive. You're driving super slow. You're like all outside of the lines. You're like paranoid and don't know what's going on around you. You're constantly looking in your mirrors. You have no perception of the distance on the sides or in front or back. You hit the brake too hard. I mean, come on, be serious. Nobody, not Mario Andretti, got into the freaking car and was just like, yep, I'm doing laps. That's not how it works. You need at least a few days of messing around. You don't just jump into a car for the first time and then 30 seconds later you're a pro drifter. That's not how it works. And then to go from a speeder to a flying machine, it's absolutely absurd. But what he just said is, I have my driver's license, so if I went to an Air Force base, I could just get into a jet and like in 5 minutes, I could figure it out. I wouldn't be a great pilot, but I'd be able to fly. Meanwhile, he wouldn't even know how to turn on the damn jets. He wouldn't even understand all the instruments on the freaking dash. Then if he could even manage to start up the engines, he wouldn't know what kind of speed or distance he needs to take off, then how to even take off. He would go too sharp or not fast enough. And then the second he's in the air, he's going to be like, oh, wobbly. Does he even have the arm strength, eye-hand coordination? I mean, it's just nonsense. Nonsense.
Not like Rey hopped into a jet from the United States Air Force that would take years to learn.
The Falcon, anybody could just jump in and fly. It's not like, an Air Force jet that would take years to learn.
Falcon is probably the equivalent of a big truck or something that is really fast. But let's say it's not.
The Falcon is the equivalent of a big truck that is really fast.
That's simple. Fine. How does Rey learn how to fly the Falcon? Especially since she never flew it before. Well, for a ship
she's never flown anything before, dude. Never mind the Falcon. Let me tell you something. A fighter, an X-Wing, would probably be much easier to fly. It's nimble and responsive. The Falcon is this big, wide, massive, heavy thing that would have tons more controls, much more considerations. That would be much harder to fly than an X-Wing. And you compare it to a big, heavy truck. Oh, my God. Okay, if you want to argue Anakin flying in the Phantom Menace, the controls of a pod racer and a Naboo fighter might be similar. Yeah, might be. But let's get candid. Part of Anakin surviving was luck and plot armor. Yeah, well, sure. Did he really just say that about the Falcon? Yes, he sure did, D. This is this kid's arguments. I truly don't want to be mean to this kid. But, I mean, it's like, you let the kids play. And then after a while, the kids start to get cheeky and they're smacking each other around and they're graffitiing and burning shit down. And then, the parents got to step in. And that's what's happening here. The adult has to step in because this is just nonsense.
Never flew before, she sure as hell does know a lot about it. She makes comments about how the ship hasn't flown in years. She knew
Which she may or may not know. I mean, if it's been sitting there all these years, okay, she can know that. It's not a big deal.
exactly where the cockpit was.
That's a problem, where she just knows the inside and outside of this ship. Not to mention, you see there's lights on. Like, why would the ship even have a battery or power? Or, you see? Like, again, you know, Disney just not thinking.
And where the gunner positions were. She knew how Uncle Plart put a compressor on the ignition line that she...
Yeah, she knows where the layout of the ship is, how to fix it, putting the thing in the compressor line. I mean, we are in full-fledged Mary Sue mode right now. Flying a Corellian freighter and driving a speeder are two different, not even two different animals. We're talking about two different galaxies. I mean, two completely. Do you understand how insulting this is to truck drivers and pilots and like anybody? Like, okay, you could have your license. You could get pretty proficient at driving your car. Never mind flying. If I put you in a tractor trailer, an 18-wheeler, you wouldn't even know how to turn off the damn air brakes. Never mind shift the gears, how the knobs work, the turning a big wheel, judging the length, using the big mirrors. I mean, come the fuck on.
She felt put too much stress on the hyperdrive. She was able to bypass the compressor when there were many problems with the hyperdrive, and she knew that Unkar Plutt stole the Falcon from the Irving boys who stole it from Duquesne, whoever the hell these people are. My point is, Rey certainly has a lot of knowledge about the Falcon's history with Unkar Plutt and the mechanics behind it. So even
to the point of she has more knowledge of the ship than Han does.
Even though she might never have flown it, she definitely knows her way around the ship and how it works. Again, her knowing a lot about the ship doesn't automatically mean she knows how to fly it. But because this is a movie...
No, it doesn't automatically mean that. But they show us that she does. She out of nowhere just starts flying the Millennium freaking Falcon. Your argument is invalid, dude.
This is something we can logically infer. It's not a huge leap in logic that a person who knows a lot about a ship knows how to fly it. Yes, she...
Okay. There are thousands of employees at Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Cessna, that build these freaking planes and have no clue whatsoever of how to pilot them. What the hell are you talking about?
She's never flown the ship before, but she clearly states she's flown other ships before. Say I was someone who loved...
I'm calling you on that. I don't remember her ever saying that she has flown other ships before. That's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. If someone wants to find the quote or can remember if that she said that, I'm calling bullshit. She did not say that. I will repeat. Finn says, "How did you do that?" She says, "I don't know."
Driving cars, and I studied this one car.
A lot of this video is what he wants to be, what he wants to believe, and what he wants to justify Rey with. Was just going to go there. Designers know how to apply the planes they design. No, absolutely not. This is the youth of today. They just think that they are special and no shit. My lord.
Lot, but I've never driven it. Since I have good driving experience, I would probably be fairly decent at driving that car the first time I ever actually drove it. Again, this is not a big leap in logic, but to some people I guess it is. But even if
you've had your driver's license for 5 years and you drive to work on the highway every day, then it is not a big reach that if I take you to the beach and put you in a dune buggy, that you could, within a couple hours, get a good grasp and drive around in a dune buggy. At first, you would not understand because the tires would be different and the surface is different, so you would be spinning wheels and sliding and stuff. But for the most part, yeah, you would pick it up pretty quickly. But for you to pretend that you have a driver's license and you can just jump on a motorcycle and pretend it's not different, but from a driver's license, you can drive to the airport, get onto any plane, I don't care what plane it is, and that you'll be able to fly it is bullshit.
That's not enough. Even if all those reasons I point to still make you think she should not be able to fly the Falcon that well, I would actually like to go to the scene. I feel like people remember the scene radically different than what actually happened. She doesn't fly the Falcon.
I think you remember it differently than what had actually happened.
Falcon like Han in the asteroid field or Chewie on Crate, she actually does a pretty poor job for the most part. Can we just watch the way she takes off? Let's count the amount of times she manages to hit something while taking off.
A normal person wouldn't even know how to turn on the engine. Never mind get the thing off the ground, dude. Yes, Ambassador, we could all pull our hair out together because this is, you know, am I being unfair? Am I being overcritical? I mean, is this not absolute nonsense? And to think there's people out here that are commenting like, dude, this is awesome. You're right. She's not a Mary Sue. And on Twitter, there's all these people like, this video is amazing. I mean, yikes.
Yeah, man, she's a really excellent pilot. It's totally normal for a really good pilot to hit something that many times.
A good pilot wouldn't be crashing in the shit. But in order to become a good pilot, you must have practice. Furthermore, you spend hours upon hours in flight simulators before you actually get to fly a $1 million airplane. And I will repeat, if you've never flown anything, you wouldn't even know how to turn on the engines, never mind how to get it off the ground. This is why she's a Mary Sue. It's not how she's doing it, it's the fact that the girl can fly, that she can just get in the Millennium Falcon and fly the goddamn thing. Nobody, not any of us could. Furthermore, Luke was a great pilot, but I think Luke would have trouble flying the Millennium Falcon. Now, he's a powerful Jedi. He's a smart kid. He's a great pilot. If he had a few days to mess around and feel it out, sure. But to pretend that Luke is just going to jump in the cockpit of the Millennium Falcon and just be like, bullshit. It's totally different to fly a freaking speeder, you know, a small craft, a fighter, than it would be to fly. That's like, you know, driving a little fishing boat compared to driving a freaking aircraft carrier or a barge. Get the hell out of here, kid.
Just while taking off. So yeah, Rey is off to a rocky start, which makes perfect sense considering she never flew the Falcon before. Now let's look at what happens next.
She never flew anything before.
She takes off and Finn tells her to stay low because it confuses the TIE fighter's tracking. She does a flip that I guess is kind of impressive, but not really considering she...
Okay, did you just see that flip? That looks pretty impressive to me. Especially if you've never... Ask any pilot how long it took them to do a loop-de-loop. Furthermore, how many pilots take that risk? You must know your altitude, your speed. You must have experience to be upside down, that the G-forces aren't going to knock you out. You need to know what the fuck you're doing. Pilots just don't do loop-de-loops for willy-nilly for the fun of it. And yet she does this really smooth, graceful, beautiful thing just because she's coming down and skimming the surface. That's flawed? No, she just did a perfect loop-de-loop. What the hell are you talking about?
She's in an open area and she almost hits the ground. Then the two TIE fighters show up. Now it's time for me to readdress the double standard. The standard that Rey is held to compared to Anakin and Luke is ridiculous.
Okay, the double standard that she is held to compared to the chosen one, who has from a child been piloting things. Both of them piloting things.
Let's start with Luke. People say Rey's backstory doesn't match her skill set, but can we talk about Luke here? Luke was a damn farmer his whole life. He was no engineer really or a scavenger, but a farmer.
Wait. Didn't you say in the beginning of the video that Luke and Rey are both engineers? Now he's not an engineer. Luke is not a farmer, dude. He lives on a farm and he helps his aunt and uncle. He's not a farmer. That's not his trade. That's not his ambition. He's a kid that wants to go out and explore the galaxy. I'm not saying he's a professional pilot, but in his free time, he's out there piloting, shooting, hanging out, learning about the galaxy, learning different languages, seeing different things around Tatooine and in the cantina. not just somebody by themselves in the desert.
Armor. His only flying experience was a T-16, which, let's be real, he probably never flew in any kind of combat before. So even if he has...
Okay, we're not arguing that he flew in combat. We're just arguing that he knows how to fly because he's had experience flying. That's first you got to walk before you can run. So if you never flew anything, then yes, it's ridiculous for you to be fighting or running from or outmaneuvering TIE fighters. If you have pilot experience, then, it's like riding a bike. If you never rode a bike, you're not going to get down the street. But if you've ridden a bike long enough, well, then you get brave and you can go off a jump. And you might crash or you might make it, but at least you've got a chance because you know how to ride a freaking bike.
Has the most basic skill set to fly something, is it realistic that he manages to fight in a battle against a military-grade force?
With 29 other pilots, with 2 guys as his wingmen, with the Force on his side, with Obi-Wan talking to him and guiding him, with the desperation of the entire galaxy might be finished because this small freaking moon, space station, is vaporizing planets.
Realistic that he goes against dozens of TIE fighters? Is it realistic that he manages to survive an attack from Darth Vader? Is it realistic that he made a 1 in a million shot? Is it realistic that he was only one of...
The Force is strong with this one, Darth Vader says himself.
4 pilots to manage to survive this attack, while trained pilots could not? People give slack to Luke for this, but Rey manages to survive...
Luke has the Force, dude. Now you could say that Rey does. Well, one, Luke is aware of the Force at this point, so he could be somewhat channeling it. Obi-Wan is guiding him to use it. So it's plausible that he's now trusting in the Force. Rey has no clue. To her, Luke is a freaking myth. She doesn't even know what the Force is. But outside of that, if they're both equal, they both have the same midichlorians and the same Force and the same opportunities and the same age, Luke has experience flying. Rey does not. Hello.
An attack against 2 TIE fighters, and it's unrealistic? Now, let's...
Someone who has never flown. You have just 1 TIE fighter on your ass. You're fucked. Yes, that is unrealistic. As opposed to having an entire squadron of people with you, and you have experience flying. It's very different.
Move on to Anakin, because his is much worse. For one, Anakin is 9 years old in The Phantom Menace. 9...
Who grew up in Mos Eisley. That is one of the homes, I think it was like one of 3 planets that has pod racing. He's familiar with Jabba the Hutt, Watto. There's all kinds of bounty hunters and travelers and mercenaries and traders. He would have heard so many conversations. He works in not a junkyard, not a pawn shop, but a place that actually stocks, cleans, collects parts, resells them. Anakin would know what these parts are. He would very specifically know where they're at in the yard, how to clean them, fix them, stock them. He built his own pod racer. He is the chosen one. You're comparing an apple to a freaking nut, not even 2 pieces of fruit, like 2 different freaking things. Seriously. Absolutely, Anakin would be able to do these things. He's the chosen one, and he is exposed to all these things, even Jedi, even Empire, and even bounty hunters. So naturally, he would have heard all kinds of stuff and seen all kinds of stuff, not out by himself in the middle of the freaking desert.
9 years old. He manages to win the pod race after not even managing to finish one before in his life. Then he manages to...
Yeah, but now he has understanding and some confidence in the Force because Qui-Gon, one of the greatest Jedi, is giving him tutelage and support. He also has stakes. Now Anakin isn't racing just to race or, for whatever reason. He's not racing for pleasure. He's racing to try to help these people. Now there's stakes. So now he's more focused. He's also a little bit older and has previous experiences of failing. That's why he's not a Mary Sue, because he lost races. So your own argument is collapsing upon itself again, the gold man. You've just proven he's not a Mary Sue because he had failed at the pod races. And this time, after so many times failing and blowing up his thing and losing, he now wins because he has stakes and he wants to help someone, not because he can just do everything for himself and not care about everyone else. You're being quite fair and quite restrained. Yeah, well, as it goes, I'm getting a little bit louder and angrier, but I think and I hope that I am being very fair. I'm not just like attacking this kid. I mean, this shit's nonsense. Oh, but wait, supposedly she was training in simulators on the Crash Star Destroyers, but we never see that. There's no power in the Crash Star Destroyers, so how we should be doing that? Remember Han's line to Luke in the cantina, who's going to fly for you? Exactly. Luke could not just get in the Millennium Falcon and fly it. Furthermore, it really takes two people to pilot it. Have you noticed that? It's always Lando and Chewie, or Han and Chewie, or, you know. So that's another problem, that Rey by herself is flying and doing all this shit with the Millennium Falcon. Always takes two pilots. Yeah, Luke wouldn't be able to just fly the Millennium Falcon. You're breaking this down fairly? Okay, good. Because he had Biggs to approve of Luke's piloting abilities. Yeah, and Obi-Wan says it, and his uncle Lars is, implies, like, I don't want you to go off and be like your father. Why? He knows who his father is. Not just the evil part, but that it's a Jedi and a great pilot. I mean, come on. Wasn't it unique for a human to fly a pod? He's the only human in the galaxy that could fly, that could pod race. Yes, they literally say that. Or I think Anakin actually says it. I'm the only human that can do it. Yeah, Annie says that. Squadron tactics are going to aid a pilot who isn't familiar with combat. You've got others watching your back, so Luke surviving the attack does make sense. And Anakin probably failed in the past. Yeah, he did. Depends stack, exactly. Thanks. Not only would it give you better understanding, but remember, they had a briefing before they attacked the Death Star. A couple little conversations. And not only does it aid you to have wingman and squadron, but it also gives you confidence. If you've got 30 guys that are all like, okay, we're going to the death, try to load this thing up and stop this because we know the galaxy's fucked. If we don't do this, then yeah, you get a lot of pride and confidence, and you're going to be able to, the adrenaline's pumping, you're going to be able to achieve something. But you, just like, I guess Rey would have had adrenaline, but for her to just like all of a sudden be flying the Millennium Falcon is just way stretching, beyond stretching.
To fly into space having no knowledge of the controls and manages to destroy the capital ship accidentally while all the trained pilots could not do that. Like, in what world is what Rey did more impressive than what Anakin did? I just really don't understand. I really don't.
Okay. Anakin, what he does here is complete accident. What Rey does is her like, oh, I managed to fly and do a loop and avoid TIE fighters and fly through a Star Destroyer. Narrow gaps. Do a loop, suspend ourselves, float there while Finn shoots down TIE fighters. Completely different from you just like, the ship, remember, was on autopilot. He didn't even fly to that damn control ship. He had no choice. He's getting chased. He's getting shot at. So what is he just going to sit there? No, he's like, here, let's try spinning. That's a cool trick. He would know that from his experience in pod racing. So that's totally fair. You're going to try to instinctively survive. So all he does is a barrel roll. Wow, so impressive. Then The autopilot apparently was locked onto the main reactor, and that's why the damn thing flies into the hangar. It's not like he's just flying around shooting at shit. So then he slides inside the fucking control ship, the power overheats, and then he tries turning it back on, and then he's just hitting buttons and pulling levers, and on accident he shoots like 2 photon or whatever torpedoes, and on accident blows up the ship because he happens to be inside of it, not because he planned it or used the force or no, none of that. He accidentally ended up in there, and he accidentally blows the shit up. The only skill he really displays is being able to fly forward and fly out of the ship, because outside of that, he didn't really do much of anything. Now, did he have a little bit of luck on the side? Sure. Did the Force guide him, aid him, maybe a little bit? Sure. But he doesn't do anything like out extraordinary or crazy. Whereas Rey is doing freaking loop-de-loops in the Millennium Falcon. I mean, come on. Flying through a Star Destroyer? Come the hell on. It's unbelievable. Guys, I'm going to take like a 3-minute break. I got to pee. I'm going to get some liquid. My throat's a little dry, and I will be right back. So bear with me. I'm just going to take a very quick little break, and I'll be back. I've been sitting here for like 2 hours, so I will be right back. Like 3 minutes, 5 minutes top. I'll be back. Well, I'm sure you're going to entertain yourselves. I'm going to just a moment. Why? Okay. Okay, I'm not going to be that long, but I'll just put my last video on just so there's something going. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Is Luke's X-Wing in The Mandalorian Season 2? Hello there. Over the past couple days, people have been reaching out to me, asking and some claiming that Luke's X-Wing is in the Mandalorian Season 2 trailer. Let's take a look and see if in fact Luke's X-Wing is in the trailer. First, let's establish what Luke's X-Wing looks like. His X-Wing has very distinguishing markings. First, we have 5 red stripes for Red 5. R2-D2. There are stripes which I will refer to as candy cane. Top left S-foil, bottom right S-foil. The paint strip is broken. As you can see, red, broken with white, and continues red. It is important to note that the X-Wing he uses in A New Hope to blow up the Death Star is later changed from Empire Strikes Back forward. It is very similar in Empire Strikes Back, but the key difference is, as you can see here, the yellow markings across the nose. So this image in reality is from the Empire moving forward. His X-Wing is almost identical, but it is a bit different. Key point, these yellow markings across the nose. So remember, you have the red markings on both wings, candy cane, and the other candy cane. The rest of the cannon is blank, as you can see. There's little smudges, but nothing very noticeable. The broken paint, R2, and then from Empire on, the yellow stripe. Here's the first image of the X-Wings in the Mandalorian Season 2 trailer, and the first reason why people have been saying this is Luke's X-Wing, because of the candy cane. As you can see, the candy cane has a yellow band in front of it. This S-foil also has a yellow band. There is no yellow stripe, and also this red paint is solid all the way through. Same thing with the other X-Wing. Yellow bands on all 4 S-foils, solid red paint. There's an R2. Up close, this is the next scene where the S-foils open. As you can see, yellow bands on all 4 S-foils. And R2, solid red paint. Know that there are thousands, if not millions, of these R2 units throughout the galaxy. There is only one R2-D2, but there are several R2 units throughout the galaxy, just as there are 3POs. They are manufactured like battle droids by the hundreds, thousands, and sometimes millions. So the two things that people have been bringing up is they see R2 here and the candy cane. As you can see, this X-Wing does not have candy canes on any of the S-foils. So those two X-Wings are not Luke's. Let's dig in deeper. This shot is when the Rebellion is first approaching the Death Star in A New Hope, the Battle of Yavin. Now let's look at these X-Wings. This has almost like a camo pattern, no candy cane. As you can see, more smudges. And then it does have a candy cane down here. Full red paint, another R2. This X-Wing does have the broken red stripe and yet another R2. It has the camo pattern, some smudges, a candy cane bottom left, and some smudges. You then have this X-Wing that has a candy cane on the top right. Remember that Luke's X-Wing is bottom right, top left S-foil have the candy canes from his view, from pilot view. Bottom right, top left. None of these X-Wings are Luke. Here's another one that has smudges, a smudge, some more smudges. It does have the broken paint, and yes, another R2. This shot is right after Porkins gets killed. Luke does a strafing run on the Death Star and shoots the surface. He gets in very close and flies through the explosion. Biggs then says, "Are you okay?" And Luke says, "I got a little cooked, but I'm okay." This is Luke. However, know that when A New Hope was filmed, it had several X-Wing shots. Later in editing, the final battle was edited heavily. So some of the X-Wings do not align with the action that is happening in the film because of heavy editing. Had it been thought out a little bit more ahead of time, all the X-Wings would be exactly accurate, but they are not. Most people never notice this, but if you watch the film very closely, you're going to see that the X-Wings do not always line up. This is in fact Luke after he shot the surface of the Death Star. But if you look, there's a yellow band and no candy cane. Here there's a smudge, solid red paint. There's a band there, and it appears there's a band here. No stripe, no stripe, and yet another R2. But this is Luke. This is a mistake in editing. In other words, Luke was the one that flew down, shot the Death Star, and flew off through the explosion. But in editing, they picked a different X-Wing that was flying out of the explosion. This is an accident in editing. But as far as context of the movie, this is Luke. Here we see an X-Wing coming into the screen. It is barrel rolling counterclockwise. If you look here, solid red paint, another R2. It does have some markings, although they're hard to see. It would appear as it's red too. There's a band here on the S-foil, top left. Bottom left has a candy cane. This is not Luke's X-Wing. This is the same X-Wing coming out of that barrel roll and leveling out. As you can see, there's a yellow band, no candy cane where it should be. Hello, R2. Solid red paint. There's a candy cane here on the bottom left. As you can see, red too. There's the two stripes there. This scene is flying past the guns on the surface. This indeed is Luke Skywalker. You can't see the S-foil here as it's covered up, but you can see the top left candy cane. There's no band in front of it. Broken red paint. If you watch this scene, this is in fact Luke, and this is his X-Wing. Here's a shot over the surface. Broken red paint. Broken red paint. R2. R2. The markings are different. And okay, I'm back. Bottom left Much better. candy cane. It's supposed to be top Back left. to this madness. Bottom left candy cane. It's supposed to be top left. There's a band here. This has smudges. All right. Onwards. Boy, this is going to be a long one. 30 minutes in, huh? This might go 8 hours. Who knows? I'll see how I feel. I know I can go a good 4 or 5 hours. I might do a part 2. And I know Mahler does like insanely long streams, but I'm pretty sure that YouTube limits you to 8 hours. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here. But for what it's worth, I think I'm being very fair. And I don't want to stretch this out, but it's like every other sentence, this kid is collapsing upon himself. And this is just a mess. Again, Goldman, if you watch this, please take it as constructive criticism. Review your script. Know what you're talking about. And, you know, you're defeating your own arguments here. You got to really think about this. The video itself is made well. The editing's good, the structure, but your whole argument. Hold on, let me make sure the audio is sharing. I really wish by default it would just share the damn audio, but it doesn't. So just in case. Okay. Go back a second here. Alrighty.
And it's unrealistic. Now let's move on to Anakin because his is much worse. For one, Anakin is 9 years old in The Phantom Menace. 9 years old. He manages to win the pod race after not even managing to finish one before.
Just a quick reminder, he's been a slave his entire life. He has been around Watto his entire life. He has worked in a parts store his entire life. He lives where the pod races are his entire life.
Or in his life, then he manages to fly into space having no knowledge of the controls.
He's not flying, it's autopilot. Were you paying attention during these movies?
And manages to destroy the capital ship accidentally while all the trained pilots could not do that.
You just said it, accidentally. And none of them got inside the ship. They're doing the logical attack, trying to attack it from outside. It doesn't occur to him nor me to fly into the belly of a freaking ship. Now, granted, the Death Star is a totally different thing, and those are adults, experienced pilots with experienced admirals and generals and people making a tactical plan. They have the blueprints. It's a totally different thing. Not a small group of Naboo starfighters trying to fend for themselves with no intel.
Like,
spur of the moment, trying to do something.
In what world is what Rey did more impressive than what Anakin did? I just really don't
in every world.
Understand. I really, really don't.
No, you really, really don't understand.
Honestly, that last point about Luke and Anakin should be enough, but let's continue anyway. For literally...
Should be enough? No, that's not. That's zero, null argument.
A majority of this fight, she is just flying in an open field of sand. Again, nothing even remotely impressive for a character in Star Wars.
You should not be able to fly, period. Never mind the Millennium Falcon, regardless, open field or not. And in 2 seconds, she's about to fly through a freaking Star Destroyer in narrow gaps.
Also, I just wanted to point out that Luke and Anakin both had the burden of also being in charge of the guns, while in this case, Finn is in charge while Rey just needs to focus on flying. She makes like 2 somewhat cool turns, I guess, before going into the Star.
Somewhat cool turn. Do you understand the skill you would need to pull what she just pulled off?
Star Destroyer. But
Anakin is just flying in a straight line.
Is that really impressive? No.
Yes, I would say it's very impressive.
She flies through the Star Destroyer, which is pretty impressive, and then does the cool flip at the end.
Oh yeah, pretty impressive. Flying sideways through a narrow gap. It's pretty impressive.
Which I will give is really impressive. Even if very few pilots can make the move that Rey did, can we please...
Look at this. She puts the ship upside down, is hovering it, and lining up the shot for Finn. That's not impressive. That's Han Solo can't freaking do that. Oh, unfucking believable. He learned how to pilot a pod racer. He crashed several before he won the Boot to Eve race. Yes, absolutely, Shaq. I guess you just came back and I did touch on that. Yes, he had many failures. I mean, look at this move. It's ridiculous. Han Solo, Lando Calrissian, Boba Fett. Ain't nobody else doing it. Anakin maybe would be able to do this. Maybe. Luke wouldn't be able to do this. If Luke had the Millennium Falcon for a month and practiced and had the feel for it, okay, Luke, Anakin could do it. But first time flying?
Stop diminishing the effect the Force has on being a pilot. The Force literally gives people godlike reflexes.
No. Number one, absolutely. The Force helped Luke and Anakin. We're not arguing that. But they were naturally good pilots. It's not that just because they had the Force, they were good pilots. This is what Disney and this kid don't understand. Just because Rey has the Force doesn't mean she's just inherently a good pilot. It's not how the Force works. The Force enhances things. If you don't know how to dunk, just because you have the Force, you're not going to just be dunking. It's not how it works. Unbelievable. And what did he just say? There was something he just said that was just
being a pilot. So even though she has very minimal training with the Force, it's literally the same exact.
Oh yeah, he says godlike. No, not Yoda, none of them are godlike. Qui-Gon Jinn gets freaking killed, dude. None of them are godlike. Yoda exiles himself. Have you watched these movies? None of them are godlike. Yoda is a bad motherfucker. Mace Windu is a bad motherfucker. Obi-Wan, Luke, they're all awesome. Vader, awesome. Palpatine, amazing. None of them are godlike. Anakin gets burnt up to a crisp. He ain't no god. Palpatine gets thrown over a freaking railing and blown up in a shaft. He's not a god. None of them are godlike. Again, you think that this is superhero shit, and it's not. This is Star Wars.
Exact reason Anakin won the pod race.
He's watched Avenger Endgame too many times, and he thinks that these guys are Thanos and who is the other one? Who is like a god. He's like purple and black. He has that big helmet with the shoot, I can't remember his name. You guys know who I'm talking about. He's like a massive villain, and he's like supersized. Shoot, I can't think of his name right now. One of the most powerful villains, not Doom. I think he literally is a god. Well, it doesn't matter. This kid is very confused. He thinks that this is Marvel, and it's not. And that's because he has not watched the old movies. He does not understand Star Wars. He's confused and thinks that this is a comic book, and it's not. Knows nothing about Star Wars? Absolutely. Yes, Anakin. Yeah, Anakin. We'll give Anakin the chosen one. A little bit older. He has experience flying all kinds of things. Okay, yeah, maybe he could pull off flying the Millennium Falcon, but even him, he would have trouble. Once he could play around for a day, a week, sure, he would fly it very well, but that was way a bit. No worries. I'm glad you're back. What drugs is this dude on? I don't know, but I want him to share because it's pretty amazing shit. Thanos. No, not Thanos. Who is that guy? Maybe Loki. Galactus. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Galactus. Again, I'm not a Marvel expert. Yeah, Galactus. Blah, blah, blah. Formerly a mortal man, Galactus is a cosmic entity who originally consumed planets to sustain his life force and serves a functional role the upkeep of the primary Marvel continuity. Yeah, I mean, he's like, the dude consumes planets. I mean, it's just a whole different, it's a comic book. It's a superhero. It's a totally different thing, dude. This is not It's not Star Wars. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right.
Qui-Gon even says how only Jedi can have quick enough reflexes to win a pod race. So yeah, considering Rey is super strong with the Force,
Incorrect. Many beings are in the pod race and have no Force powers. Only a human with Jedi with the Force would be able to. That's why Anakin is the only human that can do the pod races. Not anybody with the Force, because what's his name? Oh man, why am I going blank on all these names today? The main pod racer. Shoot. What's his name? The Doug. Man, why am I going blank? This kid has my freaking brain fried. Gunta Eve, who was how am I not remembering his damn name? The Doug that almost kills freaking Jar Jar. Sebulba, yes, thank you, Shaq. I'm going blank. Yes, Sebulba does not have the Force. None of those guys have the Force. It's very specifically stated that Anakin is the only human that can do it, and that's why Qui-Gon says he must have Jedi-like reflexes to be able to do so. But that doesn't apply to everyone.
I can totally see her flying through the Star Destroyer and making this flip. I also wanted to point out one last time, do people realize this is the only time in the entire trilogy we see Rey fly in combat? Like, sure, she flies to Ahch-To at the end of this movie, but I'm talking about
The Last Jedi. She shoots 3 TIE fighters with one shot, which isn't even possible. Lasers don't work that way. The laser hits its target and dissipates. It doesn't keep going. Never mind, could she line up the shot and pull it off? But she takes out 3 TIE fighters. Now, granted, she's not piloting, but she's in combat. I'm trying to think. She flies the X-Wing in the Exegol. She, pretty sure there's another time she flies the Falcon a couple times. How did she get to Exegol initially? In the freaking, or to Ahch-To, in the freaking Falcon. So not only does she know how to fly it, but she also knows how to do hyperspace, which is a whole other problem. How would you even understand the navigation computer, how hyperspace works?
about combat-wise, where she's actively getting shot at. In The Rise of Skywalker, we only see her fly when she's leaving a planet or arriving at one. So people make her out to be this amazing pilot, when in the whole trilogy, she makes like one impressive move.
No, we don't make her out to be an impressive pilot. JJ, KK, Ryan make her out to be an impressive pilot. None of us believe that she's anything. But Disney is insistent that she is great at everything.
And by the way, her with Chewie on Crate does not count because she is
I just want to point out something.
Sure, she flies to Ahch-To at the end of this movie, but I'm talking about combat-wise, where she's actively getting shot at. In The Rise of Skywalker,
Okay, when she arrives in Exegol, she opens up the S-foils into attack position. Like she's got to do something, first of all, against all this. But she literally puts her wings into attack position, which why she would know that or how to open them or is a whole other can of bullshit. But she puts them into attack position. And
Skywalker, we only see her fly when she's leaving a planet or...
Then literally the very next shot, I don't know if he shows it here, the wings are closed again. There's no continuity in Disney Star Wars. None. Literally the next shot, her wings are closed back up.
Arriving at one. So people make her out to be this amazing pilot when in the whole trilogy...
See here, they're closed. But there's other shots as well.
She makes like one impressive move. And by the way, her with Chewie on Crate does not count because she is not flying the Falcon.
But she's swatting TIE fighters like they're flies.
Chewie is. I've also heard people say that throughout this movie, Rey is constantly saving other people, and in this scene, Rey had to save Finn.
On the contrary, Miss Mary Sue doesn't save anybody. She doesn't heal Poe. She doesn't do anything for anybody but herself.
Do people not realize that these two had to work together in order to escape? Yeah, if Rey wasn't there, Finn couldn't have escaped, but let's not act like if Finn wasn't there, Rey could have escaped. There's a difference between saving someone and working together to escape.
Okay, you know what's really sad? I bet you $5 this dude is older than me, and yet I know a lot more about Star Wars than he does. I know quite a few 20-year-olds that know a lot more about Star Wars than this kid does. I think he's 25. I'm not sure, but from what I gather, he's about 25. He's not a Star Wars fan. He's not. He doesn't even really understand movies because he's breaking his own points. What he is he's a Disney trilogy fan. He even says it in his profile. I love especially the sequel trilogy. And by loving this trilogy, he thinks he knows all about Star Wars because he saw Star Wars one time. It's not how it works. Now, he was saying something about, well, but she needs to work as a team. They have no choice. She has to fly and he has to shoot. It's not about let's team up, and they're both getting shot at by TIE fighters. They have no choice but to get into the ship and try to flee. And what else are they going to do? Well, she's going to fly and he's going to shoot. It's not like they teamed up. It's what it is. They have to do what they have to do.
Rey and Finn clearly work together to escape here.
They have no choice.
This was not all 100% on Rey. Anyway, considering this is the only time we really see Rey flying during combat, I probably won't address her being a pilot again. They proceed to go into space and they have this cute...
Just because you're not in combat doesn't discount the fact that she shouldn't be flying, especially the Millennium Falcon. It doesn't matter if you're in a battle or not. Why is she flying?
Little interaction where, again, Rey tells Finn she's flown ships before. There's some mechanical...
Again, I don't remember that in the movie. I beg to differ. I don't think she says that. I will repeat. How did you do that? I don't know. That's what she says.
Problem that occurs, and they try to go fix it. This scene is another example of the storytellers showing us that Rey has an engineering background.
This shows her that she has an engineering background. We've watched the same movie. She does not have an engineering background. She scavenges parts. She wouldn't know the name of these parts, where they fit, what they do, if they're good, if they're bad. None of that. Just because she scavenges does not qualify her to repair the Millennium Falcon or any ship.
Rather than her straight up telling us that she is an engineer. She notices there's a problem with the motivator, and that
she wouldn't even know what a motivator is. Never mind identify that problem amongst this massive ship. Even a trained mechanic would have to look around, pull out diagnostic computers, check things. You know, he's not just going to know where the problem is.
Asks for a Harris wrench. Later on, she asks for a pilot's driver and then bonding.
See, what's realistic is like Finn, he doesn't have a clue, and she shouldn't either. Neither one of them should know the ins and outs of the ship, what these parts are, or how to use them.
I don't even know if these are actual types of tools or not, but the point is the girl clearly knows her stuff. She even knows how the propulsion tank will overflow and fill the ship with poisonous gas.
Because she's a Mary Sue. She lives on Jakku. She wouldn't even know what poisonous gas is.
Again, storytelling 101. Show, don't tell. Her knowing...
Storytelling 101. Okay, now you're going to tell us how storytelling goes. Wow. I'm the same age then. Yeah, he's definitely not a Star Wars fan. No, he's not. He's a casual, I love the sequel trilogy guy.
Knowing the names of all these obscure tools along with the names of certain parts of the ship shows
he's a Disney Star Wars fan, not a real Star Wars fan.
Us that she has an engineering background. This is much more...
She has an engineering background. No, she doesn't. Oh my God. That's like saying that someone that, sews their socks when they get holes in them is a clothing designer. I mean, it's just absurd.
Effective than her just telling us that she's an engineer. The next somewhat important thing in this scene is Rey telling Finn she needs to go back to Jakku. This is just more evidence of her flaw in this film.
Okay, you argued earlier that she saw the ship flying off and that she's desperate to go explore and get off the planet. And now you're going back to reverse that argument that she has to go to Jakku and that's why she's flawed, because her whole mission is to go back to Jakku. Make up your mind. And again, that's not a flaw. That's just you wanting to find your parents and to make sure you're there in case they show up. And also, you're familiar with one place. The one neighborhood you've ever been in is that section of sand on Jakku. So naturally, you're going to feel comfortable going back there.
Even when Finn asks her why she wants to go back, she tells him it's none of his business.
Boyfriend? Your boyfriend?
None of your business, that's...
She says it's none of your business because she's asking if she has a boyfriend, not because, hey, Rey, what's up? Can I help you? Why do you need to go to Jakku? She doesn't say it's none of your business. She says it's none of your business because now he's getting personal and asking if she has a boyfriend. Are you watching the same movie, dude? Are you watching the same thing that I'm watching?
That's why.
Of course she doesn't want to tell him that she was abandoned by her parents and that she needs them to come back.
Why? Why would she? What? Oh, because she's a Mary Sue and she can't have any flaws and she wouldn't want to admit that she's vulnerable? Why? Why? What logic is there? Why wouldn't she just say, well, I need to go back because my parents? You're just making shit up.
This is something she is insecure about, so she sure as hell wouldn't tell someone that she just met about it. So yeah, just another smaller example of how flawed Rey really is. Han Solo and...
She's flawed because she doesn't tell him why she wants to go back to Jakku. But she's not flawed because she can do anything and everything. She's an engineer and can fly the Millennium Falcon.
And Chewbacca arrive and find Rey and Finn. One criticism against Rey during this whole movie was that all the characters instantly liked her. And besides Finn, this isn't the case.
She's an attractive girl. She's obviously in duress and needs help. Why wouldn't Finn like her? Why wouldn't Han, who's a good dude, which they contradict 5 minutes later by saying he's a deadbeat dad, but who's a good dude, why wouldn't he like Rey? Why wouldn't he want to help her?
Case at all. When Han first meets Rey, he intends on shipping her off to some planet because he doesn't even want her around. It's only after she tells Han about the map to Luke Skywalker.
Okay. First of all, I don't remember him saying, well, I'm shipping you off. I don't want you around. Han is just being a little bit indifferent because he's got other things on his mind. He just got his ship back. He doesn't know who the hell you are, what's going on. But at no point is Han saying, like, hey, get out of scram, kid.
That he takes any interest in her. And then in the following scenes, she proves her worth to him.
As far as the Force, I think Finn is the one that says something. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think she says it. Maybe she does. Luke Skywalker. I can't remember right now. But even then, it's not like Han just changes his whole attitude. It's like, all right, come on then. You guys can ride with me. No. He's still doing what he's doing. He's getting his ship back.
After all, that is when he offers her a job on the Falcon.
No. He does later after they've talked for a while and traveled together and landed. After he realizes that she's somewhat connected and looking for Luke, and the part, remember, she says Finn's part of the Resistance, so now the game changes entirely. They've been traveling for a while. Jakku to what's Maz's planet? I don't remember, but there is some distance. It's not like it was a 5-minute flight. They probably were together for hours flying. They had conversation. He knows they have some implications with the Resistance. So now, of course, he's going to be much friendlier and try to help her.
After she has shown she's very useful to him. Notice how he didn't offer Finn a job? Because he didn't do jack to help out.
No, he doesn't give Finn a job because he knows that Finn is lying. He literally says, hey, kid, women always figure it out. Because he knows he's not Resistance. So why should he trust Finn? He doesn't distrust him. He doesn't want to kick him off. He knows he's a scared kid. But of course he's not going to just offer Finn a job. He's lying and he knows it. Are we watching the same movie?
About the situation. All Finn did during the Rathtar fiasco was get caught and scream, and then later on he helped put a band-aid on Chewie. So yeah, Finn wasn't really that useful here, but let's...
No, but he was, trying to survive, and he did show some kindness. He tried to help Chewie. He didn't have to do that. And he didn't release the Rathars. Miss Mary Ray did that, so...
Look at what Rey did. So after the space pirates find Han Solo, Rey and Finn realize they are in some trouble. So Rey attempts to try and close off certain doors so Han and Chewie can get back to the Falcon safely. However, her plan doesn't work because she accidentally opens the wrong doors.
Okay, and I knew he was going to make that argument. That, see, she's flawed. She opened the wrong doors. But knowing where the fuses are, understanding how they work, and even attempting to have the logic to say, well, if I move the fuses around, that'll lock down some doors. That in itself makes her a Mary Sue, because she should not have this knowledge. Living in dead, powerless, crashed up Star Destroyer.
And lets the Rathars loose. Rey made a mistake.
Yeah, nobody said she doesn't make mistakes. We said that there's no consequence to her mistakes, that she doesn't have any true flaws or stakes, because even the mistake that she makes doesn't get anybody killed. On the contrary, the Rathars kill the enemy and clear the ship for them. So if there's no consequence or stakes, again, she's a Mary Sue, because there's no negative to what she did. On the contrary, it helped them. And when you're making even mistakes that is making everything turn out correctly, you're a Mary Sue.
She screwed up and almost got Finn killed. This is literally not what a Mary Sue does by any means, but people seem to negate this fact.
No one else, not even Han Solo, probably knows where those fuses are and would have occurred to him to do that. I mean, maybe it's his ship, but no stranger to the ship is going to think about, or understand those fuses and attempt that.
One counter argument I've heard is that letting out the Rathars ended up working better than Rey's original plan.
Duh, exactly.
Because the Rathars ended up eating most of the pirates anyway, and the whole crew was able to escape. For one, you don't know this.
We see it on the damn screen, dude. What?
Had Rey closed the doors properly, then maybe they could have all just walked out without any problems. But instead, Finn almost died and Chewie...
We can't go by what if. We have to go by what is. And what is that she opened the wrong doors, which resulted in the Rathars eating those guys, and they could escape. Period. We're not going off of what ifs here. We're going off of what is shown to us.
We got shot. Now, I've also heard that Rey saving Finn is another example of her being a Mary Sue, that she magically learned how to use the controls of the ship and happened to close the doors at the right time. People who claim this, I honestly believe, are just reaching for things to complain about.
You're reaching for things to defend Rey. She's never seen a security system, dude. She's never seen a computer. She's never seen a TV screen. She's never been on a huge freighter before. She doesn't understand prison cells, the behavior of Rathars, any of that. Now, if you had just basic knowledge of these things and you saw what was happening, could you figure out the timing and hit a button to chop off the Rathar? Okay. But the point is, this girl doesn't know anything about any of this. She's never seen a computer. How would she know where the controls are, how to use them? It's not the fact that she did it or had the timing. It's the fact that she even understands how to use a freaking computer.
Control panel is probably like any standard security system. She probably just typed in the number of the screen she was looking.
Oh, like any standard computer security system. We all just know how to walk into a security console and, type in the code and do what we want. That's why it's called security, because anybody can just walk in. It's like the Mandalorian, like anybody can just punch some buttons and open his gun case, no problem, because we all know how security systems work. Sweet Jesus.
Looking at or something, so she could try to close the door at the right time. And for her getting lucky with closing the door on the Rathtar's arm, do people...
That's not lucky. Anakin just randomly pulling levers and firing, that was lucky. Her looking at the screen, timing it, like conviction in her face, and hitting the button at the right time, that's not lucky. That she planned and timed that.
not understand what the Force does to a person? As I said when I was discussing her flying the Falcon, the Force heightens one's reflexes to an insane amount, and can sometimes even allow the person to see things before they...
No, it does not heighten someone's reflexes to an insane amount. It gives you an edge. But unless you've trained and learned how to hone the Force, you're not insanely doing anything. Anakin, yeah, had some assistance with coordination and timing and could realize things instinctively, but he wasn't just doing insane things because of the Force. It was because the kid was smart and was brought up around this machinery and had raced in several races before, so he understands how the pod racers work. So naturally, he had a chance to win. Rey, like out of nowhere, is doing all this stuff because of the Force. That's not how the Force works. The Force just doesn't just make you Michael Jordan. You must train. Now, if you take the time and the effort to learn, then the Force, yes, you can do miraculous things, but not just because.
They happen, just like what Qui-Gon said to Anakin. Again, how do you think the Jedi are able to block blaster shots?
Because between the two of them, there's like 50 years of Jedi training. That's how. Because they're in the Republic at its height. Because they're part of the freaking Jedi temple. They're around tons of other Jedi. They're being trained by Yoda and Mace and everyone else. They have experience. They have the access to the library and all the holocrons. They have over 50 years of experience between the two of them. That's how they're able to do something as simple and logical as block a blaster bolt with your goddamn lightsaber. Hello.
Because of their insane reflexes and being able to predict where shots will go with the Force. And for those who say she doesn't have any training yet, so she can't use the Force, probably haven't watched The Phantom Menace before. Qui-Gon says how only a human with Jedi reflexes can win this pod race. Also, there have been so many times...
No, he doesn't. He says only a human with Jedi reflexes could race in the race. He never said that you're guaranteed to win or that you're going to win or that's the only way you could win. No. He said that the only reason you can race there is because you're special. So don't change the words. And just like I've shown in other videos, Lucas purposely avoided Anakin using the Force when that hose breaks loose and is flopping around. At first, he considered Anakin using the Force to pull it back and reattach it to his pod. And he said, no, Anakin is too small and would not understand how to use the Force or even understand the Force at all. So instead, he pulls out that magnet, sucks the coupling to it, then pulls it in the ship, and then attaches it with his hand. Because Anakin's not a Mary Sue or Gary Stu and doesn't just use the Force willy-nilly. Yes, he has a little bit of heightened reflexes, but he's not winning because of the Force. He's winning because the kid is smart and has experience.
Times where people have used the Force in the most minuscule way with no training. Remember that baby Rodian in the...
Yeah, sure. The Force flows through you, and instinctively you could do some minuscule things, that just as you said, minute things. Not fly the Millennium Falcon or pick up a lightsaber and defeat Kylo Ren.
The Clone Wars that was able to make a ball float, or how Baby Yoda literally uses the Force a bunch of...
Making a rubber ball float is very different from picking the X-Wing out of a swamp. And it's totally different from Baby Yoda, who can't even speak, never mind has any kind of understanding, picking up this mudhorn. That was total bullshit as well. So don't try to justify Rey with this nonsense, because this is totally non-canon nonsense as well.
Times throughout The Mandalorian, and to those who say Yoda's species is stronger with the Force than humans, there is no factual evidence to support this claim.
So again, you've discounted your own argument. A second ago, you're justifying it by Baby Yoda picking up the mudhorn. Your literal next sentence is, well, but no, the Yoda species, there is no proof that they are much stronger than the Force. Wow.
Claim. And I'm going to bring this up again later. So yeah, people can use the Force in fairly basic ways with having no training or no knowledge of the Force.
Yes, fairly basic ways. Not lifting up mudhorns and not flying the Millennium Falcon.
So after Rey saves Finn, they all leave on the Falcon and escape. Now, just like always, there are more.
I mean, am I crazy, or does he defeat his own argument, like literally the next sentence?
Or Mary Sue complains during this part. When they are leaving, Han is having some trouble jumping into lightspeed. Rey points out to him to hit the compressor, and when Han does it, it works.
Rey doesn't even know what lightspeed is. Never mind. Oh, well, the compressor, if you override the compressor, we can jump to hyperspace.
And they are able to leave. Now, on the surface, this is actually a good example of what a Mary Sue is. This is Han's ship, and someone else telling Han how it works is something that
is something that a Mary Sue would do. Because nobody outside of Lando Calrissian would be able to tell him. Luke doesn't. Does Luke come onto the Millennium Falcon and start repairing shit? No, neither does Obi-Wan.
Probably shouldn't happen. But since people who claim Rey's a Mary Sue love to nitpick these movies, I'm
nitpick these movies.
I'm going to do the same thing in my advantage. Notice how all the problems that Han supposedly needs help with revolve around this compressor. Before they take off, Rey reminds him to hit the compressor. And
she wouldn't even know what a compressor is.
When they are having problems in hyperspace, Rey bypasses the compressor.
And she just, just knows to yank out this thing. And that's going to fix it. By the way, bypassing something means you either reroute the power source or the connection. You could remove something, but then you need to reestablish a connection. Just ripping out these wires is not bypassing anything. It's breaking the continuity here. It's breaking the circuit. So if anything, this circuit or this panel or part of the ship should have just shut down. It should have totally shut down the hyperdrive, not bypassed it, because you've yanked a piece of wiring out. So it's not even logical that that's a bypass. A bypass is getting around or reestablishing a new connection, not just yanking wires out. You've broken the connection if you just yank the freaking wires out.
Now, do you also remember when Han was in the cockpit for the first time? He points out how some moof milker put a compressor on the ignition line. This implies that the compressor wasn't there before when Han had the Falcon in the original trilogy. And Rey clearly knows it because she not only knows who put it on, but that she thought it was a...
How does she know who put it on? How does she know that? Because you want her to?
Mistake too when it was put on. So in reality, Rey doesn't...
She's never been on the Millennium Falcon. How would she know? She's not an engineer, a mechanic, a shipbuilder, none of that. How would she know?
Doesn't know more about the Falcon than Han does. She just knows more about the one thing that was added to it while Han was not in possession.
Yet she's doing loop-de-loops the first time she flies it and manages to put it upside down, hover it, and line up a shot for Finn. But she doesn't know more or is not a better pilot than Han in his own ship. Are you listening to your own argument?
Possession of the Falcon. This was a pretty clever way to make Rey help Han without having to seem like she knows more about the entire ship than Han does.
Well, she does, because Han, his own ship, he doesn't know how to diagnose or fix this problem. But she, who just stepped onto the ship for the first time a few hours ago, knows exactly where it is and how to fix it.
Actually, this whole compressor thing is kind of underlooked. They both mentioned how the compressor puts too much stress on the hyperdrive, and once the ship enters hyperspace for the first time in years, there are a bunch of problems. So what does Rey do? Bypass the compressor, which solves the problem.
What does Rey do? She rips some wires out. That's bypassing the compressor.
Because based on their exchange earlier, she knew the compressor would be a problem when entering hyperspace. So to those who say J.J. Abrams...
Why would she know that? She doesn't even know what hyperspace is. Why would she know that doing that would enable them to go to hyperspace?
Abrams puts no thinking into his movies clearly didn't notice this little detail. Afterwards, they all gather together and they talk about Luke and the Force. Now, Rey doesn't really do anything here, but there are a few things I'd like to note. When Han questions that they are fugitives, Rey tells him that Finn is with the Resistance and that she's just a scavenger. This might be a small throwaway line to some, but I see this as more than that. One of Rey's biggest struggles in this trilogy is her accepting that she can be something special without other people's approval or who she is related to.
I'm sorry, I never took that from the movie. She is concerned with finding her parents. She is never concerned with other people's approval. Never does she look to anyone for acceptance. Is she asking for them to hang around her? If anything, they follow her around. She's not looking for acceptance. She's looking for her parents.
So here, when she just refers to herself by her occupation as a scavenger, it says a lot about how she views herself.
Scavenger, not an engineer.
I'm just a scavenger and nothing more.
And that's literally what she is. As you can see, she's scavenging parts and dragging them with a little rope sled thing.
That's probably how she viewed herself for most of her life, so it makes
Because that's what she is.
sense that later on, she has problems accepting that she is special. The other thing is the look of amazement on her face when she says the Jedi were real. I think this shows it's more than just a myth to her, or what she thought was a myth. These are stories that she's heard a lot about.
These are stories that she heard a lot about. How do you know that? She says it's a myth. She doesn't even believe it. How do you know that she's heard a lot about this? If she's heard a lot about it, she wouldn't think it's a myth. She would have confirmation from various sources that this is real.
It's also kind of neat that she goes from not even knowing the Jedi were real to claiming that she's all the Jedi by
It's really neat that she didn't know the Jedi were real, and she goes to, I'm all the Jedi. That's really neat.
the end of The Rise of Skywalker. Nothing big, but I enjoy little things like that.
Nothing big, it's just a little thing. Wow.
So they arrive on Takodana, and Han and Rey have a nice little exchange. Now, people like to point to this exchange as another example of her being a Mary Sue. Since Han and Chewie both like her and Han gives her a gun, this is a supposed example of all the characters in a story liking her, which is a trait of a Mary Sue. But can we...
Wait a minute. I was looking at a thing and my brain didn't connect there. 30 years is enough time for something to become a myth. I mean, yes and no. We're confined to the earth. There's people that live in the middle of nowhere. So you could argue that, I don't know all Greek myths or all Chinese myths or whatever. So, okay, but you live in a galaxy that's interconnected, high technology. You're an engineer. You know how to fly spacecraft. You know that you can track the transactions of how the Millennium Falcon ended up there. But you don't know anything about Luke Skywalker that saved the galaxy. Not your town, not your planet, but saved the galaxy. That's reaching. Okay, let me go back here because what he just said I didn't quite register.
I can't picture that Han thinks this girl is dangerous and is a threat to him and Chewie. So yeah, shooting, they would probably freak out. Han even has a similar response. Also, this is probably just a filmmaking mistake, but am I the only one who ever noticed that Rey is closing the wrong eye here? Like, I've played with Nerf guns before, and I'm pretty sure that the eye you open is on the same side as the arm with the gun.
Okay. What he just said is like a summation of his entire review. You are young, and you think you know, but you really are clueless. Mr. I've played with Nerf guns. I've played with real guns. Number one, in the ideal world, if you're right-handed, you would hold a pistol with your right hand, and yes, you would aim with your right eye. No argument. But some people are right-handed and have a bad right eye. So some people do aim with the opposite eye. Ideally, again, if your left eye is stronger, then you would want to hold the pistol with your left hand and shoot with your left hand. Ideally. But what happens all too often is that your right eye is weak, but you're right-handed. And it is very unnatural to shoot with your left hand, but it is very instinctive to aim with your left eye. It does throw your aim off. You must adjust and compensate and get used to it. But there is nothing wrong, Mr. Nerf Gun, which I'm actually defending Rey here, that she would be looking through the wrong eye. Now, I believe what they were trying to imply is that she's such a noob with guns that she's looking through the wrong eye. Okay, but you opened your mouth and you made the argument of, I play with Nerf guns and that's not how it works. Well, again, you're doing this to yourself in your own video. If you don't know what you're talking about, just shut up.
So Mary Sue Rey is so good at everything, but doesn't even know how to use a gun right. Han even has to remind her to keep the gun down and not holding it, pointing it at everyone. Again, I've never shot a gun before, but even I know you're not supposed to be pointing the gun at people when you're not using it. And later on, she manages to forget to turn off the safety. Kinda surprised that there's something like this in Star Wars anyway, but nonetheless, she forgot to turn off the safety.
I mean, it is a little weird because you just never think about it. You just assume the blasters will shoot, but why is it unreasonable that there's a safety? I mean, if not, people would be blasting them damn selves all the time. So it's totally reasonable. I don't think it's so outrageous that there's a safety. What's unreasonable is that 2 seconds ago, she doesn't know how to hold the gun, and now she's shooting down stormtroopers, Mary Sue. Because let me tell you, I don't care who you are. You pick up a pistol for the first time and you shoot it, you're like, oh shit. You jump and you're not expecting it. You're going to just shoot, like, you're not going to hit any target. You're certainly not taking on stormtroopers. And I think she misses the first shot and then hits him after the second or whatever shot. But regardless, she's not going to be shooting anybody. Not to mention, you have to have the cunning, the bravery to shoot another being. Now, granted, she's getting shot at, so her instinct and her adrenaline, fine. But for her to just first time picking up a pistol and shooting down stormtroopers, bullshit.
So they go inside and talk to Maz. Rey doesn't really do anything here, but I do like how she's the only one eating. The girl is probably
just a second, because I think there was another point to that.
Everything, but doesn't even know how to use a gun right. Han even has to remind her to keep the gun down and not holding it, pointing it at everyone. Again, I've never shot a gun before, but even I know you're not supposed to be pointing the gun at people when you're not using it. And later on, she manages to forget to turn off the...
Okay, I saw about 10 more minutes of this video initially, and he's going to mention something about Leia. That's why I stopped. We'll get to it in a moment.
Safety. Kinda surprised that there's something like this in Star Wars anyway, but nonetheless, she forgot to turn off the safety.
See, second shot, she gets the stormtrooper, or first order stormtrooper. Amen. I guess that was to my pistol comment with the eyes aiming. Or if you don't know what the hell you're saying, shut up. Wasn't that gun white in color in the scene where Han gives her the gun and here shooting at Trooper, the gun is gray? I'm pretty sure it's always been gray. Yeah, that I think is okay. I mean, I can look real quick, but I'm like 99%. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's gray. There's more light and it's a little bit more distance.
Everything, but doesn't even know how to use a gun right.
Yeah, it's gray.
Han even has to remind her to keep the gun down and not holding it, pointing it at everyone. Again, I've never shot a gun before, but even I know you're not supposed to be pointing the gun at people when you're not using it. And later on, she manages to forget to turn off the safety. Kinda surprised that there's something like this in Star Wars anyway, but...
Which, by the way, where would she even know the safety is? Han didn't tell her. She barely knows how to hold the damn thing. I mean, I guess you could figure it out, but, you know.
Nonetheless, she forgot to turn off the safety. So they go inside and talk to Maz. Rey doesn't really do anything here, but I do like how she's the only one eating. The girl is probably starving, so this was a cute thing to see from me. So she has...
Oh, it's so cute. She's hungry, dude. I mean, what the hell? By the way, yeah, I'm sure she is hungry. But it's not just that she's hungry. She's in a different world. She's never been off the freaking sand patch. So to her, she's like in Disneyland right now, and she's seeing colorful food, prepared food. She's like, oh my God, hungry or not, like this is, you know, like a steak compared to like, I've been eating Spam. I mean, of course she's going to be eating. But, you know, your girl Rey, we know it's so cute.
Her emotional talk with Finn after he leaves, and then she has her vision. Now, I've heard people argue that this is another example of her being a Mary Sue because the Force just happened to call to her.
Yes, absolutely. This is one of the biggest reasons why she's a Mary Sue. Anakin and Luke Skywalker's lightsaber would not be calling to Rey Palpatine. Hello.
Now, this is kind of hard to argue because we still don't exactly know what happened with her Force vision. We don't know why the Force led her to the lightsaber and why she had that vision.
Because that's what J.J. Abrams wrote. That's why. Anakin and Luke Skywalker's lightsaber would not be calling to Rey Palpatine.
And it's unlike anything we've ever seen before in Star Wars, really. There is that ability in Fallen Order that Cal has where he can see the past of an object, but in this case we don't just see the past of an object, we see the past and the future. All I can say against the Mary Sue argument is that this basically happened to Luke and Anakin too. They didn't have Force visions per se, but extraordinary coincidence.
Okay. Yes, you can see things through the Force with training. Luke couldn't do it, remember? But Yoda looked into the future, and even then, the future is hard to see. It is. Okay, so it's not like you can just see whatever you want. Number two, you're literally in your video saying that Anakin can't have Force visions, and you're showing us a scene of Anakin having a Force vision. What is wrong with you? You, again, are defeating your own freaking argument. Here, listen and watch carefully.
And the future. All I can say against the Mary Sue argument is that this basically happened to Luke and Anakin too. They didn't have Force visions per se, but extraordinary coincidences.
They didn't have Force visions. What the hell is this? It's a Force vision. I know he's going to say it was a dream. It was a nightmare. It's a Force vision, dude. It's not just a dream that he's dreaming something that's going to happen to Aunt Padme. He's literally having a vision that she's going to die. He not only says it later that he saw it, but also this is why he turns to Darth freaking Vader, because of this right here. This is the catalyst of why he becomes the Dark Lord of the Sith, is because he sees Padme freaking dying. Have you watched Star Wars, The Gold Man?
Led them to journeys into the Force. A message sent by his sister happened to end up on the doorstep of Luke, and a Jedi Master who loved to study prophecies happened to land on Tatooine and happened to find the supposed Chosen One. As Qui-Gon said, nothing happens by accident, and it was the will of the Force that he met Anakin. So I guess my counter would be that it was simply just the will of the Force that Rey found the lightsaber. It's not really...
No, it's not the will of the Force. The will of the Force, yes, there are no accidents. Even Obi-Wan says, in my experience, there's no such thing as coincidence or luck. But that's when things are interconnected and make sense. It would make sense for Anakin's lightsaber to call out to his son, or that Luke, when he calls out for help, he's going to first call out to Obi-Wan, who he has a connection to, and then his sister Leia, which I guess at that point, does he know Leia's his sister? No, not till Jedi, I guess. But regardless, he has a connection to Leia. So that makes sense. But for a Skywalker lightsaber to be calling out to a Palpatine does not make sense. The Force does not work that way. It doesn't just willy-nilly communicate with things, Mr. I probably believe in Force-scape. It's not how it works. He does talk about the dyad coming up, so it's not how it works. It works when things are interconnected and make sense and have a reasoning to call to each other, not randomly. Rey, who has no connection, has never met or interacted with the myth Luke Skywalker, never mind Anakin Skywalker, that his lightsaber is going to be calling out to her. Lightsabers don't just call out to Force beings. It's not how it works. Furthermore, the lightsaber has nothing to do with the Force. Absolutely nothing. It's a weapon. You pick the crystal as a Jedi to ignite the lightsaber, but the lightsaber itself doesn't have the Force. The Force flows through it like it flows through everything, but it's not a Force item, a Sith artifact, or a Jedi holocron. Okay, you could argue there's some Force there. But a lightsaber is just a freaking weapon at the end of the day. That's why Han and Finn, at one point, both pick it up and use the damn thing. How quaint she actually eats, let alone foreign food. Yes, so cute. Was that the will of the wills or the will's will? Who knows? They don't know. How am I supposed to know?
The best counter argument, but I don't see how this would make Rey a Mary Sue anyway. The scene after...
Again, it is evidence of her being a Mary Sue, because a lightsaber would not call out to just anyone. It would call out to its master, its owner, someone that's wielded it. Okay. But to just randomly call out to Rey, who doesn't even know what a Jedi is, never mind begun experiencing the Force or understanding it or believing in it, no, it would not call out to Rey Palpatine. If she was Luke's daughter, okay, I'd say, all right, because of the lineage, Luke's essence could somehow call out to Rey. I would give you that. But outside of that, no, it's not going to call out to any Jedi. Now, is an experienced Jedi able to maybe sense that there's a lightsaber in the area and find it and wield it? Okay. But Yoda, not Mary Sue Rey. Oh, but she's a Mary Sue, so therefore, yes, she can.
As her Force vision is probably the most important scene in the movie, and it's a scene that no one ever talks about. So Rey is freaked out by her vision.
Everybody talks about it. What are you talking about?
And tells Maz that she shouldn't have gone in there and that she needs to go back to...
Yeah, which is another thing. Like, who is this girl to just, like, sneak off, go through Maz's castle, like, it's all good, I'm just going to snoop around. Not to snoop around, go downstairs into forbidden areas, go to a room, open the door, go in there, it's like a treasure room, knick-knack room, and then go as far as to open that chest. Like, what business does this girl have being down there? I understand she's a scavenger, but, you know, a little etiquette. Why is she, like, just going around Maz's castle like it's all good? Unless you want to argue, Goldman, that she's just a scavenger and doesn't know any better. Okay, but then that defeats your previous arguments that she's this intelligent engineer and knows how to do all this stuff. So if she can do all, you can't have it both ways. Either she knows this shit and she can repair the Millennium Falcon, so she would know better than to be snooping around this castle, or she's just a very naive scavenger that would instinctively do this, which then negates her being an engineer or a pilot or any of this other stuff. You can't have it both ways.
Jakku. Maz responds by telling her, "You already know the truth. Whoever you're waiting for on Jakku..."
Hey, Admiral, good to see you. Well, you missed a few good key points. You'll have to watch the replay, because right now I can't even... I mean, it's just a mess. This, you know what? I can't believe I could ever say this. This review is worse than the sequel trilogy. This review has more holes in it than the actual sequel trilogy does. It's amazing. Anyways, I covered a bunch of stuff. It's like every 2 seconds I got to stop this video because this kid is all over the place.
They're never coming back, and Rey proceeds to cry. This shows us that deep down, Rey knows her parents aren't coming back. She's...
Okay. She says she has to go back to Jakku. She's crying about it. How does that tell you that she knows they're not coming back? The reason she's crying is because she desperately wants to get back to try to find them.
She's been in denial about this for like 10 years now. If her parents don't come back, then that means that Rey isn't important to anyone, not even her own parents, which is one of her biggest fears at this point in the story. As I said earlier, her biggest flaw in at least The Force Awakens
Okay. The first part of your statement was fine. Yes, we all would have that fear, dude. If we didn't know our parents, we were left as a 9-year-old on a desert planet, we would all feel the same way, desperate to find our origin, our bloodline, our parents, some sort of security, some sort of connection, some sort of friendship, anything. That's totally normal. But then you go and counter your own argument and say, well, that's our biggest flaw. That's not a flaw. You would be flawed if you didn't give a damn. So of course she's supposed to want to go back to Jakku and find out who the hell she is. That's normal. That would have made her not a Mary Sue. And you're sitting here arguing that this is a flaw because you want to desperately defend your girl, Daisy. And if you listen to yourself, you're going to realize that that's not working, that you're just making shit up because this is not a flaw. That is what you're supposed to do, is be sad because you don't know who your parents are. It's fine, was just kind of joking. By the way, Goldman is doing a live discussion tonight. Don't remember what time. The live discussion is at 7. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if he's aware of my video or not, and for all I know, he might to try to, counter my video or attack one of my videos or whatever. I don't care. I'm not worried about it because, as you all know, I know this shit very well, and he's showing us he does not. He's celebrating hitting 700 subs, which I give him props for. Yeah, okay. And his video has like 2,000 views. And so, yeah, good for him. But are those really merited subs? No, it's just that he made a video that's hot. It's a hot topic because there's all these Raylos that are desperate to say, see, we told you she's not a Mary Sue. And they're not even watching the video or dissecting it and using logic and saying, oh, wait a minute, dude, you're countering your own arguments. They're just glad. They're going to get behind. See, there's a video that proves it.
In The Last Jedi is her need for external validation.
But, he has success. If he hits 5,000 subscribers today, then, good for him. I'm not jealous. I don't care. I'm just saying. Is it really merited?
Rey is so desperate for her parents to come back that she is willing to waste her life away on a planet she hates. This is a huge flaw for a character to have.
No, it's not. That's all you've known. You've grown up there. That's the only planet you know. That's the only life you know. It's perfectly normal for you to go back to what you know. So much so that people that are in prison for a long time often get out. And guess what they do? They immediately commit a crime because they can't adjust to the outside world. They go back to prison because that's what they're comfortable with. That's what they're familiar with. It is totally logical that Rey would want to go back to Jakku in case her parents show up. I don't understand what you're arguing here.
One thing I love about the sequel trilogy is that in each movie, Rey hears the worst possible thing. In The Rise of Skywalker, Rey is insecure about her relationship to the dark side and whether or not she's worthy of becoming.
She doesn't know at this point that she's dark side, by the way. She doesn't find out till later on the on Kylo's ship when he says, you have his power, you're a Palpatine. She doesn't even know that she has dark side. That's why she freaks out when she does the lightning, because she's like, holy shit. So that argument is null because she doesn't even know that she's dark side.
A Jedi. So what happens? She finds out she's the grand.
And by the way, thanks for acknowledging, Goldman, that she is dark side, because she is. She's a Palpatine. Therefore, she is not a Skywalker. One of your other arguments.
And daughter of the literal archetype of the devil. In The Last Jedi, she wants her parents to be important so she can have easy answers in her path as a Jedi. But what happens? Her parents were nobody. In The Force Awakens, Rey wants her parents to come back to her. So what is she told? That her parents are never coming back. Even when Maz tells Rey that there is someone who still could come back to her, she instantly puts her hopes and dreams into Luke to be that parental figure for her.
What? Maz doesn't say that to her. Maz says, you know the truth. They're not coming back. She doesn't say that they might come back. She says, you know the truth. You need to move forward. What are you talking about, dude? Have you watched the movies that you're arguing for?
Maz tells Rey the most important thing that she needs to hear, that the belonging she seeks is not behind her, but ahead. But Rey hasn't accepted this yet. When Maz tells her to take the lightsaber, she literally just runs away scared. Rey her whole life just wanted to find belonging, and now she's also told to become a Jedi? Rey's like, screw that. She just wants to find her parents, and she's not ready to begin a journey of becoming a warrior all on her own. I don't understand how people can watch this scene and think she's a Mary Sue. She just ran away into the middle of the forest because she's scared of becoming a Jedi without guidance. Like, girl, where are you going?
Okay, once again, you're proving you don't understand what a Mary Sue is. Her running doesn't negate her being a Mary Sue. What it proves is she's a coward. It doesn't mean she still doesn't know how to fly ships and use a lightsaber and fix the Millennium Falcon and know all this stuff. That's still true. That hasn't changed. All this is showing is that she's a coward and she runs. That doesn't make her not a Mary Sue. It just makes her a coward.
A Mary Sue would 100% just pick up that lightsaber and save the day for...
Incorrect. Just because you're great at something doesn't make you a hero, doesn't mean you're going to fight for right, doesn't make you righteous. Totally incorrect. A villain could be a Mary Sue. Thanos, you could kind of argue, is a Mary Sue. Although I'm not saying he is, but I'm just saying, for argument's sake, you could say he's a Mary Sue. He's all powerful, right? Can snap the galaxy away or whatever the hell he does. Doesn't make him a hero. So that argument is null.
For everyone. A Mary Sue does not run away from a challenge or
Incorrect.
any responsibility. Rey running into the forest because she is scared is probably the most non-Mary Sue thing you could possibly do.
Wrong.
But knowing people, they'll probably find some lame reason why this is her being a Mary Sue anyway. Anyway, moving on.
No, it's the other 50 things that you've said yourself that make her Mary Sue. Her running makes her a coward. No more, no less.
Rey runs around the forest scared for a bit, chats with BB-8 quickly, and then the First Order arrives. She takes out her gun and kills 3 people. Only 3.
Never shot a gun before and kills 3 people. Just the implication of that. Having the skill, the aim, the guts, the courage. Normal people have a conscience, and to kill someone is like out of the question. But then you would kill somebody, okay, let's say in self-defense. You would be shaking, freaked out. Oh my God, probably drop the weapon. But no, she proceeds to then take out 2 more people. And he's like, oh, well, she only killed 3. She only committed murder 3 times and not 50. So, you know, she's not a Mary Sue.
People. But yeah, she's a Mary Sue because she magically knows how to use a gun. Bro.
I just saw something. Luke used Force choke. No, actually, it's not. It's proven in the movies that it's not because Luke uses it. It's not necessarily a dark side. You maybe assume that because you see Vader use it, but that's not necessarily. Yoda doesn't choke, but like when he goes into the Senator's chamber and he tosses the. I love that scene when he smacks the 2 Imperial Emperor's Royal Guards. It's not exactly the same, but yeah, no, Force choke isn't necessarily exclusive. Plus, remember that Luke doesn't. Vader literally chokes. Luke just kind of like waves. So it's not exactly the same. He's not. I never took it as he's literally like choking. He like kind of like. I mean, I guess they do go for their throat. But it's to me, it was never quite literally the same. Whereas Vader's like, you know, I'm choking your ass. I think he's more so like stunning them, restricting their air, not so much like putting pressure on their throat. I don't know, arguable. From earlier discussion. Yeah, I got you. Force choke could be argued to be a neutral power. Yeah, that's the thing. That's how I always understood it. I mean, you know, not taking anything from you, Hans, but I've watched all these movies in the theater. I was in the theater in 1977. So someone that grew up with Star Wars culture, we never saw it as, oh, well, Force choke is strictly evil. Maybe like an Empire, but once we saw Jedi, we're like, oh, okay. So it's just a Force ability. Just like Force jump, Force run, pulling a lightsaber to you, throwing objects. Those are just force powers, neutral force powers. Lightning and heal were very specific and very advanced. That's different.
Didn't Luke and Leia kill like a bunch more people on the Death Star? And they were using actual blasters, not the little pistol-looking blasters that Rey had.
Okay. Regardless of what weapon you're using, you're killing people, so that's null. Second, you're inside a contained Imperial base with hundreds, if not thousands. A Star Destroyer has 250,000 crew, maybe 400,000 crew. I mean, just a massive crew. The Death Star, even the first one, would have at least 1 million bodies on it. The majority of them would be stormtroopers. So you're in a ship rescuing a prisoner who's implicated with the rebellion, has the plans of the Death Star, and you're surrounded by stormtroopers at every corner. Well, of course you're going to be shooting everything and trying to escape. Duh. I mean, you're comparing, again, an apple to a cheese cracker. Come on, man. You're not even having a logical conversation here.
Also, can we stop acting like not every main character in every Star Wars movie has serious plot armor? Like, at this point, it's a meme. But sure, Rey shoots 3 people, and that's significantly more unrealistic than Anakin accidentally blowing up a whole spaceship. And if you're wondering why I keep on bringing up other characters, it's because Rey is the only one who gets called a Mary Sue, when literally so many...
Okay, hold on. Let's go back a second here.
She's a non-Mary Sue thing you could possibly do. But knowing people, they'll probably find some lame reason why this is her being a Mary Sue anyway. Anyway, moving on, Rey runs around the forest scared for a bit, chats with BB-8 quickly, and then the First Order arrives. She takes out her gun and kills 3 people. Only 3 people. But yeah, she's a Mary Sue because she magically knows how to use a gun.
Go outside, Mr. Nerf Pistol. Grab a real pistol and try to shoot 1 can. You're going to spend the next week shooting everything but that can. Hell, not even a can. Get a big life-size scarecrow, stand at any distance, and try to shoot that scarecrow. And you're going to go through several clips of shooting everything but that scarecrow. Mr. I've shot a Nerf gun.
Bro, didn't Luke and Leia kill like a bunch more people on the Death Star? And they were using actual blasters, not the little pistol-looking blasters that Rey had. Also, can we...
Okay. Those blasters don't have any disadvantage or advantage to this pistol as far as aim. If anything, this would be easier to shoot. Again, Luke and Leia didn't have any damn choice. What are they supposed to do? They're also at close range. I mean, I don't understand your argument here.
Can we stop acting like not every main character in every Star Wars movie has serious plot armor? Like, at this point, it's a meme. But sure, Rey shoots 3 people, and that's significantly more unrealistic than Anakin accidentally blowing up a whole spaceship.
Okay, well, I already discussed that. He was accidentally inside the ship, and he pulls on some levers and shoots on accident. That's totally reasonable. Rey having the aim and conviction of shooting targets at distance with a handgun is not totally reasonable.
And if you're wondering...
And by the way, no one is saying that because she shot those 3 stormtroopers, oh, she's a Mary Sue. We're saying because of all the 80 things that I have already discussed and another 150 things we're about to discuss, she's a Mary Sue. That's another confusion that these people seem to have. They're like trying to break it down into points. Not one of us has ever said because of 1, 2, and 3. These points at this point in the film make her Mary Sue. We're talking about over 3 movies. The girl doesn't get hurt, doesn't get dirty, doesn't have any problems, doesn't fail, can do anything, can do things that not even Grandmaster Yoda could do. We're talking about her entire arc is complete nonsense. That's why she's a Mary Sue, not because one time she shot a stormtrooper. Nobody's arguing that. But when you compound that on top of the other 10,003 things that we've talked about, yeah, she's a Mary Sue.
Wondering why I keep on bringing up other characters, it's because Rey is the only one who gets called a Mary Sue when literally so many other characters, especially Luke and Anakin, do this same thing. The double standard.
Okay, so now Luke and Anakin are Mary Sues or Carrie Stews. I mean, dude, you are stretching. And no, they do not do the same thing. They don't fly. They don't force heal. They don't pick up a lightsaber for the first time and defeat an experienced force user. They don't. Do you remember Anakin losing body parts to Dooku? Did you watch Star Wars?
And for Rey is insane. We next see Rey running through the forest before her first encounter with Kylo Ren. This is another excellent scene that shows Rey is clearly not a Mary Sue. Rey proceeds to run away scaredly from Kylo before getting force frozen.
Okay. Leia had training in blaster weapons. I bet Owen taught like how to use a blaster, rifle, or pistol. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Of course, she's a princess, and Padme's a queen. They would have had all kinds of training, linguistic training, mathematics, science, geography, weapons, fighting, politics. I mean, these are wealthy women on very populated planets with modern high technology. It's not even an argument. Okay, here he makes a screwy argument, a really dumb argument as well.
Luke and Anakin do the same thing. The double standard for Rey is insane. We next see Rey running through the forest before her first encounter with Kylo Ren. This is another excellent scene that shows Rey is clearly not a Mary Sue. Rey proceeds to run away scaredly from Kylo before getting force frozen. He mind reads her before.
Okay, this does not show that she's not a Mary Sue. It shows that Kylo Ren, as he should be, is more experienced and powerful than she is. That doesn't mean she's not a Mary Sue. It just means that he's better than her. That doesn't take away from her being perfect. She doesn't technically lose to him. She's shocked. She's stunned. She doesn't know what's going on. She's overpowered. That doesn't mean she's not a Mary Sue.
Before ultimately just putting her to sleep with the motion of his hand. Everything that happens to Rey is the exact opposite of what an actual Mary Sue would do in this situation.
Incorrect. Go look up the definition again of Mary Sue. It's not the opposite of anything. She's outpowered and outexperienced, and he got the better of her, as he should. But I guess because this time Kylo gets the best of your girl Daisy, you're going to use it as an excuse that, see, she's not a Mary Sue. The fact that she even got this far, that she's still alive, that she's shooting stormtroopers, that the lightsaber's calling out to her, that she flew the Millennium Falcon, that she's an engineer. I mean, really?
A Mary Sue would not be scared of an enemy.
Again, incorrect. A Mary Sue does not make you a hero. It does not make you not a coward. It does not make you not afraid. Incorrect.
A Mary Sue would not run away from an enemy. A Mary Sue would not allow the enemy to use a special ability.
A Mary Sue at the end of the day means that no matter what could go wrong, at the end of the day, she's going to come out on top. Doesn't mean that everything works perfectly. It means that she doesn't get hurt. She doesn't fail, just like the Rathtars. Yeah, she messed up by releasing them, but ultimately, it helped them.
To freeze them. Mary Sue would not be knocked out by the wave of a hand, and especially a Mary Sue would not be captured and would not be in need of being rescued.
A scared girl who's never been off of the planet is met up by a much more experienced force user, taken prisoner, is on a foreign ship. Yes, Mary Sue or not, that's what would happen. The point is, she's not going to die. She's not going to be imprisoned for life. She's in 2 seconds going to walk out of here anyways. That's what being a Mary Sue is.
I honestly believe people who call Rey a Mary Sue pick and choose what they want from these movies to support their argument.
The only one that's picking and choosing is you, buddy.
Like, look at that scene where Rey flies the Falcon for the first time. She's a Mary Sue, but let's completely ignore the scenes where Rey's at her most emotionally vulnerable and her biggest flaw is exposed. Or
That's not a flaw, and that has nothing to do with being a Mary Sue. Her crying over her parents is not a flaw, and it has nothing to do with her being all the things that I've said 18 times already.
let's forget to look at the scenes where Kylo just completely takes advantage of Rey. Yeah, I really do believe people definitely just pick and choose these scenes that they...
He didn't hurt her. He didn't cut her. He didn't cripple her. He didn't defeat her. He simply stunned her. At the end of the day, she still succeeds. She still escapes. This is not negating her being a Mary Sue.
They want to support their argument. After a few scenes, we are now on Starkiller Base, and we start with the interrogation scene. Now, this scene is also used as an example of Rey being a Mary Sue, because she was not only able to resist Kylo Ren, but also able to read his mind back. Now, sure, at the time of The Force Awakens' release, this was a little bit much. The complexities of reading one's mind was first...
It was a little bit much, yes. It's absolutely a little bit much. Master Yoda could not read people's minds. Kylo, Emo Ben, and Rey Palpatine cannot read minds. Furthermore, even freaking Emperor Palpatine can't read minds, but these two can.
First introduced in this movie, so we don't exactly know how complicated or not it is to do. Anyway, after the...
Yes, we do. We've seen 6 movies of canon lore. It cannot be done. You might not have watched them, but the rest of us have.
release of The Rise of Skywalker, their encounters make much more sense.
And by the way, this is when she finds out she's Darkseid. This is literally when he says, "You are a Palpatine."
Here. This scene is where the famous dyad in the Force was formed. As stated in The Rise of Skywalker...
Incorrect. A dyad, okay, first of all, it doesn't exist. It's pure fan fiction. But even under Disney's own rules, this does not create a dyad. They are a dyad from birth. They are dyad through the Force. They didn't establish that or create that. Not even Snoke had anything to do with this. This is him with her reading her mind. And you guys want to pretend that she could download his skills, which is total bullshit. And now you're claiming, the gold man, that this is how the dyad was formed. That it's not correct. Palpatine literally says it. There's a dyad in the Force. You were born as created in the Force, through the Force, a dyad. Not here.
A dyad in the Force is when two individual people have a bond so strong they serve as one in the Force. Their bond is so strong that they can...
No, they never at any time serve as one in the Force. Never. They can communicate, they can Force Skype, they can pass objects through the Force, they can do all kinds of stuff. Never once do they combine powers, become one. No, that's not at all what happens. When Palpatine drains their energy, he doesn't take it from one of them or combine them, or he's sucking the juice out of two individual Force users.
Not only communicate over space and time, but interact over space and time as well. One incredible feature of this bond is that the two can basically know each other at a very deep level. They know each other's hopes, dreams, fears, and most importantly, insecurities.
Incorrect. If Kylo knew all her insecurities, he would have taken advantage of it and destroyed her. If she would have known his intentions and his thoughts, then she would have never put her hand out in the Last Jedi throne room and said, "Please, Ben, come join me." She would have known already that he's not going to turn. Your argument, again, is null.
So during this scene, it isn't so much Rey reading his mind, but the bond of the two beginning to form. The two don't know it yet, but
the bond does not begin to form. They are a dyad by default. Them understanding and realizing each other, okay. But no, the bond doesn't start to form. They don't create the dyad. They are a dyad in the Force.
Dyad is being formed during this scene.
No, absolutely not. Incorrect.
This is why Rey is able to see what's in his mind, and he's able to do the same to her. Now, if you want to claim that this is unfair that Rey became this strong this quickly because of the dyad, then you can make that argument. But to say she is a Mary Sue means that this power breaks the laws of the universe, which it doesn't. Granted, the
What? 3 films and she's failure free. Exactly. She has not one failure. She makes mistakes, but those mistakes always benefit what's going on. Everywhere she goes, everything works for her. Even the stupid knife. She's like, oh, well, I'm standing in the right place. Look, I'll pull this thing out. Oh, well, there's where the holocron is. Wayfinder is. She literally has 0 failure. 0. And what did he just say? That this doesn't change the universe or some nonsense like that? You just literally, by doing that force connection, reading minds, breaks the entire Star Wars universe. Her doing all the things she's done up to now breaks the Star Wars universe. Them being a dyad breaks the Star Wars universe. All of this has broken Star Wars.
dyad wasn't introduced at the time, but the sequels did lay a foundation that
Because they made it up later as they were going along.
now allows The Force Awakens to make more sense.
No, doesn't make any more sense. Not from the beginning, and not even after the Rise of Skywalker. If anything, it gets worse and makes less sense.
dyad is now part of the canon, and it doesn't break.
And I just knew he was going to, because I know he's a Reylo. I can just tell that he's a Reylo. I knew he was going to show that. To justify, well, this is why this happens, is because they're connected and they're in love and blah, 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 blah.
Break any of the rules of the Force. Introducing new Force abilities is okay as long as it doesn't undermine other aspects of the Force.
Okay, did you hear what he just said? Introducing new Force abilities is fine as long as it doesn't undermine other aspects of the Force. Qui-Gon Jinn died because Obi-Wan Kenobi could not heal him. Yoda and Darth Vader die because Luke Skywalker cannot heal him. In the deleted scene of General Grievous backstabbing Shakti, she dies because Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan cannot heal her. Mace Windu gets thrown off a freaking building, shocked, loses a hand, and dies because no one can heal him. That literally healing alone breaks the entire Star Wars universe, as does Leia flying in space, as does Holdo flying her ship through other ships, as does Palpatine electrocuting the entire sky, which, by the way, he very conveniently hits rebel ships, but not one of his own Star Destroyers, because, he's got precise control over that lightning, which then kills himself because he doesn't have control over the lightning.
And I don't think the dyad does that. So Rey isn't just super competent with everything.
I don't think the dyad... Okay, so you make a factual statement that it doesn't break the universe. Then your very next words are, I don't think the dyad does that. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just making shit up and assuming. But yet, 2 seconds ago, you wanted to make a factual statement.
She's just forming the bond that allows her to become incredibly close to Kylo Ren emotionally. And that is how she was able to mentally resist Kylo and read his mind back. Now, this scene ties directly into the Jedi mind trick scene, which is the next scene.
Oh, you're going to love this.
Now, if
I saw this earlier. Watch this.
all of the feats that Rey is able to accomplish in this movie, this is the one that is the most overpowered in my opinion. But that doesn't...
Okay. She holds a ship in midair. She uses force lightning. She heals things. She can literally float and fly. Not to mention all the other Mary Sue stuff, but a little Jedi mind trick is the most overpowered thing she does. Okay?
doesn't necessarily mean she is automatically a Mary Sue. As we know from earlier in the movie, Rey is very familiar with the Jedi and their history.
Whoa. Didn't you say earlier that she doesn't know about the Jedi and that they're a myth? But now you're saying that she's very familiar with the Jedi and their history. Like so much youth, you don't think about what you're saying. You don't even read your own script or go back and think about what you're stating. You're just throwing shit out there, hoping that people will cling to it, hoping that you sound smart.
She's heard stories about the Jedi and what they can do. It's almost a certainty that Rey at least knows what a Jedi mind trick is.
Okay. She thinks that Luke Skywalker is a myth, but she with certainty knows what a Jedi mind trick is. Why?
Now, one could say that just because someone has heard of something, that doesn't mean they could automatically know how to do it.
She would have never heard of it. According to her, Luke is just a myth. How would she even know his force powers?
And that's a fair point. But let's look at the context of this scene. A few minutes ago, Rey learned that she was not only strong with the Force, but also learned that she was able to prevent Kylo from reading her mind, and she was able to read his mind back. When you think about it, a Jedi mind trick is not all that different than reading someone's mind. Yeah,
It's completely different. One thing is reading someone's mind. Another thing is using a form of magic, so to speak, to influence someone's thought or direction or line of thought, to distract them, to veer them off the path. But another thing is to get into someone's brain and read, and then in Disney's justification, download Kylo's powers. Completely different. Now watch this. This is where it gets real good.
one is forcing someone to do something and the other is reading one's thoughts, but they both involve entering someone else's mind.
No, they don't. Obi-Wan is not entering the mind of the stormtrooper. He's just making a suggestion that, no, this is not the droid you're looking for. And then the droid goes for it, or the stormtrooper goes for it. He's not entering his mind.
So it doesn't seem like a huge leap in logic that Rey would try to do something like this.
Maybe to you it doesn't, but to those of us that know Star Wars, it's a massive leap.
If I one day woke up and realized I was strong with the Force, I would definitely try and Jedi mind trick someone.
No, you wouldn't. It wouldn't occur to you unless you had some sort of previous example of doing that. You're not just going to instantly be like, oh, I got magic powers. Let me see. First thing I'm going to try is a mind trick on someone. That's not how it works. If anything, you would try jumping or, lifting something. Or the first thing you're going to do is not going to be, oh, well, I can manipulate people and psych them out. It's not. No.
Also, there is nothing in the canon that suggests that a Jedi mind trick is something that is a difficult task for a Force user to accomplish. All you're doing is...
It's not difficult, Any scrub could just do mind tricks.
Entering someone else's mind. So it's not like Rey heard stories of some incredible feat that only a few people have ever accomplished.
Okay. How many Jedi have we seen use mind tricks? Obi-Wan? Who else? Qui-Gon? Two very great and powerful Jedi who trained together, so it makes sense that Obi-Wan would know because his master was doing it. Yoda, okay, we could assume. But how many Jedi do we see doing mind tricks? Now, I agree to the council, that's a pretty, in just another trick in your bag. But no, younglings and Jedi Knights aren't just going around doing mind tricks to people. I'm not saying it's the most difficult or advanced thing, but it's not like just inherently like, oh, I have the Force, so I can just mind trick everyone. It does take some finesse, some nuance, some understanding. And again, this shows that this kid has no idea what the Force is or how it works, because it's not just that Obi-Wan has the Force and that's why he does it. It's because Obi-Wan is wise and has seen it and has witnessed it and understands the context and how to use it. It's not like he's just going around mind tricking everyone. It's not how it works. And furthermore, we all know it only works on the weak-minded. So even if you could just pull it out of the bag, doesn't even mean it's going to work all the time.
Probably heard stories about how almost all the Jedi could do a simple mind trick, and when she realized she was strong with the Force, she wanted to try it.
Okay. She heard all these stories of the Jedi using a mind trick. 2 minutes ago, dude, you were saying that Luke Skywalker's a myth and she doesn't know about the Force. Now all of a sudden she knows about all these Jedi doing Jedi mind tricks. I could see if you argued this later, like she read the books and the text and she saw it and was like, oh, okay, I could do that. Let me try that. All right, I can give you that argument. But for her to not know who Luke Skywalker is, and now all of a sudden be like, oh, well, I could do Jedi mind tricks.
And it's not like Rey was able to master it instantly. It took her a few tries until she was successful in her attempt.
When? Where? Because she says it 2 or 3 times here. I don't think that's much of an attempt. And furthermore, it's probably more so her believing it.
I've heard people say that when Rey tells the stormtrooper to drop his weapon, that it is even more OP because she's doing the mind trick twice.
Yeah, exactly. She does it twice for that matter, not even several attempts.
To me, I've always seen this as her just remaining inside his head the whole time. We've seen Jedi.
See, and this is part of the problem as well, is you have these kids that this is like the perfect age, 25. And I'm not saying all of you are 25, but a lot of you. You're introduced to Star Wars as this, as Clone Wars, as the sequel trilogy. So now you're saying that, well, but they could always get into your mind because, see, they did it in Clone Wars. This is not canon. This is not how it works. You cannot get into people's brains. This is phony Filoni's fan fiction. George Lucas would never allow this.
Jedi make more than one command before while doing the mind trick, so it didn't seem out of the ordinary to me. One more thing, it's not like Luke ever got training for how to do a Jedi mind trick either. Yeah.
Okay, Luke does do it. I forgot that, true. But he's also Jedi Master Luke, the son of Anakin. And he saw Obi-Wan do it.
Yeah, there was a year's worth of time between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, but where did he learn to do this? It's heavily implied.
Okay, that was the point. Where did it listen to how he goes on.
That Luke did not return to Yoda between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And since Yoda and Luke were the Last Jedi, then how did he learn this? Did he have a book to learn from? Well, none of it's explained in the movies, so I guess we'll never know, but somehow Luke went from this to this without a master, so I guess we'll never know how Luke managed to progress so fast in his training. Anyway.
Okay. Do you guys remember that like 2 minutes ago, he shows the scene of Obi-Wan waving his hand and doing the mind trick? Then he follows up a minute later and says, well, but how could Luke do this? He's never seen it. How would he even know? He was sitting next to freaking Obi-Wan when he does the Jedi mind trick. Are you watching the same movie that we are watching, for Christ's sake? That you used the scene of. Your own argument that you used 2 seconds ago, now because the narrative shifts and you want to use it as a counterpoint, you're saying that Luke has no clue that there's a Jedi mind trick. When 2 seconds ago you show the clip of Obi-Wan sitting next to Luke using the Jedi mind trick. Are you serious? Okay. Luke Skywalker trains for quite a while with Yoda on Dagobah. The whole time he has Obi-Wan's ghost counseling him and further teaching him. He has the greatest Jedi in Grandmaster Yoda teaching him. He leaves. He does come back like he promises and gives his word and continues his training. Just because you see that Yoda dies doesn't mean he just like arrived there and 5 minutes later Yoda dies. He's there for a while. He trains with Yoda, finishes his training, and then Yoda dies. Now, did he get all the training that he could have possibly had or wanted? No, nobody's arguing that. But he does go back to Dagobah for some time, trains some more. Not to mention he learns from experience because he loses his fucking hand. Jedi is a year after Empire, so he has a solid year with Yoda, training, healing, refocusing, taking things much more seriously. He now has had a battle with Vader, so he knows what to expect. I mean, you're comparing just 2 totally different things that have no bearing on each other and has no weight. He's a year older, smarter, more experienced, stronger in the Force. Vader, by the way, is getting older and is barely alive. He's on a freaking respirator. So yes, Luke, more focused, more trained, more experienced, absolutely, can beat old Vader, who's barely breathing anyways. Absolutely. because he trained. And not just trained, he had Yoda teaching him. Meanwhile, Rey has never picked up a lightsaber, doesn't even believe in the Jedi, and has no training, and beats Kylo Ren.
Anyway, after Rey escapes, she wanders around Starkiller Base for a bit. She looks for a way to escape and notices the TIE Fighter. However, stormtroopers are approaching, so she climbs on the side of a huge wall and enters inside it.
Which is nothing more than them trying to member bury Obi-Wan inside of knocking out the tractor beam. That's literally what this is. Do you remember Obi-Wan?
This scene is very reminiscent of her opening scene when she was climbing through the Star Destroyer. Now, I will be willing to bet money that not a single person...
You see the difference, how he doesn't know Star Wars? Because his mind says, well, this is a reflection of her in the Star Destroyer. Where someone that understands Star Wars knows that, no, that is not. That is a reflection of Obi-Wan in the Death Star. Now, you could say that this kind of parallels as well. But you see that the aesthetics of that shot and what has happened, if you know Star Wars, you instantly go back to Obi-Wan and the Death Star, not this. That just shows his mentality. He's in this little bubble. He thinks that Star Wars is this. He doesn't understand that it's this.
Person watching this video could make that climb that she made. The amount of upper body strength it takes...
Creating confusion and mind reading are vastly different. Yes, absolutely. You know? There's con men that can like shift your attention, you know? There's pickpockets that it takes 1 second, they can distract you and pick your pocket. That's very different from me reading your freaking mind.
Takes to make this kind of climb is ridiculous. Now, people would probably say this is her being a Mary Sue, but the movie...
Which this whole thing is stupid because she can fly. So why is she climbing and why is she acting like, oh my God, I almost fell? The girl can literally fly. This whole thing is just stupid. I mean, you've already gone there. You've got Leia flying in space and you got Rey flying in the other parts. So what's the point? Why are we even holding the illusion anymore? Just have her fly up to the freaking, or jump across. I mean, it's just so dumb that they try to make it dramatic. Like 1 minute she can fly, the next minute, oh my God, she's hanging on.
He literally sets the foundation for why she would need to be so good at climbing in dangerous places. She's a scavenger, and after 30 years, I wouldn't be surprised if these Star Destroyers were close to being stripped clean. She's going to have to go to hard to reach.
One one person stripping away at that massive ship, it would take hundreds of years for you to... There's probably millions of parts on that thing. Imagine there are airplanes with 1 million parts on them, literally. I know someone that worked at Northrop Grumman, and there's airplanes with 1 million pieces on them. Imagine the space shuttle. Imagine a Star Destroyer. It would have maybe 1 billion or 1 trillion parts on there. It would take her lifetimes for one person to strip that thing. It's not even a realistic thing. And by the way, I prepared a little something earlier because I've been mentioning it. So just a moment, please. Just one moment, because I knew this part was coming. And because I know someone out there is going to be like, she doesn't fly. Do you remember this? The bitch literally flies. It's ridiculous. And by the way, Watch how she lands. Okay, that one not so much, but that too. But watch how she lands on the second one. And as she's freaking flying, tell me, what is that? We've all seen that 1,000 times. Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, Captain America, all superheroes land like that because they jump off a massive building or fly across something. They're falling from the sky and they land just like that. Again, Disney, the Goldman, and all these Mickey Mouseketeers think that Star Wars is a comic book. They think that it's superheroes, and they don't understand that this is Star Wars. It's not freaking superheroes. The scene he literally uses of Obi-Wan, and then he says, well, but how would he know? How would Luke know how to use a mind trick? I mean, he's only looking right at him doing it. And by the way, you know, Rey just floating, and not just floating, but rocks are spinning around, and you know, this girl is a freaking genie. But she's not a Mary Sue. She's doing something that Yoda, Luke, Anakin, Vader, none of these people could do. Emperor Palpatine, nobody can do this. But Rey can just float and fly, and it's all good. I mean, this is child stuff. This is like a 10-year-old can see this stuff. The only way you don't see this is you're like literally blind and ignorant, or you're just desperately trying to justify it. And that's what he's doing here, because I don't believe the kid is dumb, and it's his girl Rey. He's trying so desperately to defend his girl Rey. Hold on, I gotta redo that because of the audio. It's so annoying that it does that. All right. Creating confusion and mind reading are vastly different. Yes, the space shuttle had 2.5 million moving parts. Yes, absolutely. How good to see you, Shadow Dragon. Thanks for coming. Moving parts, that excludes stationary stuff like sensors. Yeah, there's just millions, and food and rations and suits and spare parts and extra equipment, and there's literally probably 4 million loose pieces throughout a space shuttle. Payload, fuel. I mean, it's just Luke got training from Ben and Yoda. Yep. Anyone claiming that Rey is in a Mary Sue at this point is being intentionally ignorant. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta one up Luke. Yep. Yep. All right, let's keep going with this nonsense. My God, I think I'm going to be here for days with this thing. It's like, this is what's really, it's like, it's long enough that it's 2.5 hours, but you can't literally get through a minute of the video without him contradicting himself or making an invalid point. This video is so freaking terrible. It's amazing.
Places to find materials that were never scavenged before. So this part of the scene makes perfect sense. After wandering around,
It makes perfect sense because you want it to, not because it does.
a little bit more, she runs into Han, Finn, and Chewie. Chewie tells Rey that it was Finn's idea to rescue her, and she gives him a hug. Now, I think people underestimate the importance of this moment. Remember a little while ago when Rey had trouble accepting that her parents were never coming back, and Maz tells her that there is someone who still could? Rey assumed this meant Luke, but what if it was...
Imagine fangasming to this soy-filled mess. Well, you're actually witnessing it, because this kid is totally doing exactly that. That's what this video is. It's his desperate attempt to defend Daisy. And I say Daisy because literally he says my girl Daisy. It's not even Ray at this point. It's like, this is where the root of this is. He's totally infatuated with Daisy Ridley, is going to do anything he can possibly to defend why Ray is not a Mary Sue. Not logic, not being honest, not being objective. He just desperately is fangasming. And oh, it just works. Don't question, just consume. Exactly.
It's supposed to be a more open-ended question. What if this meant that the people who are willing to come back for you are not from your past, but your friends that will be there for you in the future? Her parents.
Okay, first of all, you already went over this. Why are we going over this again? And second of all, that's literally what Matt says. She says, forget the past, you got to move on and find people in the future. So why are you questioning that? That's literally what she just said.
Parents never came back for her, but Finn did. I think this is the moment where she realizes that she needs to let go of Jakku and the return of her parents. That her family is with these people, not the people who abandoned her when she was younger. So
Rey does not let go of Jakku until halfway through The Rise of Skywalker when Kylo says, you're a Palpatine. That's where she finally says, oh, okay, that's why my parents aren't around and that's why I've been wasting my time. Now I know to move forward. This is not when she learns to leave Jakku. She still wants to get back to Jakku the whole time.
I hope people start to realize how important this moment is in Rey's whole story. When Finn asks her how she was able to escape, she says that she can't explain it and that he wouldn't believe it. This shows that Rey is really surprised by her new abilities. It's not something she's all really that confident in yet. I felt that was important to note. Anyway, they proceed to go blow up.
Being surprised doesn't take away from you being Mary Sue. She doesn't have to know what she's doing. The point is that she's doing it, that she's not having any problems, she has not having any flaws, and everything just works for her. Whether she's consciously doing that or not, us from the outside watching it, she's a Mary Sue because nothing goes wrong. Again, this kid doesn't understand the definition of Mary Sue.
Open a hole in the oscillator that is holding all of the energy from the sun, and Han runs into Kylo. Kylo kills his father and proceeds to meet Rey and Finn in the forest, and we get the lightsaber fight. Now, just like the Falcon scene early on in this movie, I already made a whole video on this scene, so I'm going to be repeating some of the points I made in that video, but let's begin.
Just the fact that you made a video trying to explain why Rey defeated Kylo just shows that you're so lost and so clueless, because there's absolutely no reason, no circumstance, no nothing why she would even hold ground, never mind beat Kylo Ren. And Kylo's a total bitch. But he has been trained by Luke Skywalker, has been a dark side user for at least 10 years, has killed many people, and this girl, for the first time, is touching a lightsaber.
Oh, and by the way, I think Rey winning this fight makes perfect sense. Now, in order for me to make my point, I feel...
And I better not see anybody in the comments say, but she touched it first when she was in Maz's castle and opened the chest, she touched the lightsaber. You know what the hell I mean.
It's important to address the criticisms against this fight. So the single main criticism of this duel, I would say, revolves around Rey's levels of training and her strength in the Force. Given the levels of training both Kylo Ren and Rey have, it seems obvious
Rey has 0, Kylo has at least 10 years.
that Kylo should win. Kylo Ren is the grandson of Darth Vader, has been training under Luke Skywalker his whole life, and he's been training for a few years to use the dark side. Rey, on the other hand, is a scavenger who has some fighting experience with a staff, has never held a lightsaber, and just found out that she can use the Force in just an hour or so. So given these...
And in those 10, 20 seconds, you just negated your whole video. You literally, you yourself, just admitted that she's a Mary Sue. You may think you didn't admit it. You may think you're being clever. You may think that you're going to somehow spin this into defense. But you literally just laid out, never mind everything I've said and everything coming up. You have just literally laid out why she's a Mary Sue.
Descriptions, it should be obvious that Kylo Ren should win this fight. But given the context of what's going on in the story, I don't think it's that simple. I'm going to make a few points that are common arguments and then address the counters. And then I will make a point I feel no one makes. So the first factor that many people love to bring up is the bowcaster wound. Just after Kylo Ren killed his father, Chewbacca shot a bowcaster right at his torso. The film established on a few occasions how powerful this weapon is, even managing to blow up more than one stormtrooper at once. So in all reality, Kylo Ren should probably be dead, but regardless, he persists. So immediately,
Which, yeah, that's I'm surprised he admitted that, because Kylo Ren should have just been blown off that walkway and be totally dead, bleeding massively. I mean, just destroyed. Which would have been cool. He killed Han, and then he gets blasted by Chewie. That would have been pretty neat. But
this should put Kylo at an extreme disadvantage. If you look at all the films, no one has ever had such a strong injury and still proceeded to fight.
and again, your lack of understanding of Star Wars. If you understand Star Wars, you understand that the dark side feeds off of anger, pain, hate. So, on the contrary, his wound, ironically, is making him more angry, more focused, and more powerful. We all know that that doesn't work for most people or in most situations, but the dark side, that's how it works. So, ironically, he would be with more conviction because he has that wound, because they feed off of pain. They train to feed off of pain. Shadow Dragon, that's got to be the best insult I've ever heard. The fangasming, yeah, that's awesome. As a matter of fact, that deserves just a moment. That deserves that, because that was really great. Oh man, what a ride this is! What a trip this is!
In Attack of the Clones, Obi-Wan gets 2 measly cuts and falls to the ground, while Kylo Ren takes
2 measly cuts. You have a lightsaber poked through your arm and through your knee, and that's measly.
on 2 more people after he's shot with the bowcaster. One could argue that the bowcaster
Yeah, he's never watched the OT either. He's totally clueless. I mean, literally.
shot is much
Now, to be fair, he probably has watched them once 5 years ago, but no, he doesn't.
more deadly than 2 non-fatal cuts.
And it's not being mean. I'm halfway through this video, and he's the whole video shown us like he is not know what he's talking about. It's really pretty embarrassing. And I'm not even having to be mean or dissect it or nitpick. I mean, he literally, every other sentence contradicts himself.
From a lightsaber. And if lightsaber cuts are so bad, Kylo also received one from Finn and still proceeded to fight Rey after that. Now that I think about it, I think
He got nipped, sliced across the shoulder. He didn't get poked through his freaking bone with the tip of the lightsaber. It's very different. And again, Kylo is dark side. He feeds off of the pain and the fear and the anger.
Kylo deserves a lot more credit for his durability during this fight. And besides this fight, no one has ever really been injured during a fight and continued on during that fight. I would not count Vader as being constantly injured because that's just how he is. A counter argument I have heard to this.
What? That's just how he is? Huh? I'm trying to think of examples here. Okay. Mace gets his hand cut off. He would have continued fighting, but he was caught by lightning and then tossed out the window, so he couldn't do really much there. Anakin gets his arm chopped off by Dooku and would have continued fighting, but then he gets force pushed and knocked out, so he couldn't do anything there. Obi-Wan gets poked, which pretty much incapacitates him, and then he has the thing fall on top of him. So he can't really do anything there. Yoda gets knocked down the Senate chamber, gets kicked around quite a bit by the Emperor, and he still is fighting until he decides to run off and exile himself. Luke loses his hand, so he can't really wield a lightsaber, but he doesn't just like curl up in a ball and give up. He escapes from Vader. So that's not really giving up. And furthermore, he comes back after he gets his robot hand. So I don't know. That argument's pretty weak. There just hasn't been a situation. Vader does get slashed there, and he keeps fighting. Vader also in Jedi loses his hand. He stops fighting because at that point he's emotionally done fighting, not because he probably couldn't. He still has the Force. He's still very powerful in the Force. He could use his left hand to Force choke him or do something else. So that argument is not great because there just hasn't been another situation like this one. Anakin loses a hand and kills Dooku using the dark side in anger. Yeah, to be fair, though, Anakin has later a robot hand. That's later, right? In fact, isn't it the next movie when he does that? So, just being fair. Vader doesn't count because I'm cyborgist. Okay, fair enough. Grievous. Grievous loses limbs and keeps going. Although he's not really alive. His little being is alive, but that's all robot. I don't think he really feels pain. And he has other limbs. So just being, again, fair. The problem is there's not really another situation like this that I can even remember. There's not another battle like this to really compare. Luke gets smacked by the Wampa, face all fucked up. He's upside down, freezing cold. He fights. He gets his lightsaber. And so I just don't think it's a valid point that he's making.
Is that the injury should make him stronger, since it would make him stronger with the dark side of the Force because he's experiencing pain. Now, bear with me, but I'm going to address this point later on in the video. But overall, even though the bowcaster point is brought up a lot, I feel it's still not given the credit it deserves. Now, let's look at Rey. Besides being knocked out by being flown into a tree that should have probably broken her back, she seems to be rather healthy entering this fight. Granted, people in Star Wars have received worse injuries and seemed fine, so I wouldn't give too much emphasis to this point. Rey uses the Force to pull the lightsaber to her. Now, people who complain about her simply using Force pull is a little silly. Pulling or pushing something with the Force is the most basic Force skill, but if...
Okay. The act of using Force pull, no, it's not a big deal. But if you think that Luke is a myth, you've never seen it done before, you don't even understand the Force, you've never been trained, never mind even mentioned to you, oh, by the way, you can pull things with the Force. Then you've got, again, an experienced Force user that is trying to pull at it, and you overpower Kylo to then bring the lightsaber to you? That's the problem, dude. It's like you're either he's like so blinded by his love for Rey, or he just doesn't get it. I mean, he's just trying to justify these things, and you're losing your argument here. Rey, if it was another Jedi that knew this skill and that has some experience, okay, no problem. Nobody has a problem with that. But when you don't even know what the hell the Force is, and you've never seen this, and you have no training, it is a problem. And I guess right now he's going to justify, well, Kylo does it. Kylo has freaking years of training.
If you want to be really nitpicky about it, then I'm going to bring up some simple physics. If Kylo is pulling the lightsaber at X amount of Force, and Rey is pulling the lightsaber at
Ooh, he's using science. This is going to be good.
At Y amount of Force, it doesn't necessarily mean that Rey is stronger at the moment. What it does mean is that the lightsaber is moving much faster than Kylo anticipated. So it makes sense that he was not prepared to catch it. It's like if you were...
What? You are grasping at straws, young man. Oh, my Lord. He wasn't prepared for... He's the one that's applying the Force pull. He's in control of pulling the lightsaber to himself. So he's not prepared for it? Oh, because it's multiplied by Rey pulling on it as well. An experienced Force user is being overpowered by someone that 2 minutes ago doesn't even know that the Force exists. And then you see he realizes the fault of his own thing, and now he's going to switch it off to, again, what? Superheroes.
We're playing baseball with a friend and they said they were going to lob you the ball and said they threw it as fast as I could. You wouldn't be expecting that. So now that Rey has the lightsaber,
What? If your friend tells you, I'm going to throw the ball at you as fast as I can, how are you not expecting that? You just told me that you were going to throw. What?
let's analyze her ability to fight. Yes, Rey has never indeed wielded a lightsaber before, and yes, staff combat doesn't necessarily
Wait. Rey is the bestest ever. Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh.
translate into sword combat, but let's look at Rey's life. Rey was probably never formally trained in staff combat. She had to
Probably, yeah. Probably she wasn't.
defend herself her whole life basically from thugs who are trying to rob her.
Again, those aren't thugs. We have no indication of her getting robbed. Furthermore, she doesn't have anything but some drapes on her body. The girl doesn't own anything. She has no property. Well, she's got her speeder. So what? And it's mine, maybe not even hers. It might be Plunkett Head or whatever his name is, speeder. She doesn't own anything. So the only thing she possibly has is her body. Again, I'm not arguing that. She would have been somebody's sex slave realistically, but there's nothing saying that these people are thugs. They are junk traders. They're just trying to survive like she is on Jakku. I don't know why you keep saying they're thugs. These guys don't have weapons. They're not acting tough. They're all trying to get some food.
So I would estimate that there have been over 100 encounters where one or more people have tried to jump her or something.
I would estimate that there's about 100 encounters where are you getting this from? You're literally just making this shit up out of the air. What ground do you have to presume that she was attacked even once? Never mind. Oh, by my estimate, it was 100 times. Dude, what are you saying?
Something. The first years of her life on Jakku, where she was like 10, she probably got beaten up very often until
Yeah, you know, because you were there.
she learned how to properly defend herself.
No, she probably was safe all the time because, again, she's what's his name? Slave. She was sold off to Plunkett Head. So probably nobody was messing with her. And again, you're assuming there is no implication, no indication, no hint, no nothing that she was attacked, raped, beaten, robbed. None of that. You're making that shit up because you want to prove she's not a Mary Sue. You're desperately trying to find a way to try to disprove it, and you're failing miserably.
Rey's probably been a defensive fighter her whole life, given it
What? No.
it doesn't seem to be in her nature to initiate.
She's a scavenger in the middle of nowhere. There's probably like 10 or 20 people in her life every day, and they all go out for parts to try to... Listen, as Disney doesn't world build, we don't know what Jakku is. We don't know how big it is, how much population there is, if there's a town, a center, or anything. But from what we see, and that's what we have to go by, not only by the Canon movies, but your own argument in the beginning of this video, we're going off just the movies. Okay, Tatooine is world building. They show us the cantina, they show us overviews, they show us the canyon with the Jawas, they show us Luke's homestead. We get a very good idea of the makeup of Tatooine. So you can argue that there's all this stuff going on. In Jakku, all we see is this little patch of sand where this guy's little hut is, where he's buying parts. And then we see Rey, probably not so too far away, in some Star Destroyer. And then she flies the Millennium Falcon, not a long distance, and we see sand So there's nothing saying there's entire populations and cities and towns and all this. For all we know, like what we see right here is Jakku, just sand. So to imply that she's been through all these experiences and met all these people and done all these things and she's been defending herself since a child, it's all hearsay. It's all bullshit. You're making it to your narrative.
An attack on someone else. So given that Rey has decades worth of experience from defending herself, and given that she...
Where? When? Where are you getting that from? That Rey has decades of defending herself. Where? Because two guys tried to rob her one time in this square. She's been defending herself for decades.
Probably has excellent footwork and fundamentals. I don't find it far-fetched that she's able to at least defend herself against Kylo.
With a staff against a common thief, not with a lightsaber against a dark side user who has been trained by Luke Skywalker and Snoke and has over 10 years of experience and has murdered hundreds, thousands, millions of people. Get real.
Let's actually look at the beginning of the fight. Rey initiates by making these stabbing attacks, which is already similar to her staff combat, I suppose. But after like 10 seconds, Rey is on the
Incorrect. It has nothing to do with the staff. On the contrary, that's Palpatine's move.
defensive for the whole fight until she's on the cliff. Defense is where Rey thrives, and watching her run away from Kylo the whole fight...
Defense is where she thrives? She's again being a coward. She's not thriving at anything. She's running scared. What are you talking about? Defense means you're holding your ground. She's not holding her ground. She's running.
Plays into her backstory perfectly. One aspect that should be noted is that while Rey's on the defensive, Kylo isn't necessarily on the offensive. Yes, he's the one that...
He's not on the offensive. So what? He's just playing around? Just, you know, hey, let's lock up lightsabers for the hell of it. Okay. Now, there's several problems, as we all know, with this battle. But take the Force out of it, okay? Because the Force, again, doesn't make you a god or superhuman. It just enhances what you have. Take the Force. The Force doesn't exist. You're just two people with light swords. He is twice her size, twice her weight. He's much stronger than she is. Regardless of what she knows or does, just him pushing his lightsaber against hers would make her arms buckle, and she would just chop herself in half with that lightsaber. Okay, now you enhance with the Force. He's got experience, is tuned into the Force, and he would now double overpower her. But yet, she's holding him off. This is the same problem as Ahsoka with Darth Maul. It's bullshit. There's no way Ahsoka is holding off Darth Maul or Darth Vader with her lightsabers. It's total bullshit. He is twice her size and weight and strength. But if you're a Mary Sue, well, sure, you could hold off someone twice your size and weight and strength.
That's Chase.
Jakku looks so artificial, like a bunch of nomads randomly put up a bunch of tents and nobody lives there normally. It's not like Mos Espa or Mos Eisley where there's actual buildings. Exactly. Like, for all we know, I mean, Jakku's a big planet. We know that. But for all we know, that's like the only settlement. The rest of this planet could just be sand. I mean, there's no... we don't see other settlements. We don't see towns, cities, none of that. Now, would we all assume there's some other life on that entire planet? Okay. But one, I don't assume. I don't do theories here. I don't do Star Wars theories. I do Star Wars facts. And number two, we have to go off what they give us. So, no, I can't presume that there's other stuff. I have to go off of the information they're giving me. They don't do world building. And as they fail at world building, well, then we have to go off the assumption that all that's on Jakku is that little patch where there's the Millennium Falcon, one or two other junk ships, and that where he does his buying of parts. And we know that a little bit of ways, there's a couple broken down Star Destroyers. Okay. Outside of that, there's no other indication of population, buildings, none of that.
Chasing Rey around, but let's remember that Kylo is not trying to kill.
Just the mass, the weight, the size, the the strength of Kylo would have just pushed her off the cliff. Never mind cut her or made her, there's no way she's holding. Okay, look at how she's holding it like in a side position, and he's bearing down with both hands straight down on her. Literally, her lightsaber would hit her in the forehead and cut her own head off. She would not be able to hold him off like that unless she's a Mary Sue. And it's not because she's a girl. It's because she does not have physical training, mental training, force training, lightsaber training, no training. She's just a little 115-pound person against a guy that's like probably my size, 200 plus, 6 feet plus. I mean, be real.
Kill Rey. He's honestly probably not even trying to injure her. He just wants to, at worst, disarm her so he can take her back to Snoke. So
yeah, he should have done this is Sparta and just kicked her ass right off the side of that edge. That's what I would have done. How funny would that be? That's funny because just today I was thinking like, man, I wish I could do animation or find someone, because I would love to redo the sequel trilogy like as a little bit more condensed, a cartoon that like exploits all the things that are wrong with it, but not exploit them like I'm doing here, like pointing them out, but literally like showing, like, for example, that battle, him just kicking her off the edge, just like funny, ironic things like, well, this is kind of like how it should have ended, if you guys know those videos. So it would have been like, well, this is what would have really happened, that type of thing. Because, man, we have some fun.
So yes, I believe if Kylo really did want to kill Rey, he could have done so in this fight rather.
Okay. Kylo doesn't want to kill her? Isn't this whole thing about him finding her and killing her? Now, granted, he would prefer that she joins him, just like Darth Vader tries to recruit Luke and other instances that happen. But at the end of the day, he knows that she's not going to join him. And he knows that even if he tries and she doesn't, what is he going to do? He's going to try to kill her. So it's not that he doesn't want to kill her. He's giving her the opportunity to maybe join him. Otherwise, he's going to kill her. So I don't know if that's the Reylo in you coming out, but he wants to kill her.
Easily.
Is he on steroids? Yes.
Now, before I address the second part of the fight, which takes place after Rey gets away from the edge of the cliff, I wanted to introduce something I feel can accurately describe strength in the Force. And that is the Force.
Look at his face, like he's desperately trying and pushing and trying to cut her down. And she's just like calmly like, oh, I'm just holding you off, Just his height would give him the leverage. Never mind his body weight, his size, his strength, his experience.
Force parabola. Now, you might be thinking, what the hell is this? Well, let me explain. Think of the X.
And by the way, I don't care who the hell you are. You pick up a sword the first time, you are so awkward. You have no clue how to swing it, balance it, hold it. You're just like, if you had played with swords all your life, okay. But she's never picked up a sword in her life. I don't care that she uses a bow staff. It's totally different. Just because you can drive a land speeder doesn't mean you can fly the Millennium Falcon. And just because you had a silly wooden bow staff doesn't mean you can use a lightsaber. He's going to give us science again, guys.
Axis as the side of the Force you are on. The more right you are, the stronger you are with the light side of the Force. The more on the left side you are, the stronger you are with the dark side of the Force. And think of the y-axis as overall power. The higher you are, the stronger you are. The lower you are, the weaker you are. So basically, I'm trying to say that the more committed you are to a certain side of the Force, the stronger you will be. But if you are more conflicted and you can't really choose a side, then you are most likely not going to be as powerful. Prior to Rey being up against the cliff,
That's not how the Force works. Absolutely not. It has nothing to do with your conviction. You fully mastering it and becoming a Grand Master or the ultimate Sith or the ultimate Jedi, okay, yeah, you're focused, you have conviction, and you meditate, and you learn other levels of the Force and all that, but either you have high midichlorians or you don't. You're skilled or not, and you train or you don't. Period. There's not like, because I believe I'm greater. No, that's not how it works. And furthermore, Sidious is not over Yoda. They're actually equally matched, and that's why there's a stalemate, because Yoda doesn't lose.
Probably somewhere around here. She hasn't really tapped into the Force yet, and she's pretty much just running around. But once she remembers to tap in the Force, she instantly skyrockets to somewhere around here, because she does have a lot of raw power.
Never held a lightsaber, doesn't know what the Force is, but because, you know, she wants to, she just bumps up. Oh boy. But then again, on the opposite side, Kylo, you know, I'll just not try as hard, and I'll just come down the scale because, you know, what the hell? I'll just let her go up. I mean, your own argument. The fact that she swings it like a baseball bat shows how Disney doesn't understand lightsabers have all the weight on the hilt. Vergear would like a word with this radio. Yes. I don't know, Shadow, if you know my other videos, but I have a video. It's not very long. It's like 6 minutes, I think. Daisy Ridley's stunt double, Chloe Bruce, should have played Rey in Disney Star Wars. And it literally breaks down like how Rey is swinging around her lightsaber like a freaking monkey, and how like her stunt double, you know, should have literally played her part because she actually would have been believable. But anyways, just let you know there's a video on that.
One could even argue that she's somewhere around here, considering she is using some of the dark side towards the end of this fight. Now, looking at Kylo, given the context...
No, you don't just get to just jump back and forth like, I'll use some dark, I'll use some light. That's not how it works. You're a light or you're dark. Can a light user dabble in the dark? Yes. Can a dark user dabble in the light? Yes. But you can't just like jump back and forth willy-nilly like that. That's not how it works. You have to make a commitment to go to the other side and start practicing that way. You can't just like, I'll pull this out and I'll pull this out and I'll do this and I'll do that. That's not how it works.
Of the movie, he's probably somewhere around here. Now, you may be pretty surprised, but this brings...
Okay, so you see Kylo, who has much more experience than her and actually understands the Force, is way down here. But Rey was started here and is now up here because, just, you know, because Rey. Because the Force is female. And because it's my girl, Daisy.
Brings up a point that I feel no one mentions. Kylo Ren is emotionally compromised. The act of killing his father made him tremendously weaker in that moment. Just look at his face.
Wrong. He very unemotionally said, fuck it, and killed him. He, on the contrary, dug deeper and made more commitment to the dark side because he killed a family member. So wrong. And then being injured. He then again is channeling pain. So he's even further deep into the dark side. Someone doesn't know how the Force works.
This is not...
Yes, the Force is bipolar. Rey just, you know, back and forth. Light, dark, whatever I want.
Not the face of someone who is strong with the dark side. Remember how in the beginning of the film, Kylo was fast enough to freeze Poe's blaster shot? Well, he was so caught off guard by his feelings, he couldn't do the same to Chewbacca's shot. If that...
No, he was distracted. He was thinking about something else. It's not that he was cut off by his feelings. He doesn't cry. He doesn't regret it. He never at any point in the sequel trilogy shows remorse, regret, none of that.
That's not enough. Then remember, it is...
I did what I had to do. Kill the past.
Emphasized numerous times in the next two films how the act of killing his father weakened him tremendously.
What? Wrong. It's not how the dark side works. It made him stronger because he made an extra commitment and conviction to the dark side.
I see through the cracks in your mask. You're haunted. You can't stop saying what you did to your father.
Remember those conversations with Snoke?
And look at you. The deed split your spirit to the bone. You were unbalanced. Bested by a girl who had never held a lightsaber. You failed!
Yeah, me too. I would honestly believe this is the single most important reason why he lost this fight. Kylo during this fight was too conflicted to commit to the dark side. In a perfect world, the bowcaster wound should have helped him out, but since he's conflicted, the wound just became a burden. So with Rey having a much stronger connection to the Force in this moment...
Okay. Again, that would not create a conflict. But let's just play along and say that he's conflicted. Yeah, he's conflicted about Han Solo, not about killing Rey, dummy. No matter how type of way he feels about Han Solo, that's not going to stop his conviction or wanting to kill Rey. It's just nonsense. One has nothing to do with the other. He doesn't know Rey. He doesn't have any feelings for Rey. She's just the enemy. So your argument is no. If it had something to do, like if it was Leia, okay, great. He'll be conflicted. If it was Luke, his master, okay, he'll feel conflicted. Rey? He has nothing for Rey. She's just the enemy. What he would have done is give up now and join me, or I'm going to kill you. That's simple. That's what a dark side user is. Remember, Sith deal in absolutes. Not that he's technically a Sith, but close enough. So, first of all, no, he's not conflicted. And second of all, again, playing along. Okay, he's conflicted about Han Solo, not about Rey.
It's not surprising she was able to overpower him. And it's not like Rey is fighting with much grace here either. She's just hacking and whacking at Kylo, simply just overpowering him.
Nobody on this earth said that she looks good in this fight. She doesn't look good in any lightsaber fights. And furthermore, honestly, she gets worse with every lightsaber fight. The throne room in The Last Jedi is disgusting. Her swing on Act 2 is ridiculous. She gets worse. Nobody is saying that she looks good. But the problem is, and here's a perfect example, a man bigger than her, stronger than her, taller than her, with more leverage, stronger in the Force, more experience, just as a fighter, never mind lightsaber and dark side and all that, just as in being physical against an enemy. And she's holding him back. She's got his arms locked and holding him from swinging. She has so much strength over him that she makes him dip his lightsaber into the freaking snow.
This shot right here represents the light side overpowering the dark side in this moment. So given...
She doesn't understand the Force. She's not one with the Force. She hasn't trained in the Force. She should not have any advantage of the Force. It is them trying to make a female outdo a male. That's all that is. She is a Mary Sue. It has nothing to do with the Force because, again, this guy has over 10 years of experience with the Force. So no matter how badly Rey wants to make something happen, he's the one that knows how to make it happen.
Kylo Ren was extremely injured and emotionally compromised, and given that Rey does have a strong defensive skill set and is much more committed to the Force in this moment, it is not surprising that she won this fight. Now, I do believe that the debate on who...
She doesn't know what the Force is. She doesn't fully believe in it. Why would she be more committed to it than someone that is trained in it?
Should have won this fight will go on forever, but hopefully I stated my case in an effective way. Now,
what you stated is what we all know, that Kylo's a little bitch.
For the rest of the movie, Rey doesn't really do much. She leaves Starkiller Base and lands on Jakar. She gives Leia a big hug and then says goodbye to Finn, Leia, and BB-8 before embarking on a journey to find Luke. I've heard people say that Leia should have gone on the trip to find Luke, not Rey, but I disagree with this. Yeah, Leia would have probably had an easier time convincing Luke to leave the island and help in the fight, but Leia couldn't abandon the Resistance. She is their leader, and based on the beginning of The Last Jedi, they knew they had to evacuate quickly. During a time of crisis, everyone looks towards their leader, so Leia definitely couldn't just leave them after the events of The Force Awakens. Rey leaves, arrives on Ahch-To, and finds Luke and the movie.
Okay, I don't know a single person that has made that argument. That's one of several arguments in this video that I think he just makes the shit up. He's just making up his own arguments to try to make it like he's countering the argument. Because I don't know a single person that said that Leia should have gone and not her, or that she should have gone with her. I don't know a single person that's made that argument.
ends. Now that is it for The Force Awakens. But don't leave yet, we are only done with one film in this trilogy.
Oh, good
We still
Lord.
got 2 more, so let's continue.
Okay, I still have some energy in me. Let's see what happens. If it's continues on like every other sentence, I need to correct him because it's just ridiculous. What I might do is a part 2 tomorrow because it's just going to go on and on and on. I'm at 6.5 hours already. Wow. Which I don't mind. I'll go, 24 hours straight on Star Wars is not a problem. But, it also gets to a point where the stream is just not even going to be watchable. So I'm going to continue on. If it moves faster, then we'll see if I can maybe get through it. But if it continues at this pace, then I'll go, maybe another 15 minutes, half an hour. And then I'll leave the final hour or so I'll do another live stream tomorrow. But, between cooking my voice and going through this just nonsense of a stream is going to turn into a massive thing. So let's see how this thing starts to move. If it's any faster on The Last Jedi, for all I know, I got to do 3 parts, 1 for each film, because it's just, but I think it'll go faster now that I've established a lot of his nonsense already. Let's see what happens. He's streaming. Think you should check him out. Let's see. Finn should have died with that wound. Yes. But he is magically okay. No paralysis or anything. Yes. Lightsabers have been reduced from decapacitation blades to kids' whack toys. Yes. Well, Nerf guns and stuff. It's late here on the East Coast. Yes. The Dweeb is streaming. Think you should check him out. It's 8 o'clock. I don't know that he's aware of my stream. Furthermore, how much is he going to say? Because I'm not done. As far as him doing his little celebration, whatever, I don't really care. I mean, I'll maybe check it out at some point, but I'm not really too pressed. I am going to take another quick, 5-minute break. Let me get some liquid because my throat's a little bit dry. I'll run by the bathroom. And then, like I said, I'll come back. I'll continue. If it's painfully slow like it's been, then I'll probably just do another stream tomorrow and take a break. If we can start getting through this, then I'll go for a bit more. I would kind of like to get to the hour and 30 mark-ish so that there's an hour left. So we'll see. I'm going to take a quick break, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Yeah, I got to get some liquid. My throat is getting, and this thing makes me want to pull my hair out. I mean, this is really, it's a shame because the video, the editing, the structure, the way he has it compiled, it's pretty good. I don't know if this kid has took editing in class or he just learned or whatever. It's pretty decent, but it's just, again, literally every last argument he made is wrong. It's like Luke says, amazing. Every last thing you just said was wrong. It's literally, he has not made, I have gone 6 hours, 31 minutes, and 31 seconds, and he has not made one correct, valid point. Not one, literally. So, wow. So that's why you look different. This video did it to you. Actually, I got a haircut on Saturday, and I cut it a little bit shorter. My hair just grows like insane all my life. It's been like that. It grows super fast. So, not that I haven't had short hair before, but I cut it a little bbit shorter just because, we can't get out and do the normal thing too much anymore. Breaks are good. Oh, God, this guy has a cut. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's how I started that's his co-host, the dildo. So that's why you look different. This video did it to you, yes, on his stream. Yeah, I know. At some point, go back and watch the beginning, or at least a little bit of the beginning, Shadow, and you're going to see I pointed out all out his room, who he is, all that. And again, I don't know the guy. I'm just going by what he shows, but his Twitter and his YouTube are very revealing. And, you know, we all are entitled to like what we like and our opinions and all that. And I try not to judge. But honestly, when you make a video like this that is just full of nonsense and your co-host is a freaking dildo mechanic that doesn't even have arms, I'm a little bit worried about you. So anyways, I will be back within 5 minutes. I'm going to take a very quick break, stretch, get a drink, and I'll be back and we'll continue. And again, if it starts to move, well, then I'll see how far I can go. But if we continue at this pace, then I'll probably shut it down in the next 15 minutes, half an hour. And I'll do a part 2 tomorrow, which either way, you know, gives me another stream to do tomorrow. So let's see. Here, as a matter of fact, as this is related, and I mentioned it a minute ago, and it's a good amount of time. So I'll put this video on while I'm gone, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys. I won't be too long. Share the audio. But this is actually the Daisy Ridley video I've mentioned. I don't know, maybe you've seen it already, but just so you guys have something to watch in the meantime. And it totally goes with the stream, so enjoy. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hello there. And so Rey is there, and she takes the stance. This is the stance, okay? And she is holding it, and she goes like this on one side of the rock, and she goes like this. This is horrible because there's no forward and back balance. The stance like this, okay? Get a solid knock, you can go flying back. Why do you think in martial arts the stance is always a foot forward and the foot isn't directly back behind that one? It's off, okay? So this means you get forward and back stability and also side to side stability. This is the most fundamental stance in so many martial arts. But this thing, okay? No! So after she does the whole thing, you look here, and then she does this twirly thing, grabbing it like, and she grabs it in an underarm grip like this. Have you ever seen, like, if anyone, you know, has studied historical sportsmanship, have you ever seen a grip like this? You'll find that it's extremely rare, if not just non-existent at all. The only time you use a grip like this if you're using a dagger, and stabby. But in actual sword fighting, no, you get far less articulated movement with it like this. I mean, it looks cool and you can do, you know, oh, look, I'm spinning the sword. And then you see kind of an up, the camera is down, facing up, and you see her doing this. This isn't an over an exaggeration. This is what she is doing. Not only is the stance horribly wrong, okay, she's doing these wide baseball bat swings and ending like this. Overswinging is bad because if you miss your mark, you're wide open. A lot of sword strikes end with the sword remaining on point, okay, where it's there or it's ready to go into another guard position. Keeping the sword on point, very important. And the circumstances where you do a strike and you overextend, you don't do it all the way. You only do it enough, and you need to keep in mind the follow-up strikes that you'd want to do with a sword unless you that's the killing strike, and you do this big slash, and the opponent is dead. Rey doing this whole thing. It's so bad. The first engagement, okay, there's this red guy, he hits, he gets knocked back, and then he's kind of just spinning around and stuff like that, and he goes in for an attack, but Rey is actually going to get hit, so he has to pull the attack and purposefully miss, and so Rey should be dead there. They really mess up the choreography in there, because there's one thing, there's this guy, okay, he's got this weird staffy thing, and he splits it into 2 daggers, and he's fighting Rey with 2 daggers, and there's this part where he grabs Rey like this, and the knife in this hand disappears. They legitimately edit it out. Have a look, slow motion. You see this? There's a dagger. And, you know, Rey should be dead. She can't defend her back. The guy has a dagger right there. You could have stabbed her in the back. And they see this and they're like, whoops, we'll just make that dagger disappear. Is that a new force power? Rey can make weapons disappear?
I started off counting and then the more pain I was getting, I was like, I don't care, I'll just get through this minute.
Okay.
Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you. Look at that, right on time. All right. Put on my eyes so I can see. Alrighty. I am back. Hey, CJ. Basically, yesterday, a YouTube creator created a video trying to justify why Rey is not a Mary Sue. And I'm going through live as to why she is a Mary Sue. And his own video is proving it, ironically. He thought he was being clever and making points that why she's not, but he's literally showing us why she is. So, let's, no, I don't have a Discord. I could make one, but I just don't have that big of a following to where it's been a question, and you're the first person to literally ask me. If it comes up enough, I have no problem making one, but here, let me well, as you can see in the bottom banner here, I'm like on every social network, so you can easily contact me, find me. Probably the two that I use the most. A lot of these I just share the videos too, because it's good for SEO, getting links, and it being seen. The most frequented places are here on YouTube and the Facebook group. So if you have a Facebook, join the just search Not My Star Wars. You'll find the group. That's where I interact the most. I'm not there every day. I'm not doing. I do check in every day, but I don't do stuff there every day. But if you want to post stuff or interact or whatever, that'd be the easiest way. If enough of you want a Discord, I'll do it. But you're literally the first person to ask about it. So I'm just trying to get to that 1,000 subscribers, But am I on any servers? Not specifically. I mean, I don't know what you mean by servers particularly. Like, I mean, I know what a server is, but maybe if you gave me an example. But as you can see, again, the banner at the bottom, and Twitter, of course, Twitter I check every day. But the most frequent places you find me is the Facebook group, Twitter, and here. Although we can't interact much outside of the chat. Now, it is getting late and my voice is getting cooked, so I'm going to try to get through that last half an hour chunk. Let's see how it goes. If it just drags on, well, then I'll do like 15 minutes or whatever, but I'm going to try to knock out that half an hour, and then tomorrow I'll do another stream and finish off this madness. But, by all means, if you have any questions, want to interact, bring up any points, just let me know. I'm very glad that some of you are here, and all my streams, I want them to be interactive, regardless of what I'm talking about or doing. So I appreciate you guys being here. All right. Another thing is YouTube limits you to 8 hours on a live stream. I'm at 6:46. So either way, I'm going to have to. So I think hopefully I can get through this next half an hour and roughly that 45 minutes or whatever. We'll see how it goes. And then I will continue tomorrow. All right. Hopefully you enjoyed the Chloe Bruce. In my opinion, she's much prettier. She's obviously much more talented. And I just think she could have played Rey. Not like Daisy did an amazing acting job anyways. So, and for what it's worth, Chloe Bruce has won world tournaments. She's been in all kinds of movies. So it's not like she's a stranger to the camera. Alrighty. So, The Last Jedi.
Now, of the 3 films in this trilogy, The Last Jedi is the one that features Rey the least, having her lowest.
By the way, since some of you may not have caught the beginning, he rates The Last Jedi a 9 out of 10. Okay, so we already know where his mentality is at.
Screen time by far. So The Last Jedi won't be discussed as much as the other two films, but I definitely have a lot to say. Now, Rey's first few scenes doesn't have her doing much. She hands Luke the lightsaber and he tosses it away. She goes to Luke's little hut, and when he doesn't answer, she brings Chewie to knock down the door. She tells Luke that they need to leave. Luke asks Rey where's Han, and then Rey summarizes the events of The Force Awakens to him. She tells him how much the galaxy needs him and the Jedi Order back, but he tells her to screw off and goes through his daily routine, including drinking the infamous green milk. Remember how many people said that people loving her so quickly is a Mary Sue trait in The Force Awakens? Well, here Luke definitely doesn't seem to like her, so here's to debunking that.
Okay. I don't know anybody that has made that claim, that everybody likes her. Nobody dislikes her. She's a young, attractive girl. She's trying to do the right thing. So, okay, but I don't see that everybody's gravitating to her and loving her or worshiping her. She's not a leader. She's not Leia or Padme. So I don't know where he's getting that. And then I love how he says, well, that debunks that. Like, well, I've put down the gavel. I proved it. No, you didn't prove anything. Because she's never beloved anyways. Not by us, not by the people in the movie.
Criticism. I also found it quite...
There's one person that loves Rey. Emperor Palpatine. That's it. Kylo doesn't love her. Contrary to what Reylos want to make up, he doesn't love her. Finn. Okay, I believe that, yes, originally Finn and her were going to have a relationship and that he absolutely does adore her. So you could say Finn. But outside of that,
interesting how Rey follows Luke around in the beginning.
Hi, Colin Kaiser. Thanks for joining. Glad to see you. Hope you enjoy it.
Portion of this movie. It's kind of a childish thing to do when you think about it. She needs Luke and he tells her to screw off, so she's just going to try and follow him around until he gets fed up and begins to train her.
Now, while this isn't directly related, I just want to point out something. Rey never approaches Luke from an angle of saying, hey, I'm lost. I need your help. I'm experiencing these new powers. I have no guidance. I need someone to teach me. I know she kind of hints at that kind of stuff a little bit later, but she doesn't really approach Luke that way. She approaches him like, here's your lightsaber. You need to save everybody. And he's, while this is a bullshit Jake Skywalker, he wouldn't even be like this or react that way. But if we're going to play with Rian Johnson's Luke, well, then you're approaching him like, imagine some stranger comes up to you and is like, oh, here's that old lightsaber that you abandoned or lost, and you need to come save all of us. I mean, you didn't really approach him the correct way. You should have came to him and said, hey, look, my name is Rey. This is what happened. Leia sent me here. We desperately need your help. Please come back with me and help me learn and help your sister. You know, or help Leia if you're, because she probably doesn't know that that's his sister. But, you know, the way that she approaches him, where she's just shoving the lightsaber in his face, he's like, you know, fuck off. So, to be fair, and, you know, fair to Rey, again, she's a desert girl. She doesn't know how to converse or politic or debate. But just saying, you know, the way she approaches him, I probably wouldn't have helped you either.
It shows how desperately Rey needs Luke. Remember from The Force Awakens, she's gotten over her parents never returning to Jakku, but she is still searching for that external validation.
Okay. One, she never searches for validation from Luke. She's looking for training for help. Two, at this point in the movie, and what you're trying to use to your narrative, is that she needs Luke's help. But as we see, we all watch the movie, she doesn't need Luke's help. She not only beats Luke, but she goes off and does everything on her own. Mary Sue does not need Luke, not at any time. So they're trying to sell that at this point in the movie, but we've all seen the movie and we all know how this goes. So no, she doesn't need Luke.
She simply just shifted her focus from her parents to, hopefully, Luke. She really needs that external validation from Luke, and he's not giving it to her. This is really frustrating for Rey because she's not here to just follow Luke around. Rey genuinely needs help, and Luke isn't giving it to her.
Okay, but Rey never says, hey, Luke, can I talk to you? I'm scared. I'm lost. I don't know what's going on. I was sent here by Leia. We need your help. If nothing else, can you show me some text? Can you explain it to me? Okay, you don't want to be involved and become a Jedi. Can you at least guide me, help me, teach me, show me anything? No, she doesn't take that approach. Legends Chad Grandmaster Luke Skywalker over Mouse Cannon Virgin Loner Jake Skywalker. One moment. Just a moment. That's so good. I got to put it up. Very good. Or as in millennials speak, you need to fix this. Yes. Oh, that's great. You and man, where was that earlier one? It was so good. Was it you, Shadow? I think it was somebody else that said that. See if I can find it real quick. It was a really good comment, so let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay, I can't find it right now. Oh, here, it's got to be right around here. It was Shadow. Oh, yeah, this. Okay, you win an award for not just one, but two fantastic fangasming to this soy-filled mess. Yeah, well, that's exactly what he's doing. He is fangasming all over his dildo cardboard cutout in his room. Yikes. All right, let's keep going. That's what it was. Yeah, I saw it. Exactly. Now I see it in the chat. Yeah, that was awesome.
Especially see this when they enter the Force tree. Now, a completely random side note, but did this part remind anyone of Alien and Aliens?
I mean, there's fog. I wasn't thinking at all about aliens when I saw this. No.
When I first saw this, the music sounded identical, but
By the way, again, Mary Sue, how does she know what the tree is? Where the tree is? What's inside? Oh, the Jedi techs are calling out to her because, she's so special.
maybe it's just me. So they enter the tree. Rey talks about how she's seen this place in her dreams.
You've seen this place. You've seen this island.
I'm in dreams.
This is actually a really neat continuation of the interrogation.
Okay. So a trained Jedi that understands something of the Force, that understands that you can have visions and has somewhat become in tune with the Force, sure, could even randomly have a vision, a dream about the island or a lightsaber or whatever. But 5 minutes ago, she says Luke is a myth. She knows nothing of the Force. She has not only not been trained, but no one has even explained what the hell this shit is. And the tree, not a tree, the tree is calling out to Rey.
Scene in The Force Awakens. Kylo says that he sees an ocean and an...
Yeah, it does look like the mist. Yes, he does have a car. I know, it's insane. I mean, I'm sorry, but like Rose Tico would be disgraceful, but you've got the dildo is your co-host? Way to go, Shadow. Looks like more of the mist. Fan of Not My Star Wars. Well, whoever you are, that's awesome. I thank you very much. Hello there. Oh, that's great. I'm honored. You're the first person to make a parody name of me. So whoever you are, I applaud you. Thank you. I don't know if you're here to bust my chops or, for all I know, you could be the gold man, but that's awesome. Thank you. That's cool. Oh, man. Boy, this is a day of I'm getting asked for a Discord. I'm getting parody accounts. It's a big day for Not My Star Wars. Oh, wow. Let's keep going.
An island in her head. And here she says she's seen this tree. This kind of implies that it's the will of the Force that Rey becomes a Jedi. She was destined for this her whole life, and why else would Rey be having dreams about this specific island? Now this
Cool, CJ. I appreciate that. Really is cool and funny, and I appreciate it. I know it's a silly little thing, but nobody's ever done that, so thanks. It's awesome.
This part of the scene I really like, and it says a lot about Rey's character. Luke asks her who she is, and she responds by saying the Resistance Center. She's kind of deflecting his question.
That says a lot about her. The Resistance sent me. She doesn't identify herself in any which way, which, fair enough, she doesn't know who the hell she is. But neither does JJ or KK or Ryan or anybody at Lucasfilm. But you see, again, it's like this guy, the way he's reviewing this, it's like he says in one sentence, like he's trying to justify something, and then the very next sentence, he contradicts himself. She explains herself. Oh, well, she says the Resistance Center. Huh? Maybe a rabbit pork. Yes, it could be.
Here. When he asks why she is here, she again responds by saying the Resistance Center. Luke emphasizes that he wants to know why she is here and not someone else. It takes time for Rey to answer this question because it isn't an easy question for her to answer. In The Force Awakens, she kept on telling people that she needs to get back to Jakku, but never told anyone why.
Okay, so remember earlier, if you were watching, he said that, well, she abandons going to Jakku when she talks to Maz. Yet, he just here says that she continues insisting on Jakku. She insists on going back to Jakku until the middle of The Rise of Skywalker. I believe it's 20 minutes in, if I remember, because I made a video about this. And until that moment when he says, I know who you are, you have his power, you're a Palpatine. That's when she's like, oh, okay, well, I guess that does it for Jakku. It's not until that point that she gives up on trying to go back and find her parents. And you said that in your video that she did. And now, at an hour and 7 minutes, you're saying that, well, no, she actually never gave up on Jakku. Again, I don't know if he made a script. I think he did, because it's not like he's freestyling it like I am. But that makes it worse. If you had a script, kiddo, you should have revised your script and read it and looked at, well, wait a minute, I said this here and now I'm saying this here. I mean, come on. This video actually should have been half an hour long. But since you're reiterating things, you're contradicting yourself, you're changing your story. And again, this is the clever Mickey Mouseketeer way of justifying Star Wars, or their Star Wars, is by changing conversations and situations to the narrative at that moment. Where it fits to where it justifies Rey is where he's using it. But then in the next sentence, he contradicts himself.
Whenever asked why, she would reject and answer by saying it's none of your business. And when Maz confronted her with how her parents were never coming back, she ran away scared. Rey never admitted to anyone that she needs that someone in her life that will be there for her unconditionally. So when she answers Luke's question, it's
okay. Earlier he was talking about all these things that are implied and to show and rather than tell. Well, that's one thing that didn't have to be told. We all know that Rey is desperately trying to find someone that cares about her, someone that is her family. That's something we don't need you to explain. We all get it.
It says a lot about her.
I'm afraid.
It says a lot about her. She was abandoned at 9 years old to the desert. Anybody would feel that way.
I don't know what it is, what to do with it, and I need help.
She says something inside her has always...
See, and now at this point, after she's argued with Luke and annoyed him and all this mess, then she says, I need help. Why didn't you open the conversation like that? I humbly am here. Please help me,
She's been there, and she's afraid and that she needs help. Just something to note, Mary Sues are never afraid and they
By the way, just because she says she needs help doesn't mean that she needs help, because it's, as I stated before, she can say all she wants, but her actions show that she doesn't need help. So it doesn't matter that the script, Rian Johnson tried to justify it by saying that line. We see the movie. She at no point needs help. Never. Now, what did he just say? Because he just said something interesting.
And I need help.
She says something inside her has always been there, and she's afraid and that she needs help. Just something to note, Mary Sues are never afraid and they
Incorrect. Wrong. Mary Sue does not make you a hero. It does not make you brave. It does not make you righteous, correct. None of that. Mary Sue means you're good at every fucking thing, that you're flawless. So just because she's scared, a coward, doesn't know what's going on, that doesn't negate that she's a Mary Sue. It just means that she's an airhead and she's confused and doesn't know what to do. But the point here is that even in her mistakes, everything works for her advantage. Everything works out for her. She does not lose limbs. She does not get hurt. She does not get dirty. She does not get anything lost, stolen, broken, nothing. She has no problems. She gets through everything just fine. And not even by just luck. I mean, she literally, like, there's a solution to everything that comes up. So her being scared or whatever does not negate that she's a Mary Sue, because at the end of the day, she gets through everything with no problems. Okay, the gold guy just ended his stream. Maybe he'll poke his head in here. Who knows? She's just a really bad Mary Sue. Yes, she is. My 860th subscriber. Yay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if that's CJ again, but either way, thank you guys. Truly, I do appreciate every one of you, and I hope you see that. For anybody that's new, I'm always here to talk to you guys. I want it to always be interactive and fun. I want you guys to be a part of my streams. A lot of guys just do streams and they go on and on and on. And, you know, maybe one day I'll have 100,000 subscribers and it'll be, the chat will be going like this and I can't keep up. But, you know, just so you know, I will always try to be connected with you guys. To me, you know, I make my videos. That's my own thing. But in streams, I want us to always be a community. All right. But I think you guys see my point that regardless of Rey feeling some type of way, what matters is the end result. And everything always works for her. So regardless if she got scared and ran off or did this or said that, it's irrelevant. We see it on the screen that she doesn't have adversity. Just because I say, oh, I'm hurt, but you see that you're looking at me and you see that I'm not hurt. Me acting doesn't do anything. The fact is the fact that I'm not hurt. So her saying I'm scared, I need this, I need that, I need a team, I need friends, I need this. All of that is irrelevant because at the end of the day, she does everything on her own. She's always flying solo. She doesn't need anybody. She tells them in the Rise of Skywalker, you guys can't come. It's too dangerous for you. You know,
never need help. So how could Rey be one if she just said that she is afraid and she needs help? Anyway, Luke tells her she needs a teacher and that the Jedi must end. After Luke shares a wonderful
thanks, Rian Johnson.
scene with R2, he agrees to teach Rey 3 lessons that represent why the Jedi must end. Unfortunately, we only...
And poor R2, I have to bring this up. What the hell? Why is R2-D2 under a tarp and not in any of these damn movies? It's a freaking disgrace.
Only get to see 2 because the third scene is a deleted scene.
For those of you that don't know, or that do know, I'm going to reiterate. The Star Wars saga is about R2. I mean, it's about all these other things. But the person that is telling you the story, what you're watching on the screen, is through R2's eye. He's narrating like we're at a campfire drinking beers, and R2 is telling us the story of Star Wars. That's literally R2 is telling us this. He is the droid that tells us the story of the Wills. R2 is literally the most important character in all of Star Wars. More than Vader, Luke, Palpatine, all that. R2. And as Lucas has said, but also if you were paying attention in the movies, at every major event, whenever the heroes are in trouble, R2 saves them. A few examples. Padme escapes from Naboo. Her ship is in wrecked flames. all the droids get shot off. R2 fixes the hyperdrive and saves them, or reactivates the shield and saves them. Cloud City, there's Lando, Chewie, Leia, 3PO, R2 are escaping. He does the smoke screen so that they can get to the Millennium Falcon and take off. There's instances where he saves Luke, where he saves Anakin, where he saves... R2 is literally the most important and pivotal character in all of Star Wars. And I quote, I don't know the exact quote, but literally, the Star Wars is about the Journal of the Wills, as told by the Keeper of the Wills, R2 freaking D2. So the whole story, understand that when you're watching these movies on the screen, 1 through 6, that's R2 sitting next to you, hanging out and saying, hey, let me tell you a story. That's what Star Wars is. So it is a disgrace that R2-D2 is not in these movies. They brought in a freaking orange soccer ball and they have R2 under a tarp. It is an absolute disgrace. And 3PO, he and 3PO are in every movie. Yes, 3PO is also very important. And there's a lot of, I'm not saying that R2 did it all on his own. They're all important. They're all a team. There's a lot of things going on. And it's also, even just regular rebel troopers on the Tantive 4, even the other X-Wing pilot. I mean, there's so many people that are important to this saga. That this story is R2 telling you it, and he's the key figure in all of this. He saves their asses time and again. And yeah, there are in every movie, and somehow 3PO, the knucklehead, gets all this screen time, and R2, the most brilliant and beloved robot in all of history, is under a fucking tarp.
Scene, and that's really unfortunate because the third lesson actually says a lot about Rey, but since it's a deleted scene, I'll address it in the external materials portion of this video. But anyway, before we get to see the first lesson, we see Rey and Kylo's first Force bond, and I love this scene. Nothing much happens here because neither of the characters know what the hell is going on.
By the way, I haven't watched this Disney bullshit in like a while, and I only watched like each one of them like once because they're just so freaking terrible. Rise of Skywalker I watched a couple times because I had it before it came out. So, and I was making videos about it, so I've watched it at least like in pieces and different jumping around the film many times. But my point here is he says that he has 3 lessons for Rey, and I only seem to remember him getting through 2 lessons. I don't remember him giving her the 3rd lesson. I could have missed it or forgotten it, but if somebody remembers, I don't think he even does the 3 lessons, which is, it's like the typical Disney thing. They set something up and then never pay it off. Force time.
The only thing that is really established is that both characters aren't doing this, and neither is Luke. Also, the two can't harm each other. From the Rise of Skywalker, we know that this is just a result of their dyad, and their bond is beginning to grow stronger. Now, I genuinely don't know if people think her having this bond is her being a Mary Sue.
The two can't harm each other. Well, technically, neither one of them lands a strike. No, that's not true. Rey in the first battle in the Force freaking pokes him in the shoulder. She kicks him. I forget if she gets a slash off on him, but she definitely, I know if nothing else, pokes him in the shoulder. So there you go. That fell apart real quick.
Or not, but I don't know how this.
There's 4 characters in all 6 films: Anakin, Obi, 3PO, and R2. Yes. Luke is in 4. Leia is in 4. Well, I'm not counting the sequel trilogies. I'm counting the actual Star Wars movies. So 6 films, yeah. Yeah. Trying to think if there's anybody else. Chewie and Han? They're not in the prequels, but they are in, well, they're in, well, Chewie is in 6, right? Because he's in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Although it's a half-assed Chewie later on, but yeah, technically. Yeah. But yeah, no, I get your point that these are pivotal characters, of course. And Obi-Wan, technically is in all 6. He's a Force ghost in half of A New Hope and then in the last 2 movies, but technically he's in all 6. So, yeah. Anakin, yes, baby Annie. Anakin, and then Vader. And then, yes, the droids, of course. Leia, like Luke, is in 4 of them, not counting the Disney nonsense. So they can't harm each other. Nope, that's incorrect because Rey freaking pokes his ass with the lightsaber, which she shouldn't have been able to do. But, again, Mary Sue
could be an example of that when it's something that is completely out of her control.
And this is the kind of thing that drives me crazy. You make a video arguing why she's not a Mary Sue, and this is the official guide, but you don't know what you're talking about. Because on several occasions during this video, like, how does Luke know how to do the mind trick? Well, because he's sitting next to Obi-Wan looking at him doing it. Hello. All I'm saying is, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to not know. But if you're going to go out there and make a 2.5-hour video calling it the official guide, then you got what's coming to you.
One cool thing about this scene is Kylo mentions to Rey that she can't be doing this because the effort would kill her. This is a nice tie-in to the end of the movie when Luke projects himself.
Why would she know that? She doesn't understand the Force. She doesn't know anything about the Force. She hasn't read the text. She has no clue. And she's claiming now that that would kill her. How would she know that? How much are you into the EU? Very much. First and foremost, the movies are canon. EU is secondary. I love the EU. I support it 10,000%. I think it's wonderful. If I owned Lucasfilm, I would have drawn everything off the EU instead of this fucking trash. I think it's very important, especially someone that has been with Star Wars since day one, at least the theatrical day one. The EU is fantastic. I love it, respect it. I would have loved to have seen Mara Jade and several other characters. I no longer own all the books that I had in comic books. Unfortunately, I lost a lot of things a few years ago. But I have read quite a bit of it. I love it very much. It would be my #1 source for creating content. But I always stress that at the end of the day, that's secondary canon. As long as it's stuff that's not conflicting with the movies, 1 through 6, not this monkey mess, 1 through 6, then that's fine. You can consider it canon. I have no problem with that. But just always remember, even one line in that book, even one image in a comic that contradicts 1 through 6, it's automatically not canon. That's why the Disney stuff is not canon, because it all contradicts itself, never mind George Lucas stuff. But the same rule applies to the EU. I'm all for it, and yes, we can call it canon, but just there is that line there, though. If it in any which way contradicts or conflicts with 1 through 6, then it's not canon. So you know about Revan, Jade, Thrawn? Oh yeah, of course. Thrawn's one of my favorite characters. I love all those characters. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I don't claim to be a EU expert. I do know a lot of it. I have read a lot of it. I have always kept up with a lot of it. But there's people that know the EU like more by memory and have the books and can reference them and so I don't claim to be the EU expert. But Star Wars 1 through 6 official canon, yeah, I know a little bit. I would have really loved Mara Jade. And of course the kids, Jason and Jaina and Anakin and, Ben Skywalker, because there is no Ben Solo. Phony fucking Filoni. Anyways, I love the EU.
It also shows how much tunnel vision Kylo had at the end of this movie because he is aware of this Force ability but was too angry to notice it. Anyway, their first encounter gets
wrong. He is not aware of the dyad. They don't know about the dyad until like the last 15 minutes of The Rise of Skywalker, when Palpatine's like, oh, by the way, you guys are a dyad, and I just made that shit up. So, fuck off, dude. No, he does not know. It's not that he's not focused or anything. He's just as confused as Rey. And furthermore, Snoke says, I'm the one that made you guys connect. So they didn't know what the hell was going on. They have no clue of any dyad or connection or any of that bullshit. The true Skywalker children. Yes, absolutely. I have a thing for redheads. And then you've got the bad girl who was the Emperor's hand that turns to the good girl and is Luke's wife. I'm like, oh, I adore Mara Jade. And then, yeah, Luke has a child with her. I think it's amazing. And it's a testament to Luke that literally the Emperor's hand, he turns her not just onto the dark side, but makes her his wife, and they have a child, and they are very loving, and they bring up that child, and he's very powerful and important and a good kid. So, yeah. Love Mara Jade. But I love a lot of them. Thrawn was a badass until Rebels made him a little fucking fruitcake. And I haven't watched much of Rebels, but I know enough that he's a chump. I used to like Ahsoka until Order 66, and Tony Filoni blew that. Which isn't EU, but anyways. Darth Bane, Plagueis, all those guys. I love Star Wars. I love all those characters. Boba Fett is my main guy. That's hands down, far and away. If I got to pick one dude, it's Boba Fett. But I love all these guys. Django, the clones, all that stuff. And no, Jar Jar's not my favorite. Dexter Jetsetter is not my favorite. There's a lot of silly characters, but I don't hate them. Like some people are like, that's the dumbest thing in the world. They're just part of the universe, man. Get over it. Jar Jar's actually pretty damn important throughout the prequels. Whether anybody wants to admit it or like it, he makes some major decisions and does some major things that change the outcome of everything. So Rebels doesn't count. Filoni milked Ahsoka too much. Yeah, well, Rebels, listen, in my eyes, in my opinion, and not even opinion, in fact, everything from October 30, 2012 is non-canon. Because as I said in the beginning of this video, anything that contradicts the pre-established 1 through 6 is automatically not canon. Disney chose to go off and do their own thing and try to change what was pre-established. So Disney, therefore, decanonized themselves. Disney Star Wars is not canon. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. I like Jar Jar. Never understood the hate. Yeah, I mean, he's not my favorite character, but I don't hate him. There's also the theory that he's the true Sith Lord, which it fits and is pretty cool. He's important. George was showing us that every little insignificant being has a place and is more important than, you can't discount people. Same thing with the Ewoks. So, all right, let's keep going.
It's cut short, and Luke wants to begin Rey's first lesson. When they get to the little cliff, there's something interesting about the way Rey talks to Luke here.
We need you to bring the Jedi back because Kylo Ren is strong with the dark side of the Force. Without the Jedi, we won't stand a chance against him.
See, and again, she's approaching the conversation the wrong way. Sorry, I'm going a little bit off the topic, but had she said, please, I need your help. I want to step up. I understand that you don't want to deal with this, but can you please guide me, give me some advice, teach me so that I can stand up and be a hero, which has nothing to do with being a Mary Sue. Stand up as a person of integrity and want to try to help people. Can you please teach me? Instead, she's like, we need you to do this, and you got to blah, 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 like barking orders at him. Like, you need to bring back the Jedi, and you need to fight, and you need to stop the First Order. And Luke's like, I'm not having that shit. I'm over it. The real Luke would have been like, okay, let's go. But I'm just saying, if we're going off of this ridiculous Jake Skywalker, well, then Rey's approaching the conversation totally wrong. Discontinued, like, yep, in 2014. Which the Legends is all their monkey mess. EU is always going to be the EU, and Star Wars is always going to be Star Wars. Disney is some other thing. And guys like this kid say that he loves Star Wars. Now, what he loves is Disney Star Wars. Disney's movies that say Star Wars, but you don't really love Star Wars, because if you love Star Wars, you would not be okay with this movie. You would not give this movie a 9 out of 10, because this movie destroys the greatest hero in all of the galaxy, Luke Skywalker. So for you to be a fan of something that destroys the most important guy in the saga, outside of Anakin, you're obviously not a Star Wars fan, not a real one. I mean, it's not like hate or you have to like what I like. It's literally logic. Like, if you can't celebrate something that destroys 1 through 6.
She says, "We need you to bring the Jedi Order back because Kylo Ren is strong with the dark side of the Force. Without the Jedi, we don't stand a chance against him." Now, it's not what's said here, but how it is.
Which isn't necessarily true. He's just one guy. He's not even a full Sith. I mean, the First Order would be my bigger concern than Kylo bitch Ren. You don't have to bring back all the Jedi for Kylo Ren. If anything, I would be concerned with Snoke, who ends up being nobody anyways, and the First Order, because they've got a massive army. But
said. The way Rey says this sounds very rehearsed, like someone told her to tell Luke this information. Now, some people have pointed to this as bad acting on the part of Daisy Ridley.
It is. She's a cardboard cutout like that dildo that's behind you on your wall.
But I don't believe that. I think the delivery of
course, because that's your girl, Daisy.
This line was intentional because Rey doesn't really believe what she is saying. Now, I'm not saying she believes the opposite, but this was just something...
Okay, so now you're in Rey's head, or you're in Rian Johnson's head when you wrote the skip, and you're saying that she doesn't believe what she's saying. Because Rey has been known to be deceitful, or to believe other things, or... Again, this kid, makes a lot of assumptions.
She was told, not something she genuinely believes.
How do you know that?
He doesn't even know what a Jedi really is.
Wait. A minute ago, you said she could use the Force and she could do all these things because of the Force and the Jedi, and now you just again said, well, but she doesn't know what the Jedi are. Make up your mind.
This is why Luke questions her.
You see what I'm saying? How when the narrative fits his point, he's going to make it this way. But when it fits another point, he's going to go exactly contradictory. And you can't do that. Things have to maintain consistency the whole time. Just like these movies, they do not maintain consistency. That's why your arguments cannot maintain consistency.
And asks, "What do you know about the Jedi?" She responds with the funny line, "It's a power that Jedi have that allows them to control people and make things float." While this scene was played off for some laughs, I do believe this says a lot about Rey.
Now, I'll give her that she believes that's what it is. Okay. In her foolishness, her being naive and not really understanding the Force, that's the maybe one thing that she says that actually makes sense. She doesn't truly understand it. Okay.
Rey doesn't understand the Force. To her, it's just something that was always there and she was able to tap into it in the previous movie. This establishes another one of her flaws, that she's pretty naive. In The Rise of...
Oh, Lord. Everybody's naive to things. Everybody's ignorant to things. Some more than others, some on certain topics, but nowhere in the definition of Mary Sue does it mean that you are a genius level or that you know everything. It's that you're good at everything, that you don't have... You could be the dumbest person in the world, but if everything works out for you, you're a Mary Sue. He, again, does not understand what Mary Sue means. Mary Sue is that you do not have adversity, that everything just works for you, and you just make it by with shining colors all the time. It's not about how smart you are, how brave you are, how right you are. It has nothing to do with that. We're not questioning her character. We're questioning her skills and abilities. Although we do question her character because she's trash, but that's a different conversation.
Skywalker, she's more matured, but in The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi...
By the way, Jedi can't do this. This nonsense of her floating and flying, and then on top of that, rocks rotate. I mean, come on. Yoda couldn't do this. Get the fuck out of here.
She's always making assumptions that are completely wrong. She trusts that Finn was with...
Again, it doesn't matter if she makes assumptions, she says the wrong thing, she presumes the wrong thing. At the end of the day, everything works out for her. It's like the fuse mistake on the big barge. She made a mistake. She moved the fuses to the wrong place. The Rathars got out. But at the end of the day, that worked to their advantage. They ate the enemies and they escaped. So it's not really a mistake. It's a plot point that helps her continue to succeed. That's not disqualifying her from being a Mary Sue because she made a mistake. What matters is the result of her actions, and all of her actions, stupid or not, result in her winning.
The Resistance, she's assuming she knows what the Force is. She sticks her hand out when Luke tells her to reach out. She's easily manipulated by a dude because he's hot.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Point proven yet again. Intelligence plays a factor in being... Yeah, exactly. It has nothing to do with it. I don't think Adam Driver's the greatest looking guy. I know some people like him, whatever. But because she's hot. She said she's like looking away. Can you put a cowl on? I don't think that she's... Honestly, I don't think that she's even attracted to him. The way that they portrayed in the films, he's a guy, so of course she's like, I'd hit that, you know, naturally. But is she truly attracted to him? There's no indication of that. There's no truth to that. There's no validity to that. Furthermore, there's no reason for her to be in love with, you know, Laredo gang. He murders his father in front of her. He kills millions of people, destroys entire planets, tries to kill Luke Skywalker, tries to kill the last of the rebellion in Crate. Why would this girl fall in love with a psycho stalker who's destroying planets? I mean, it's just such a reach for these Reylos. It's ridiculous. I don't even think she's attracted to him. He's not that attractive anyways. Anyways, that's just my opinion. You know, I'm sure some people find him attractive, but I just thought it was funny. He was like, well, because he's hot. Okay. Reylo, yes. Yes, he did say he was hot. Damn. No, she is not convinced by him because he's hot. Yeah, exactly. Point proven yet again. Reylo. Listen, we all interpret things our own way, and Rian Johnson didn't know what he was writing, so how are we expected to know? But from what I see, she's intrigued. First of all, she's never really seen a man not clean and with the shirt off, right? So she's probably like, oh, okay, that's what they like. She's probably a little bit curious and intrigued. They have this weird connection that neither one of them understands, so that could be confusing her. You know, women are very emotional, so she's probably a little bit confused, like, how come I'm having these connections? Not necessarily emotions, but we're communicating. Like, what is going on here? She's been very isolated, so she's never mind a man. I mean, she's barely seen... Remember, she's like, oh my God, I've never seen green before. So, of course, she's going to be intrigued by seeing a man for the first time. You know, there's no indication of her actually crushing on Kylo. That's the Reylo's desperately reaching, because there's none of that. He tortured her. I mean, there's several indications, like, why would this girl even like him? And for all her flaws, for all her stupidity and Mary Sue and all that, she's a good girl. She's a good-hearted girl, right? And I know that girls like bad boys, but I mean, come on, he's blowing up planets. He killed his father right in front of you. You know, it comes to a point where, no, it's not, you know. No woman is like, oh, that's hot. You just impaled your father. Come on. I thought Dramion was bad. That game really, yes. I gotta hear that again because it's just so silly.
She sticks her hand out when Luke tells her to...
Unkar Plot was kind of hot though. Yes. Plunkett Head is what I call him, because I can remember his stupid name. He's so stupid. Don't forget he tortured her too. Yes.
Reach out. She's easily manipulated by a dude because he's hot.
I can't believe he said that. On the contrary, he tries to manipulate her, but like at no point does Rey give him play or give in, or the whole time she's like, you're an asshole, and crying and like, how could you? And I'm not joining you. So where are you getting this that he's manipulating her? Because if anything, that's one thing she's resilient in. He never can like convince her or get her to join or break or soften her up or anything. There's no point where he puts on any smooth moves, says anything nice, does anything. So I don't know where he's getting this. He's manipulating her. May the plot be with you. Yes. And you too.
She assumes Kylo returned back to the light side just because...
And with you. Better said.
Because she would go to him. And these are just a few examples, but to say that Rey is not naive in these first two movies is very hard to argue.
Nobody ever said that. On the contrary, she's insanely naive. We all have said that. Nobody on this earth has said that she's not naive or intelligent. And again, you're getting confused as to what a Mary Sue is, because it has nothing to do with her naivete.
And even though it's not a big flaw, being naive is still a flaw.
No, it's not. It's human behavior. That doesn't mean you're... Well, first of all, we're all flawed. But that's a normal, like, you know, missing your parents, being a bit naive. She's young. She's on a desert planet, dude. She's barely seen the world. Of course she's going to be naive. She's not stupid. You know? Especially your own argument is that she's an engineer. Well, which one is it? Is she brilliant and an engineer, or is she just a naive fool? You see, you're again contradicting herself. But nobody has ever criticized her of being stupid, or you know, we all of course believe she's naive, but that's not where anybody has an issue with her. Not at all.
There is no way the original Mary Sue from Star Trek would be naive about anything. If Rey was really a Mary Sue, she would have a complete understanding.
Star Trek, again, is a completely different world, completely different concept. It's not even a valid argument. It's like you're comparing superheroes and Star Trek to Star Wars. It's,
Of what the Force is, but she clearly doesn't.
you can't, like, justify or argue in a world by using references of other worlds. I can't argue that, you know, Michael Jordan was great or not because Serena Williams is great or not at tennis. I mean, it's just nonsense.
Now, during the first lesson, we get a wonderful little scene that really shows what the Force is. People brush the scene off as Rey not learning anything, but they completely misunderstood this scene and what the Force is.
Oh boy, he's one of them. We're not smart enough to understand The Last Jedi. Okay.
The Force is not a power you have. It's an energy field that surrounds all living things. This is what is reiterated in both The Empire Strikes Back and The Last Jedi. One's strength in the Force comes from how well someone can tap into this energy field. It's not like something you level up like in a video game. Some people are just naturally better at connecting to this energy field than others, and this is the biggest difference between Luke and Rey. Rey, like Anakin, is naturally better at connecting to the Force than Luke was. And this is because both the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy are designed to be that way.
Okay, what? That's not how the Force works, kid. Midichlorians. The more midichlorians you have, the more connected you are to the Force. That's not an argument. That's a fact. It is what it is, like it or not. The Force flows through everything, but your connectivity to it is determined by the midichlorians. That is straight from George fucking Lucas. Okay. He had the nerve to just say that Rey is more connected to the Force than Luke Skywalker.
And this is because Luke's journey has everything to do with his strength in the Force, and Rey's journey has very little to do with her strength in the Force.
What?
Let's examine this further. If you watched my video about Rey's
Did he listen to his own video?
introduction scene, you know I talked about John Truby's 4 narrative questions that are essential for a character arc. What is the character's want, need, lie, and ghost? For this video, I will just talk about a character's want and need. The want is the goal the character is trying to achieve, and the need is what the character needs.
Okay, here we go using external sources, but okay. Her want is to find her parents. That's all of Rey's motivation. Finding her parents. In fact, it's such a big deal that if right now at this moment, Luke or Yoda or whoever was like, hey, Rey, don't worry about it. Go to Jakku. Your parents are there. She'd be like, all right, peace. I'm out. That's literally what she cares about. So what are you talking about, dude?
Needs to learn about themselves in order to achieve their want. Let's apply these to Luke and Rey in their respective trilogies.
Okay, again, yes, we have to learn about ourselves, but she doesn't have to learn anything about herself to know that she's desperately trying to find her parents. That's how she's going to know herself, by finding her parents.
Luke's want is to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like his father. That is his goal throughout the trilogy. His need is that he must have trust in himself and in the Force if he wants to become a Jedi. If you look at A New Hope and The Empire Strikes Back, Luke's struggles all stem from him not trusting in himself or in the Force. It's not until Return of the Jedi where he tells Yoda and Obi-Wan that he will not murder his father and he will do whatever it takes to save him. Luke trusted in himself and he accomplished his goal. Now let's look at Rey. Now depending on which movies you're looking at, Rey has different wants and needs. But overall, I'd say her main ones that are consistent throughout the trilogy is that her want is to find...
By the way, just a little side, because I just did an X-Wing video.
On which movies you're looking at, Rey has different wants and needs. But overall, I'd say her...
Do you see the condition of this TIE fighter? It's like all broken and holy, and I mean, it's destroyed. Yet, in the Rise of Skywalker novel, or visual guide, visual dictionary, whatever, they say that Luke lifts the X-Wing, which, by the way, in The Last Jedi, the wing was broken off, and another panel is the door on his hut, but okay, miraculously underwater it gets repaired and he lifts it out of the water. And then in the book it claims that Rey actually didn't just take off. She spent several days repairing the X-Wing and she used parts from this TIE fighter. Okay, number one, look at the condition of this TIE fighter. She wouldn't be able to salvage anything. Number two, all the shapes and curves and cuts of this fighter are completely, it's rounded, whereas the X-Wing is more angular. None of this would even fit or work. And then third, don't you remember that the Rise of Skywalker is all about, hurry up, we don't have time, we gotta go, hurry up. So she lifts the X-Wing and takes off. There's none of this, she's hanging out and training and fixing the X-Wing. It's total bullshit. So once again, the movie contradicts the novel, contradicts the visual guide, contradicts the art book, contradicts the comics. What a freaking mess.
Her main ones that are consistent throughout the trilogy is that her want is to find belonging, and that her need is that she's not defined by her parents or by her bloodline, but by who she is as a person. Now, what do these...
Incorrect. She does not come to any of those conclusions really ever, but until the middle of A Rise of Skywalker, when Kylo says you're a Palpatine, does she change her motives. The whole time, she is insisting on her parents. In The Rise of Skywalker, they talk about it, her and Kylo, about her parents. And he says, I know the truth about your parents. Just say it. You know that they didn't care. Blah, blah, blah.
Wants and needs have to do with one's strength in the Force. Well, the key component of narrative drama is the character struggling to accomplish their want and how they need to learn their need by the end of the story. Luke's want and need have a strong relationship with the Force. Luke's want is to become a Jedi, so in order for him to have a compelling character arc, we need to see Luke...
By the way, not arguing that Luke wants to be a Jedi like his father and all that. By all means, but really what Luke wanted was to get off that desert planet and like see the world. He wanted to do something with his life. It didn't necessarily have to mean that specifically he had to be a Jedi like his father. At the end of the day, I think that Luke was just wanting to live, to do something more than be a moisture farmer on Tatooine. Again, yeah, he did want to be like his father, be a great and powerful Jedi and a pilot and all that. Nobody's arguing that, but I don't ever believe, I don't think that it was specifically implied that that was the only thing he cared about, is being a Jedi. No, he wanted to go out and see the universe. He wanted to become a pilot and have adventures and see things and maybe find a wifey and do other stuff, not just hang out on the freaking desert with his aunt and uncle. That was the true overall arc. Not that, you know, his only line of sight is to become a Jedi. No.
Luke struggling to achieve his want. Thus, Luke needs to struggle to become a Jedi. Even though Luke has all the raw power in the world, he's the only one holding himself back, which is why it appears he is weaker than Rey and Anakin. This is why in the span of 1 year...
Okay, so is he then stronger than Rey and Anakin? Because a minute ago you said that Rey was stronger than in the Force than Luke. Which one is it?
Here, he's able to go from not even being able to lift an X-Wing to beating the Chosen One in a lightsaber fight. A good analogy for the Force would be a door, and yes, a door. And this analogy actually comes from Luke himself in a comic.
You mean like the door on Luke's hut that's the X part of the X-Wing?
Now, this is not me using external material to defend a movie, it's me using an analogy that I happened to hear from a Star Wars comic. The more open the door is, the stronger you are with the Force. Some people start with the door closed, making it harder for them to be as strong. Some people start with their door about halfway open, making them naturally stronger with the Force than others without training. Some people have an easier time opening their doors than others, and
Oh boy, here we go again, trying to justify raid. That's not how it works, kiddo. You have more or less midichlorians. Yes, if you're resisting to be, use the Force, okay, I see you're saying you're shutting yourself. But one, you can't just shut yourself off from the Force. That's Disney nonsense. Two, no, that's not what determines it. Your midichlorians do. It's not about opening doors. Now, can you get wiser and more in tune? And yeah, but just because you're like not totally aware, you still have the midichlorians that you have. Doesn't mean you know how to use the Force and understand everything, but making it this Rian Johnson, like just shutting off the Force, just turning off the spigot, it's nonsense. That's not how it works. So he's saying everyone has the Force. Yeah, I mean, essentially. And not everyone does. The Force flows through everything. Absolutely. Jar Jar Binks, BB-8, everything. The rocks, the trees, all of it. Nobody's arguing that. But as far as you having connection to it, being able to use it and understand it, that's a whole other conversation. Your midichlorians determine that. And there are some with no or very few midichlorians where you just aren't going to have a connection. And then there's some with low level and you kind of spidey sense things. Then, it keeps getting more and more. And then you've got like Anakin, who's way off the charts. But, it's not just everyone has the Force. That's not how the Force works. Deadbeat Han Solo and Disney. Yes, exactly.
And some people can open their doors all the way, while some people can only open it halfway.
See, and that's, again, a failed argument. I can open the door as much as I freaking want, but if I don't have Michael Jordan's height, physical structure, health, big-ass hands, I can open the door all the freaking much I want, but I'm not going to be dunking from the foul line. Just like you can open the door all you want, but if you have low midichlorians, well, you're just not going to be Anakin. You're just not going to be Luke or Vader or Ahsoka or whoever. It's just not going to happen. You can train all you want, which is another mistake people make, that just because you train for 50 years doesn't mean you're going to be all powerful. You have limitations. Yoda has ridiculous midichlorians and has studied very intensely and happens to live a super amount of time. That's why he's Grandmaster Yoda, and before Luke he was the most powerful Jedi. So, and those are George Lucas's words. So opening, closing the door is not going to do anything. Either you have that potential or you don't, because I could practice all day long to try to dunk, but I ain't 6'6" and I don't have massive hands. Now in 11th grade I was a skateboarder. I could dunk, but I could dunk tennis balls and volleyballs because my hands aren't big enough. So again, no matter how much I practice and achieve dunking, I'm not going to dunk like Michael Jordan because physically I couldn't even do it. I can't palm a basketball, nor do I have his jumping ability. So regardless of how much you train and open the door and do all that, that's not going to make a difference. On the same token, you could have all the midichlorians in the world, and if you don't train at all like Rey, well, then you're not going to do anything either anyways. You must be given the gifts, and you must train. Michael Jordan was great. He was given many gifts. He was also at the right time, and a lot of things aligned for him. But he also worked harder than anybody. He was in the gym first, and he was in the gym last. He worked harder than everyone.
However, regardless of all this, anyone can open their door in some capacity. People like Anakin, Luke, and Rey start with their doors really wide open, but Anakin and Rey were faster at continuing to open their doors than Luke was. This is why someone with such a minuscule amount of training can defeat someone who is labeled.
So this is his justification, that Luke was blocking himself from being great, but Rey just instinctively was born with her door wide open. That's why she's instantly great. It has nothing to do with the fact that he was trained by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda and actually trained. That has nothing to do with it.
The chosen one. Luke's journey is about him struggling to open the door wider than where it started. Now let's look at Rey.
No, he wasn't struggling. I mean, yeah, he did have to learn some lessons and have failures, but it wasn't that Luke was struggling. I mean, yeah, he did over time believe more and do more, but that wasn't the issue, dude. It was that he needed time to train. Jedis train from younglings, from young children, to become great Jedi. Yoda says he's too old. Hello. Did you watch the movie? So it's going to take a 20-something-year-old, he's about 19, 20, to, embrace the Force, as opposed to a kid that's been training since like 2 years old, 6 years old. Duh. But you have to train. Yoda couldn't just like, oh, well, I'm Grandmaster Yoda just because I am. No, this is not how it works. You must train.
Her want is about her finding belonging. In other words, she wants a family. Her struggling to find a family has nothing to do with her strength with the Force. We don't see Rey struggle that much with the Force because her struggle is all about her insecurity within herself. And this is what we see during the first lesson. Rey is naturally good at...
That's not how the Force works. It has nothing to do with Rey. She either has a midichlorians that connect her to the Force or not. And then she chooses to train to hone that or not. We don't know her midichlorians, although according to Disney, they're higher than Vader, Yoda, and Luke, which is just nonsense. But regardless of that, she has to train. It doesn't matter who you are. If Yoda had to train for 900 years, if Luke had to train, if Anakin had to go through the entire Clone Wars and training with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and the Jedi Council and all this shit, Rey needs to train. It's that simple. Okay. It's 7 hours and 50 minutes, and I'm afraid that it's going to cut me off at 8 hours. So to be safe, I'm going to stop here. Let me write it down. Because I'd rather it not cut off and, then we're lost. Although we could always just go back, but whatever. 1:16:04. So right around there, I will continue. So rather than cutting it off, and it's almost 8 hours, geez, longest stream I've ever done, I will, again, I've marked it, so I will pick this back up tomorrow. I'm going to hang out for a few minutes. It's at 7:50, so let's say 10 more minutes if you guys want to say anything, ask anything. It's been fun. It's man, wow, this is an amazingly stressful thing because this video is just absolutely crazy. Let's see. Everyone has a Force. That's not how the Force works. It's late here. I'm gonna go. Okay, thanks for streaming. My pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. Tomorrow I'm gonna pick up and do the second half of this. I don't know if I'll get it all done, but I'll at least do the second half. I think I should be able to finish it tomorrow, hopefully. I will probably start around the same time, around 1 p.m. Eastern. If you guys can make it, great. If not, the replay will be there, or come in whenever you can. But thanks for coming in, Shadow. I appreciate it. Good call to stop at this point. Yeah, we're beyond. Fantastic work here and great stream. What state am I in? I'm close to Pittsburgh. I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm roughly 20 minutes outside of Pittsburgh. I'm not from Pennsylvania or Pittsburgh, but that's where I am. Been here almost 3 years. Off topic. Never saw Tross. How can a mechanic work without arms? hey, you tell me. I don't know. You know. I guess you just use Lucasfilm logic. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all fake anyway. So that's how. Apparently he like looks at the screen and that's how he's diagnosing the ship, which okay, you could use your eyes to see what's going on, but how are you a mechanic if you can't pick up a wrench or do anything? I mean, it's just ridiculous. The logic that it's so stupid. Where what state are you in, Shadow? Tross, I watched it for two reasons. One, because, you know, I've been in every one of them in the theater. So it's like, well, I might as well finish the train wreck. I might as well just go with it. And part of it was, of course, for Not My Star Wars. For me, I never talk shit. If I'm telling you something, if you see my video, I state something, yes, I can make a mistake. But let me tell you, if I'm saying something, it's because I've researched it. I can show you a source. I've taken the time to watch the garbage movie so that I can comment on it. I'm not just up here saying, well, Disney sucks and I never saw the movies. No, I unfortunately saw them. KK Film, not Lucasfilm. Yeah, well, Florida. I lived in Miami for 11 years. It hasn't been Lucasfilm since 2012, but they use that name, you know. But if Lucas isn't there, then it's obviously not Lucasfilm. But again, Disney goes off the branding, right? They call it Star Wars. They say it's by Lucasfilm, and it's neither. Trust. So, in a way, I would say don't even bother because you're not missing anything. But to me, I'm a completionist. I saw all the movies, and I said, well, I might as well, you know. But also for the channel, so I could be able to make intelligent videos and know what the hell I'm talking about. And for the laughs. I mean, when I walked out of Force Awakens, I knew it was over. So at that point, I was like, oh, well, like Luke, oh, well, Star Wars is done. So I don't care anymore. I'm not invested, at least not in anything new. So to me, you know, it's for the comedy and to know what I'm talking about. They just use it for recognizable name. I think, yeah, they write off the brand. They think that as long as it says Star Wars, you're going to gobble it up. And I will say what I've said many times in many streams and videos. Remember, guys, that your wallet dictates what they make. And if you're okay with The Mandalorian and the Clone Wars and the sequel trilogy and all that, that's what you're going to continue to get is that. I know a lot of people like The Mandalorian, and it's arguably the best thing we've gotten, but it's not that good. It really is not that great. And if that's going to be the bar that you guys set for Star Wars, that's what we're going to get. You all got to say, I mean, it's fine that you like it and that it's okay or good, but we need to have great. We need to have George Lucas level Star Wars. So unless we show them that we're rejecting all their nonsense, then that's what we're going to get. So just want to put that out there that, you know, I know a lot of people like The Mandalorian, but if you keep riding with that, that's what we're going to get. Night Shadow, I appreciate you. Thanks again. And like I said, I'll pick up tomorrow around 1 p.m. Eastern. If you can make it or watch the replay or whatever, I will be here. Hopefully it won't be another 8 hours. Man, but we just started Last Jedi. This kid is just going on and on. But shows you, I'm not even being nitpicky. It just shows you, it's taken me 8 hours to go through an hour and 16 minutes of this video. That's how upside down and backwards his arguments are. Wow. Granted, we talked about other stuff. I took 2 little breaks, you know, but jeez. And that's the one thing that frustrates me, but not just YouTube, just in general in the world. You know, regardless of how nice your video looks and what it is, I mean, don't you guys see that he's just talking nonsense? Don't you see that he's not holding any weight to any of his arguments? He's contradicting himself. I mean, we all saw the same movies. You can't truly buy into this nonsense that he's talking. Amazing. All right, about 4 more minutes and I'll shut her down. Any last requests, comments? Thanks again, CJ. If I'm not mistaken, you subscribed 2 or 3 times to my channel under different names, so I appreciate that. Truly, I do. I haven't had a subscriber in a few weeks here. It's been stuck at 850. It keeps going. 856, 854, 856, 854. So, whatever. Keep on going. Next video coming up in the next couple days, All the Problems with the Mandalorian, Chapter 2, The Child. I just need to wrap that one up. I was going to work on it today, and then I was like, oh boy, I got to do this review because this thing is insane. And I was, I honestly, I was just going to watch this video and be like, okay, see what he says. But I watched like 45 minutes, and I'm just like, wow, what are you talking about, kid? So I had to do it. 6? Oh, well, shit. Wow. Thank you so much. Man, that's awesome. Truly appreciate it. Well, you get 6 times the the fun with Not My Star Wars. Let's see, anybody else? Well, thank you, Admiral, for coming in. Shaq, who was here earlier. Of course, D, who's always hanging around. Appreciate it. Colin Kaiser had stepped in for a minute. I don't know if he got pissed off and left or whatever, but anyways, thanks for stopping in. CJ, Shadow. I think that was everybody. Malachik. I'm not sure what that is. Malachik. Anyone claiming that Rey is in a Mary suit at this point is being intentionally ignorant. Yeah. I mean, literally, you can't even argue it. Like, you can't even pretend, not even fantasy world, pretend that it's not true. You're just literally, like, so blinded by trying to defend her, or you're just being a troll. You're just, because it's like you have no argument there. Han Strang, thank you so much for coming in. You made some good points there. And I think that was everybody that came in. Do really appreciate you guys hanging out with me. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see some of you. The replay will be there anyways. Okay, so there's 1 minute left. Again, that was also me. Oh, okay. The Malachik or whatever. Okay. Either way, thanks. I'll do it roughly 1 p.m. tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys. We'll see how I feel and what's going on. But yeah, 1 p.m. is pretty good. I'll be up late and then I'll sleep in and around that time. Hopefully it won't take 8 hours again. Okay. Thanks so much for joining me. I hope it was entertaining. And I'll try my best to get through it tomorrow. Man, it's a mess. But yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for interacting. And I hope it's been fun. It's been fun, as frustrating and crazy as it is. So I will see you guys tomorrow or whenever. And I appreciate it. And may the force be with you. Thanks, guys. See you soon.